Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, I've reviewed that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. I've reviewed that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna singing. Ooh, gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get away my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. of amber. Give me a breath, like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be inflicting joy and I'm singing. Ooh. Drowning all those broke again, but how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back drawn, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back drawn, now let loose. Don't mind if I do.
Moving atoms in their masses, shooting stars above the sky made up of static. All their secrets an enigma, but the answer's in the light where it all became refracted. Now the memory's a stigma, all this energy compacted. A constellation of charisma hidden in us, always with us. Now we know that we're galactic.
É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. E mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no salmo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha me chama de pai. Se eu... E como ficar rico se nós... Mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no salmo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha me chama de pai. Se eu...
Shout, baby, turn it up, make it work. One more time, you know how it goes, baby. Shake your hips, drop it low, move around. Let your skin show, baby, turn it up, make it work. One more time, you know how it goes, baby. Shake your hips, drop it low, move around. Let your skin show, baby, turn it up, make it work. One more time, you know how it goes, baby. Shake your hips, drop it low, move around. Let your skin show, baby, turn it up. You know how it goes, baby, turn it up, 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 turn it up. You know how it goes, baby, turn it up.
said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away, but I'll keep on flying. For that open door, show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling.
Alright everyone, welcome back to another community cast. We are community casting the Wallachia Qualifiers here for PGL. This is not an official cast in any capacity. If anyone wants to stream these games on their own, they are free to do so. We are just waiting for the lobby to go on. So this is Yangon Galacticos up against Talon. Yangon, of course, coming through Open Qualifiers number 2. Having a pretty close series with Execration at 2-1. Mind you, that is Execration minus Bob and plus Lewis, so it's a very different Execration as well. Should be an interesting match. I don't think we've seen Talon play YG. Maybe in Rest League, I'm not entirely sure anymore. It's been a while, so it should be an interesting one to watch. We are solo. There is a 6-minute delay on the stream for us to have access in the lobby, so we won't be able to hang out with Kuka and Armel and the others. But we should be able to watch some good games here shortly, so we'll find out when it does kick in. It shouldn't be too long now until we see that. I'd love to be able to join it, but again, like, we are on a 6-minute stream delay for the lobby access. That's the condition to have lobby access here. Otherwise, I don't think there's anyone else lined up. Perhaps there is. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to sustain the next few days. I am honestly kind of sick, but we'll see. And we should be able to jump into this first series rather shortly. Draft is going to be coming online relatively soon. All the teams are in. Again, this is going to be interesting. YG has been leaning into very specific picks for, I believe, who is it? Ha. In the offlane, they've been sticking to stuff like Mars a ton. They've had a lot of Mars coming in. So that should be a pretty hotly contested here between both sides. DK as well. Nothing too far off the mark. We did have a sub patch coming in, so I'm sure there is some slight tweaks. I expect to see Underlord pop out a little bit more, and I think that's always interesting. Underlord getting a little bit buffed up. We saw Divines being nerfed. I don't know if that really affects the pro scene as much. It is strong. Revenant's Rooch not critting is pretty big. I'm not sure if that interacts properly with God's Rebuke on Mars, so that's something to consider. But that does make Revenant's Rooch a little bit less appealing now for the hyper carry builds. So keen to see if that item's picked up at all as the game goes on. And again, all the teams are in the lobby. Yangon Galacticus up against Talon for the first series here. So we'll take a look at that draft shortly. We are going to be launching relatively soon, just waiting for the teams to settle in. Hopefully all of you guys are having a good time. I'm not sure about the emo thing with Bleed. Again, this is on some delay here to watch chat, but I'm not sure about Bleed situation. So we'll find out, I guess, when we reach Bleed. This is technically not an official broadcast. This is a community broadcast, a community cast, alright? So this is not official. Anyone is free to piggyback off of this for their own live streams, so feel free. Again, we are waiting for the lobby to kick off. Looks like YG does get priority. See what they pick here. First picker, Radiant. And we should get into that draft relatively shortly. So we'll take a look in a short moment here. And again, just a little bit of a wait. We do have YG going first pick, Talon on Radiant. See what does get banned. I'm still expecting Leshrac, DK to an extent, Mars. And we should be able to jump in right away, as the draft should be coming in. So just need to wait for them to launch. And we should be in. We should be in to that game. We are launching lobby shortly. I had to go ahead, so we'll watch. I see you guys saying pudding. No, I'm not falling for that bait again. We do have the draft coming in. So I should be able to take a look at that rather shortly here. Just loading in, see what's the priority first phase bans here. And should, well, if we all connect. Looks like early morning Dota having connection issues, nothing new. Yeah, okay. Alright, need to wait a little bit longer again. We need to wait a little bit more, having some lobby issues. Nothing too exciting. We are live on a 6-minute delay. Again, I can't chat with you guys because I am on a 6-minute delay for the lobby access. And yeah, again, this matchup, YG versus Talon, I don't think it's a matchup that we've seen too often. Maybe again in Rest League. Even then, I'm not sure if that was something we've seen. So this should be an interesting one. Do get in. We've got our draft ready. So we're going to be able to take a look at that now. See what the draft has in store for us. YG does have a first pick. Talon has, I believe, Radiant, unless I'm misremembering. Doom being banned out, not too surprising. Doom has still been up there. I don't think he got touched on too badly.
5 seconds, boss. Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban.
DK Moore's being banned out by Talon, rather interesting. Lots of respect for Haw on his offlane, which means you don't have those options for WS. So I'm wondering what they will pick up for WS here.
5 seconds, boss.
Let's see what the options are. Expecting maybe a Lesh, maybe Chen. Chen still feels like a pocket pick that you can kind of fit in. Do take care of the Bat Rider, which, again, post-nerf is still pretty good, so it's understandable. That here still does a lot of what you wanted to do. I'm wondering if we will get Centaur banned out as well, if that's something they don't want to give out as well.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire's ban. Ten seconds left.
Let's see, Centaur banned and Terrorblade banned, so despite the nerfs again, we are still getting that. What the hell happened to the logo here? So weird, this was fine a while ago. Apologies. Alright. See what that first pick will be for YG. See what they pick up.
Left. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's choice.
And we are getting the Tiny coming out for YG. Tiny has had a little bit of a resurgence, of course, especially in support. Even on mid, we've seen it a little bit. Razor coming out for Talon. So that should be either our Chuen or WS hero. Maybe Akashi. I don't think it's too bad either way. Probably expecting the Tiny mid now for Young PH with a Razor counter, which isn't too bad. So I think that's the way we're going here for Talent. Let's see
5 seconds, boss.
What YG will want to ban out next. It's built pretty open on both sides. What do we have? Grimstroke, Hoodwink, Venge as the supports available. Maybe Lion as well. So you have some solid bans here for YG. Maybe the Grimstroke. I think that's something Ponyo and many Ponyo and Jokam, if he wants it for, has proven himself quite nicely on. So let's see.
Dire's ban.
We do ban out the Coddle, so more respect bans for Chuin.
10 seconds remaining.
And let's see what else has come out
5
here.
seconds, boss.
What else is left in the pool anyway? Leshrak's been left in. Rather surprising. I think that's still a pretty strong pick for Chuin. Do ban out the CM, which has risen up in popularity. CM plus Razor would be a painful lane if Akashi takes that safe. Talent for their part. What's their one ban before getting into their pick here in the next phase?
10 seconds left.
See what they do.
5 seconds.
They are going to ban out. Maybe not. Probably not Lesh. They will take care of Nature's Prophet. So taking care of a very annoying support, and they'll take up the Disruptor, which is powerful. We've seen it a couple of times in some of these games now. Ag's build up down lane's great. Disruptor plus Razor is pretty good chase down lane. If you are again considering something like the Akashi Razor, which does sound fine.
10 seconds
We are on
remaining.
a 6-minute stream delay. Just a heads up. I thought I pinned it.
5 seconds remaining.
I believe this always gets
Dire
unpinned.
choice.
Alright. The Shadow Demon being picked up by Yangon Galacticus in response. That's a very strong saving support. Good save up against Disruptor. Not the best against Razor, to be honest. Razor still enjoys having static links, so there's still some value in the chase down there. Let's see what YG wants to pick up next. They've got what could be a solid support duo. Again, we could see the tiny mid for Young PH. When I think of Young PH, I think of stuff like Emberdo, so I'm not sure if that's something they want here on YG, but we have seen his tiny a couple of times. Let's see here. Taking their time in this next pickup. Talon kind of blitzing through without reserve time being used at all. YG, what are we getting? Thinking hard about this one. Again, what are we possibly looking at? Could have a Zalrain Tiny with a Lun Shadow Demon as well. That is a possibility. They'll go with a Jakiro, so that should be our Lun Jakiro with the Zalrain Shadow Demon, which again, pretty solid support duo. A lot of rundown potential here for Yangon. They've got early push, they've got early presence in team fights.
10 seconds remaining.
So I like seeing this coming out from YG. Talon wants to pick up now. You have a couple of options for Jokam. I suppose Hoodwink doesn't feel the best here. Maybe your own saving support could be nice on the 4. I'm not sure what's left. Stuff like Abaddon, but Abaddon 4 doesn't sound great. Disruptor 4 doesn't sound great either. Oracle, but I'm trying to recall if we've seen Jokam Oracle.
Some people just can't take the pressure of esports.
Not so often, I don't think. I suppose there's some annoying heroes. Enchantress is pretty annoying, although you do have Sunburn coming out here on the side of YG, so there is some options to counterplay there in the lane. We'll see what Talon opts for. They're starting to dig into that reserve time. They have the back-to-back picks here, so they're going to have to show their hand a little bit earlier. Let's start to reveal where that Razor wants to go. Let's see what the pickup is. Taking your time.
Welcome back.
They're really taking their time here.
Radiant's back.
Brewmaster, so that should be our WS hero into the back-to-back pick of Ruvik, which I like. It is somewhat of save with lift back with Shard down the line, although still not the best, but there is options to reposition. Decent enough spells to steal. Shadow Demon, you're fairly happy on a Ruvik if you take any
10
Shadow
seconds
Demon
left.
spell except maybe... Not even Shadow Poison couldn't feel good. So you have decent
5
spells to
seconds
steal. Shakira Ice Path, Macropyre is nice as well. And the offlane for WS, Brewmaster should be disruptive enough. I like seeing this. It can get off to a slow start. We have seen what happens when that does kick in, especially with a Brewmaster. Going for stuff like Radiance Rush can feel delayed. Spirit Vessel is a viable option as well. Yangon will take the Morphling away from Akashi. So they do manage to pick that safe pick up. Still leaving it open where the Tiny will be, but that's more than likely now a young PH Tiny. We're seeing the... Kish. Excuse me. We're seeing the Kish Morphling on safe.
5 seconds, boss.
And now for the rest of the bands. Pangolier being taken out, so they're expecting the Akashi safely in Razor here. And they're expecting the last pick here for Chuen. There's still stuff like Lushrak, Zeus, Lena. That's still left in the pool for Talon. For YG, I suppose there's stuff like up against a Razor. There's still Tide Hunter. There's the Timbersaw pick that could fit in as well.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Or we'll see what they do end up picking up here. Stupid Mac. No Darling for PGL. I don't believe they played. I didn't see them in open qualifiers. Is my fan on 3? My fan is on 3. It's fairly warm. I can't hide it.
5 seconds.
Why did he kick Mac? Ulaga Gamer? I'm not sure.
Dyer's turn to ban.
See the bans. Lushrak being banned along with Puck for Talent, so they do take care of more young PH here. So maybe expecting now the off-lane Tiny. Off-lane Tiny to Razor safe is maybe not the best of times. It's rather interesting. See what the pickup or the next ban is from YG. What's up? Again, there's Zeus, there's Lena. There's a Quap. There's an OD option that could be annoying, but I don't know if you're going to be going for that here. See what they will ban out on YG. Will be the Naga instead. So they are still kind of considering whether or not the Razor's mid are safe. YG looking for the young PH here. I suppose you have the option for the Ember. Ember into Disruptor can be annoying for any of those mobile mids, but it's still a viable enough option for YG if they want to pull that out. So could look for the young PH Ember. What else? They could go for the Zeus, Lena, Quap themselves as well. I think you want some mobility to catch the back line. Try to punish this lack of hard hold from Talon. We go with Lena instead, so some quick burst. Good range on mid. If you are running Razor mid versus Lena, I believe that's been called a 50-50 lane by RML. So that is something that can hold up. We'll see if that's the way Talon will want to run it, but I think you can still afford to pick something else up for Akashi. The question is, what do you pick up for Akashi at this point? Again, you
5 seconds, boss.
don't have the Morphling. You do have something like maybe the Faceless Void that can sneak in here for Talon. That is a semi-viable option for Talon if they so wish. Let's see what Akashi wants to play here. I don't think this is a Lifestealer game. It's not bad, but you don't have Natural Vehicle. Rage can feel good, but I don't think it's high value. What'll it be for Talon? Let's see what it is. Taking their time. This should be a big win condition. Razor can scale, but that's like BKB refresh, even Ags at ultra late game. And it doesn't scale in a straightforward manner. So let's find out. Not too much reserve time left for Talon. They'll go into the Lifestealer. Alright, so they go for the choice with Rage. And I think that's fair. Lifestealer, again, Rage has a lot of value here. You are seeing the Zarain Shadow Demon, Lun on the Jakiro, Kish on the Morph, Young PH on Lena. We are getting the Chuen Razor. So Razor versus Lena is... Again, it's not the best for Razor, mind you. It's not the ideal Razor lane, but this is still somewhat playable. I'm curious to see what Chuen goes for and how well YG kind of contests, say, mid-runes, because that's going to be the big part here. That's something that Talon loves to play around with. It's going for mid-runes. And that's something that tends to be very big. So we'll find out what the call is here for YG. Talon, again, there's an interesting play here. It does feel like your scaling on Talon is kind of tied into how well Chuen's game goes and really how well Ponyo is allowed to kind of build in. Like, you will, down the line, really want your Ags here and the Disruptor. And you want to slow down this momentum from YG because they've got Morphling Lina. This can be a really fast rundown, especially for the Lina. When you hit, like, say, a quick travels plus a couple of items to just help you sustain up front. And just help you deal some damage. You've got really good setup with Shadow Demon and Jakiro. So there's a lot to watch out for. Let's see in this game 1. Of course, Talon should be favored coming in. But YG's not an enemy you can underestimate. They have had some good moments. It's been a while since we've seen YG. When was the last time I saw YG? I'm not sure if I even saw them in Acer Predator, so it's been a while. I did see them in Acer Predator in Japan. That I remember very clearly. Very lovely lads. Very good lads. Good kids. So, you know, it's like nothing to scoff at. See, as this game breaks out, smoke on smoke. Level 1 is a little bit better for Yangon. Akashi and Kish tipping each other. Again, they've interacted a lot, I believe. Kuroko versus Akashi, eh? Let's see. Smoke broken on Akashi. Zalrange is scouting forward. Doesn't look like we'll get too much excitement here. Forward wards, 2 wards being dropped by Talon just to protect their runes. So far, no one going to be biting the bait. So it looks like a straightforward 2 for 2. Nothing too exciting early on. See what the play is down the line. Again, I'm really curious as to how Chuen's lane goes. I believe the skill buildup would be maybe a 3-1-1. Kind of want to have a little bit of that move speed from the Storm Surge and just clear out the creep wave with Plasma Field. Range is pretty big. Again, should be a straightforward 1-for-1. They do manage to get the Disrupt onto Akashi, but not going to be able to fully enclose onto him as well. Take a look at these lanes breaking out. Of course, down mid, you've got the Razor versus Lina lane for Chuen and Young PH. Young PH has shown himself to be a really strong mid from all the times we've seen Yangon Galacticos play. But Chuen has proven to be on a pretty high level right now. He's been doing great. Not quite picking up his level 1 just yet. Again, in the early stages, I would say this is pretty happy for Lina, but Plasma Field is decent as well in clearing out the creep wave and getting control. So you shouldn't be too bad here on Chuen. Bit of a shove in, so some free farm for Young PH, but the range of Razor is actually not too shabby. 475 is still not great, but you are still able to reach into the Lina just a little bit. Apply some harass. See how that lane breaks out as it goes on. Taking a look up top. You do have WS on that Brew, along with Jokam on the Rubik, Kish on the Morph, and Lun on the Jakiro. And this lane should be fairly straightforward for Kish. Shouldn't be pressured too hard. At the same time, shoving away the Brewmaster is a little bit harder. Quite tough already. Has the stick on hand. 3 branches just for some durability. And Jokam can slow down the harass a little bit with that Fade Bolt. Wave is shoving into WS as well. So he's got some good soaking to do. Level 3 is a pretty good spike for either side. You can get aggressive on Kish and Lun as well, depending on how well they land their spells. And Jokam's an easier target here, of course. WS is a little bit tougher up front. We'll see if that's something they consider down. But you've got Ha being just called back here just a little bit. You've got some good damage on Akashi now. A lot of output at level 2 with the passives up. Not going to be able to keep that chase up. Going for the Orb of Corrosion, of course, as you tend to see on the Lifestealers nowadays. They will snipe off Lun as we look away. But it's actually Lun to overstep his bounds there. Jokam off to a pretty happy start, is just picking up more regen. It is a Jakiro lane. That is something you're going to need to sustain through. But good tone for Talon so far. Again, WS not being shoved away. Is managing to farm up, slow down Kish just a little bit here. There's really not too much you can do about that. Blocks. Camp is blocked off as well. Is that actually out? No, camp is blocked with Lun's ward. Should be able to deward that, but isn't quite yet. No, that's Chocamp's ward. Sorry, for some reason I thought Talon was Dar. Mid lane has also been going fairly well for Chuen. Just the pressure with the plasma field has been doing great. It's actually not as good for young PH. A little bit surprising. He is opting for Fiery Soul being prioritized, so wants that free right-click trade with, what, 200 range advantage he has, roundabout. But that is giving Chuen more control in terms of just spamming out that plasma field. Does go for 2-1-1, so value point in the Storm Surge is there. Only lane that's maybe going a little bit slower for Talon is Akashi's lane. That's somewhat to be expected for the Lifestealer. Is inching towards level 3, so you could go for the 1-1-1, have a rage up, dodge out the combination, keep a chase going. They will snipe off Lun once more up top. A little bit surprising that Kira is getting picked off like this every single time, but I suppose it's a simple case of Cinder Brew plus Fade Vault, and you can just keep that chase down. Not the comfiest of times for Kish, but he has managed to grab some free CS while they're focused on kills. So your Morphling is still in the game, so to speak. You've got some room now as well for Zalrain to play the stacking game. Is going to get working on that triangle. We'll have some good catch-up farm. Solo threat for Lifestealer isn't that big, so you're allowed to do this. Rune control is pretty spot on. Young PH will just be able to get the water runes. The supports of Talon not able to come out and deny that off. Instead, just going for the bounty. So you are still in a very decent state here for young PH, but again, this disparity is pretty big. Not something you'd expect from the Lina. And I understand a Fiery Soul being the priority, but it does feel like every single time Chuen can just walk up, casually plasma field. You're not even getting to right-click down here on young PH. You're not able to trade back in too much of a big way here. Ha on the Tiny is finding decent farm. So you're going to get some decent blink timings here. Or maybe the Echo Saber, depending on what they'd want. I still feel like from the off lane, you kind of want to go Blink, you want to go Initiation. Are getting some... Did he manage to get the pull off? He is managing to contest the pull on Zalrain, so I should be able to find himself some good creeps to pick up. No stick on Ponyo. So true, but that will keep the wave shoved in. So, give some EXP out over to Ha. Up top, left back. Cinder Brew out as well onto Lun. They don't have the lift anymore, so Lun's going to be able to TP away, but they do get Kush's Courier. Not before it delivers the power threats. WS a little bit low, but going to be perfectly fine. Really wanted that kill to get the charges up on the urn. Not going to be able to find it though. They do manage to isolate Ponyo down bot. They've got the Avalanche in the toss up, and Ponyo is gone. That is the straightforward combination you're looking for from YG. They do find something for themselves. Again, you're not pressuring Akashi too hard, but you're managing to feed off. You've got some early timings to play with. The biggest disparity is really this mid lane. 700 gold lead for Chuen. CS lead early on as well. This is not what you'd expect out from a Lina lane. Power Rune spawns up top as well. Chuen will get the advantage on that. Had the support rotation coming in from Jokam.
That should help.
And has a shield rune ready now as well. It's going to be pretty nice for the chase down if you so wished. Gonna be able to shove in just a little bit. You do have some creep clearing for young PH. Does go for 2-1-3, so doesn't even opt for the point in Laguna. Just wants to be able to farm up a little bit more. Not able to really sustain through this by himself. Bottle refill is at least given out from Zalrain. Should be able to start melting that. It is free space for Chuen mid, but that's some recovery. Not an insignificant amount of stacks coming up there. Overall, pretty decent game state right now for Talon. This is all pretty lined up in lanes. We've got a fantastic start for Chuen. Managed to get the D ward off as well. They're getting some mid lane pressure. There is good creep clear from Zalrain. Even with just the level 2 Shadow Poison, this is enough to burst down the wave. So they're able to do what they want on WS. Gonna be backing off. It will have the split. No charges up yet on the urn. That would help massively in trying to pin down someone like Kish. And so far, you're again in a pretty good spot here for Talon. 2k lead still up there. disparity mainly lies in Young PH, a little bit on Ha as well. You've got Akashi now, who does have phase boots plus your Venom. You can start to chase down pretty hard, keeping the value point open for a rage if need be. WS starting to drop low, left in the middle here. Does have the split. Will be able to split off. Not going to be able to chase down Kush. Just a little bit too speedy with a zip away. They do see Lun. Do they have the range with Ponyo? Not quite with a glimpse back, but maybe. Maybe still. No, Lun's safe under the tier 2. I see Kush instead. And Kush will actually be a little bit too far forward. Does manage to morph away, sail away a little bit. They do get the glimpse back now as well on that TP. WS starting to drop low. Doesn't have the safety net here. Laguna does fly out and they'll find that kill. WS just chasing down a little bit too far on Talents and Jocam. Nice juke to dodge that LSA. Still in trouble. Wants to go into the neutral. Not going to be able to find it. 2 kills out for Young PH, and that's a pretty big recovery process for the Lina. After a slower start, just coming in, finding 2 kills is massive. Zarain looks to be cannon fodder for Chuen. So that's the trade away. Not the biggest trade for Talon. Yangon managing to catch right back in. WS now slowing behind. Bottom network core overall. And Brewmaster just not able to connect well with his supports. At least has the Urn Charge. Spirit Vessel not too far now as well. Keeping that chase onto mid. They want Young PH. LSA does connect with the Ice Pad to cut off, but they do manage to get the glimpse back onto Young PH now. As Chuen have the damage, is falling pretty low. Young PH is still happy. They're starting to chip away to it. The supports, can they get that done? They will. Jocam actually cleans up. They will lose Chuen in the side with the avalanche toss from Ha. It is a mid for mid. I suppose the big thing you're getting here is just a lot of free farm space for Akashi. But same thing goes for good old Kish now as well. Like, this Morphling is going to be an issue. Already has a Morbid Mask up, can sustain through the jungle. Has a pretty free lane up against WS solo. They've still got these stacks to build up as well. They're pretty happy overall here. On the side of Yangon now, considering how slow that laning start was. Good deny from Zarain on the rune. Not that Chuen needed it, but it does take it away. Chuen is going back for the Mage Slayer, which we've seen a couple of times on Razor. In this game, it does feel nice, mainly because, well, it's a Lina, it's a Tiny, it's a Jakiro. They've got a lot of magic coming out, so some protection is good. But without something like the S and Y for the chase down, can feel a little bit iffy. Maybe a BKB would be nice as well down the line. WS, full Spirit Vessel should be flying out now. And Akashi just working towards that armlet. Maybe a bit of a clump up down bot. No blink yet. Initiation angle, it's a little bit slower. Forward ward is there to protect Akashi as well. Smoke out from Talon instead with WS and Jocam looking to make a play. Not spotted out by any ward. They've got that full Spirit Vessel. Could look for a nice kill. Are staring towards Zarain. Does manage to get the Disrupt, but not enough to save here, I don't reckon. They will find him. Spirit Vessel up as well. And we'll just chip away. WS gets 2 charges for his trouble. And now they get to focus in on that mid lane. It's a little bit of a push in. No siege creep. Tower is being chipped away at a good pace. Not too much left. 500 HP. No defense being mounted here by YG. Instead using that free space. And taking it all in for Kush. Up top. So Morphling is still free farming. And free farming really well. Not sure how you're supposed to expect this match to go. They will find Kish. Does manage to sail forward. And they've got the glimpse back though. Kish. Ponyo not dropping the kinetic field. No vision from low ground. We'll miss out on an opportunity. Kish will just reset. Spirit Vessel charge. Wasted, but you still have one more. The side of Talon starting to pull back into that lead. 2k up, 5-4. I don't think YG's feeling too bad. And your big scaling is there. You've got Lina, you've got Morph, you've got Tiny. Your scaling is insane if this game drags on. Talon's the one under pressure to kind of play momentum here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll look for the top. Dragging Chuen over as well. He does have that full Mage Slayer up and is going for the BKB afterwards.
Dire's top tower isn't looking so great. Dire's lost their
So
top
we'll
tower.
be looking to just try to play tempo off of that. Very durable up front with that as well. It's going to be hard to pin down. The side of Yangon are doing the right thing, just sticking back, farming where they can, getting some free farming Young PH, clearing out some stacks, clearing out some camps. Young PH isn't the healthiest, does go for the stacking, but does need a little bit of a reset here. Where are we at now? What are you looking for? Kush going for Manta, not too strange. You've got the blink already up on Ha. Going for the Echo Saber, so going for the scaling Tiny. Which I do like to see. I think that is pretty strong. There's an option for the Phylactery Conda as well, if need be. And they are starting to clump up bots. Skanda spotted out for Akashi. Will he be able to dodge out in time, though? Does have the Infest and Rage. And the Armlet. Instead, pushes forward. But they do back off on YG anyway. See, Ha's Blink is online. WS just scouting forward. Does manage to take the Watcher as well. And they'll just take another tier 1 for free. So Talon finding all the early map objectives, which is nice. Not quite applying pressure onto Kush. Again, allowing this Morphling to free farm is massive, but your Lifestealer is also pretty free farmed, all things considered. Chuen just going to eat up these camps with the ultimate drop. WS Midas not too far off. He's going to have a decent time trying to play scaling here as well. Yeah, and overall, the side of Yangon is pretty happy here. All things considered, again, they're not getting pressured too much under Lina, and their Morpher is catch-up to play here. Young PH is still a little bit far behind, but starting to equalize again with WS. Smoke out now from YG. Ha wants to use that blink. They've got some vision forward, at the very least in this ramp area by their top jungle. Need to find the angle in, though. Town looks like they are aware. Smoke probably was spotted near the ward. Not going to be able to do as much as they'd want here on YG. Talon just going to get back to it. Farm up themselves. We haven't seen too much activity from Akashi. He is going for the Radiance. So that burn, that mischance going to be pretty massive against the right clicks that you will want to leverage here on Yangon. YG for their part travels on Young PH into the Gleipnir. Echo Saber for Ha again, still being worked on. Manta for Kush is not too far off. And Morphling's really the big thing here for Talon. They've got the vision forward. They do see Kush. The question is, can they trap him in? Yes, they can. They've got the Static Storm. He did manage to get the Strength Morph. But Jokam's going to feel happy with the Strength Morph as well. Glimpse back, but no burst. Does spot out their ward. But now you have a 2000 HP Rubik, which is going to be pretty annoying, all things considered. Siege onto the tier 2 as well. They know there's no Static Storm. There's an opportunity for playback, but Kish is pretty low. And we'll have to let this poke come through. I think the surprising thing for Yangon is they're not able to punish in the sidelines. Like, look, bot is free with all of this commitment up top. There's no pressure to push in there. No pressure on Akashi. I mean, top is not under heavy pressure. Sure, it does. The siege does stop, but with these tier 1 still standing, Talon's more than confident to dip through across the river like this. They've got the Midas up and running now in WS. She's got some ways of looking for that scaling farm now. Akashi starts to show his face. The Sacred Relic not too far off on that Radiance. They finally start to get some pressure down bot here on Yangon. But again, it doesn't feel like they've been playing around this tempo that Hawk can provide them with all too well. And go for that siege, should be able to find that tier 1 tower. But Talon don't really care for that. They've gotten value out. They're looking at that top still. They've got the ward to protect them in the siege. And they've got BKB in about 1,000 gold here for Chuen. Fortify will kick in from the side of Yangon. But I don't think they're keen on defending this. Instead, maybe set their eyes onto mid. got a good flank from the rear here. Again, Haas still has to use that Blink Dagger on the Tiny. Haven't seen any action coming out from there. Not going to do so.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Keep that siege going on Talon up top. Just going to try to dig through. And you will find it for free. No contest from Yangon. Instead, going for that mid TPs are starting to come in. They will want to defend. They've got the Infest with Jokam here. Can they find the proper entry though? Ha! Gonna go for the Avalanche toss back. But the Infest bomb out from Akashi just wants to keep that chase. Does still have the Rage. And get the macro power going. Ha should melt. Not the biggest kill, all things considered. They will find one more in Lun. They find a tier 1, but lose 2 heroes for it. Yangon, it still opens up map space. It's not the biggest loss. This does accelerate Akashi's Radiance timing, though. And for Talon's part, you know, you lose a tier 1, you find 2 kills. You didn't have to pop too many big spells. Ecstatic Storm's still there. You've still got the split on WS. He is going for that Blink Dagger next. Overall, you're pretty happy. BKB for Chuen, about 200 gold off. And once he has that, I think Talon's going to be ready to just really play this early pressure rundown. You're not going to have too many solutions here from Yangon anytime soon. Talon does have the majority of the map control lined up their way now as well. See what happens. 7-4. Smoke out Talon. Got that BKB flying out for Chuen. There it is. Just need an angle in. Still have that split. They want Kish. Morphling walks a little bit forward. Camp not there. Walks down. Does break that smoke with a ward to cover. But they're still on that chase. They managed to get the glimpse back into the Static Storm. Strength Morph is there, and Kish, well, he is pretty isolated from Talon's side, so not able to chase. The lift back does have the waveform forward and the Manta as well, and they missed out on that opportunity. Great defensive ward to spot out, away from any sentry that Talon could plant as well. They will still find him. Surprisingly, the chase still goes. And that's massive. And they snipe off Akashi's courier, so he's not going to have a tier 2 for a while. But Radiance is up. Ags next for Akashi. And I love this Ags on Lifestealer. I love that teams have recognized how strong it was. I always felt like it was strong, even when I believe Savage used to build it on T1 days. Like, that is something I vaguely recall all the way back. It is pretty strong. Like, just having that option to infest someone else, having a lower cooldown is massive for the survivability of your entire team, considering the defensive usage of infest. So I like seeing this. See what else happens here for Talon. Starting that siege onto the tier 2 tower once more. Smoke out. Yangon looking to jump in. They will find Akashi, but he's got Rage, and you're not going to be able to lift him back. You get the split forward from WS as well, and they trap 2 heroes in that field. Already clearing out Zalrain. Ha next to fall. Everyone else starting to drop one by one. Lun going to be able to run off with a Macropire to save. WS only left with the Earth Panda now. Not going to be able to do as much.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
And 2-0. This Glimmer Cape causing so many issues. Just no damage coming out on Akashi. Not able to get the toss back as well. Bot tier 2 just set to fall. Akashi just gets the town. No neutral, by the way. Did he send back his tier 1? I believe he did, didn't he? Yeah, it looks like he did send back the Duelist, and it's just stuck with a tier 2 token on Dead Courier. Rather unfortunate. Down mid. Do manage to get the Disrupt out onto WS. BKB is there from Chuen, and they will melt Young PH. Glimpse back is there on Kish. Static link on both. But they will find Kish. Kish, no, he does manage to waveform forward. Akashi left in the middle of the world all by his lonesome. They do manage to get the LSA off. A couple of right clicks. Akashi will find it. 2 for 2 so far. Can he find more? Jokam now in the firing line. But the LSA he's stolen, just opening so much, as WS will find one more. Pa will be able to run away. for that Glimmer Cape, but the WS not done. Spirit Vessel onto one more on Zarain. And they should have the chase down damage. No problem here. WS going to be perfectly fine as well. Glimmer Cape to save. Ha, looking for the pickoff. Not going to find Jokam. It's back to that stolen morph. Attribute shift. Ha, going to be chased down still. WS canceling that TP. Will he actually fall? No, the lift is there for Jokam to buy that spacing. And Talon finds almost everyone off the back of that fight. 9k lead coming out from that exchange. Akashi just 600 gold away from the Aghanims now. And Chuen is still going. Does manage to find young PH. Caught in the macropire of Lun. And is stuck in a really nasty spot. So will fall for being a bit too far forward, but Kashi shows up now here as well. See the double damage or the amplify damage rune? Kashi should be able to pick it up for free. And Talon in a really, really strong spot now. 8k lead, 16-7. Akashi 502 on his safe lane. Doing a ton of work out here. Looking to do more. And is the full Ags coming out now for Akashi as well. Gonna be quite pleased with this. WS going for the shard. Long duration. And that should help in some of the disruptiveness in these fights. Caesar Rain. And he does have Disrupt to save, but does that really matter? Probably not. They do manage to purge off the amplified damage. Static Storm dropped early just for the Disruptor. Meanwhile, Kish will try to find a backline. Guess what? He's just being marked by Life Sealer. They will manage to chain stun Akashi. Toss up as well. Rage is on cooldown here. And it will kill off Akashi. A little bit confident in that jump forward. Attribute shift again for Jokam. More strength coming out. 105 strength. Chuendo trying to find something inside. He will find young PH. Jokam will be taken away. We've got the BKB for Chuen. Not really able to chase anyone down. Won't TP away. 3-4-2. Much better for YG. Split ends on WS. Chase down is still there. They want to try to burst down this Brewmaster, but I don't think they've got the damage. There is a TP ready on WS as well. Is he going to be looking for yeah, it's just going to TP. Straightforward. Right behind Roche. So a big win for YG this time around. 2k gold swing their way. A little bit aggressive on positioning for Akashi. Not quite the follow-up they'd want. WS splitting off into the back as well. And the early Static Storm costing them there on Talon. And not holding that up for, say, catching the Morphling out. Does cost them a fair bit. And Talon's going to be stuck now. Well, not really stuck. I mean, they're still 7k up, but that does hold off the momentum just a little bit more. Should be trying to gun for mid tier 2 into Roche, but they could just opt for Roshan now if they wished. YG though, going for that smoke play out. Not spotted by any wards of Talon. See where they end up. Haste rune up here to find. Should go to Kish. Have a good flank angle up top. WS would be a massive kill to start off it.
Dire's top tower is under
WS does blink away in the nick of time.
Radiant's bottom
Getting
tower
the-
isn't looking so great.
Oh, Plasma. They get the kinetic field out, but they will still lose Banya. So, they'll lose one. They might find more. WS being blocked off by Ha. Wanted to toss back. But WS will be able to blink forward. Dancing around. Will eventually be picked off. A 5-kill streak going away of Kish. And now Roshan's open for YG. They've kind of hit their timing here. This Morphling's pretty massive. Number 1 in net worth. Has a lot of sustain, a lot of durability coming out. You've got some good damage on young PH. You've got the BKB running on that Lena now as well. And Roshan's not going to take too much time here at all. Secondary life to go the way of Kish. So your timings are coming out for YG. Talon, your timings are maybe starting to taper off a little bit. Again, there's a timing for Chuen down the line with a refresh. Is going for the Satanic first. But there is some play. I'm wondering what Akashi will go for after the Ags. Hasn't queued anything up. Basher would be nice. I think just keeping up some control for the Morphling is always massive. You've got the S and Y for Chuen. Does go back for that durability and stat resist, which I like, and just keeping that chase down available as well for the Razor. Smoke not going to quite pan out for Talon. Could try for the mid push. YGR also kind of stuck anyhow. Even with the Aegis, it's going to lead to be a little bit of a farming Aegis. Kish will clear out Tormentor's solo. Free shard for Zal'Rain is pretty massive. Having that demonic cleanse is a great way to save. Honestly, that's going to be a huge bailout, especially for the Morphling here. Going for the mid siege just a little bit. Kashi having the lifestealer illusions on him. Mildly annoying. Not the biggest deal in the world. They will Yules up WS. Toss back as well. LSA does not actually connect, so the split still goes off. Gonna find Ha. Static Storm being dropped as well. We'll just clean him up. Clean him up. WS. That felt a little bit short. A little bit surprising the toss back from Ha doesn't connect into the LSA. Leads into that pick-off and the tier 2 falling. So despite having Aegis not able to play with it as much, they find Zal'Rain. Disruption will be there to save. Kish stuck up front. Let's get glimpsed back, and Zal'Rain will just fall. And try to find Lun now. Dust is there. And Lun, not long for this world, is gone. Talon just cleaning them up one by one. YG fragmented in the response here. And Talon doing great so far. 21 to 12, 7k lead maintained here for Talon. Akashi's still not quite showing us what he'd want to pick up. We'll infest onto WS. Young PH could be a nice target. Jump forward onto that lonely Lina. And the pick-off is there. Just like that. Damage is huge with the infest bomb of Akashi. Wondering what he goes for. Again, Basher is still there. I suppose a Mjolnir is there if you want more right-click, but I feel like the Basher kind of fixes your issues. Nah, go for the MKB, yeah. Expecting the Butterfly out for Kish, so have the preemptive MKB ready as well. They're collapsing in. Jump forward from Kish. Jokam has that infest on him, but not going to chase down too hard. Static Link from Chuen doesn't really line up for anything either. And the infest doesn't lead to much. Oh, jump forward here on the side. They will find Chuen, but the save is there from Disrupt of Jokam. Chuen manages to get the BKB and will walk away. BKB charge forced out though. That can be a little bit of a win for YG. But just a reset for Talon. No need to force things in. Aegis, only a minute 20 left for Kish as well. So not that much progression off this Aegis, just trying to farm up. Talon, it's on the happy space. YG going for the smoke play out once more. See if he managed to find his flank. Lies is the most forward target. No forward vision here from the YG either. So this is going in a little bit blind. Trying to get lucky. Go fishing here. Pings out for the tier 2. He will just show. Full butterfly up for Kish. He's got the damage to rip through the tier 2. But the MKB is fully up now for Akashi as well. He's got a way of just ripping through that evasion. Kish still just getting to town on that tier 2, and we'll find it for free. Talon not going to contest.
Lost their bottom tower.
So some space being provided for YG, and some respect for that Aegis still up on Kush, but will expire in a few seconds here. Satanic for Chuen. 2 parts away. WS with the Shivas 1 part away as well. YG for their part. Gleipnir already up and running on Young PH, going for the right click now with the Dragon Lance, probably into Hurricane Pike. Echo Saber being built up by Ha. Post BKB. Smoke out from Talon though. No Aegis is down. They have some nice forward vision, although I don't believe it's spotting anyone at the moment. Might have spotted down bot. They will play it safe on YG's end. Kashi reveals that smoke with a break on attacking that creep wave. And Tal now are the ones not to find anything. Alright. Good dodge out from YG. Talon for their part. It's gonna have to build up. They will go through the gate though. 4,000 HP on Jokam is kind of ridiculous. That does not seem right.
Tower is under attack.
If they manage to keep this chase forward, and we'll find Zarain, and they will pick him off. Nothing too big. No tier 2s to go for. Roche still a minute and a half, so not going to be able to quite secure that. And Talon just forced to come back, repair their lanes. Chuan heading mid just to clear out that. YG chilling out as well. Scotty coming out for Kish. That's going to be massive against the Lifestealer. Just rip through some of that sustain that Akashi's playing with. These full Shivas for WS is also pretty big, to be fair. With a blink forward. With a well-timed usage of the Spirit Vessel, you can kind of just chip away at this Morphling, no problem. We shall see if that's going to be the case here. Talon just exerting that map pressure, keeping all the lanes shoved in. Roshan we'll see in about 50 seconds where it'll end up. Looks like it's going to be a nighttime spawn either way. Echo Saber up and running now for Ha. Swing for that right click just a little bit into the Conda. So you could potentially go Conda Ags as well down the line here for the Tiny. Pretty nice overall. Lots of output. Good slow. Akashi now going for that Basher into the full Bissell Blade. And you've got that full Satanic up and running now in Chuan. So our Razor's ready to face tank a lot of output here. Should be looking for the high ground to start. It's dropping the static field to scout. Kinetic field. What's that? Sounded like it, but apparently not. And they'll take their time. Full sight of Vice for Jokam is insane, considering how tanky he can be up front. He's going to be willing to just dive in, get that control. Got the Infest Bomb on Chuan. With a smoke out here from Talon. Good line being drawn. Could find Young PH. Or a multitude of other heroes. Kish as well in the firing line here. Talon with the angle. Kish. Still safe. Morphling Illusions. They won't spot it out with the usage of the Plasma Field. And they'll just go for Lun. Nothing too complicated. We'll find a simple pick off. 2 minutes until Roshan's up. So a longer timer for YG's advantage. They'll be able to mount a resistance there. But Talon have control of the area as of now. Again, going to be a nighttime Roshan here. YG. Just kind of stuck trying to recover. MKB coming out for Young PH to help him do some of that right-click damage. Kish still working onto that Scotty, so stats are starting to get padded here. Held. Still keeping that Roche control up.
Is a great conductor.
And Yangon. Not in the best position right now. 9k behind. They did really well in the Roche fight. They've got a lot of farm pouring in now for Kish. Full Scotty being up on the Morphling, getting massive when playing up against this Lifestealer. Jokam, they will go through the gate. Keep that leverage up top. Half a minute until Roche. Smoke out now from Talon as well. No, that was spotted out by a ward, perhaps. I believe that was a glimmer into smoke. Although it does look like YG is aware.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Talon might not be able to get as much as they'd want off the back of this. Nope. Smoke broken by Young PH. Not the position you want to be in. Disruption to save for now, but he is gone.
Now you're just showing
Kish up front, trying to get some damage onto WS. WS does have the split. BKB out from Chuen. He is melting so fast. Static Storm is up, but Akashi in the middle does not have the infest. Akashi, can he get saved? Can he get anything? He does manage to... Oh, they get the chain control. They actually managed to kill off Kish in the nick of time, and now Akashi left alone with no one to contest him. Will manage to avalanche to safety. Young PH up front. He did buy back here. Infest is going to keep dishing some damage out, but Akashi is just going to chase elsewhere. Yields up off the Gleipnir. Zalrain to fall. And that's Chuen for 3. With the buyback on Young PH. WS not quite done. Dropping some Spirit Vessel charges, forcing out the TP. And Roshan is back up for Talon if they wanted to dip into that. At least for YG, you didn't get die back there on Young PH. Roshan's fully open. 3 for 1 again. That's a bit surprising that Akashi lived through. It felt like the lifestealer should have fallen, but open wounds coming out. The lifesteal from that, more than enough to save. The well-timed Static Storm coming out from Ponyo to cover Akashi in the middle. And just soaks up everything he'd want there. Aegis Cheese now is set to go the way of Talon. Damage is a little bit slow with just Akashi though. WS is going to come in to help the cause. And that's going to be really massive. Aegis plus Cheese. Lots of play for Talon up front. YG, they've got the output. They do manage to catch Talon off their guard there.
Roshan's been taken out by the Radiant.
Talon still in a pretty strong position here. 14k up. Cheese up on Chuen. Satanic not quite enough to save him last time, but is going for the Scotty next. He's going full on right-click Razor rather than that monster up front with refresh Ags, which is fine as well. I think this also works out if you can static link the Morphling and break through the Lincolns. Chuen. Saw Young PH. Just going to balance out the creep wave here. You have Gate movement across from Jokam and Akashi. Down mid, they do get the amplify damage out for Kish. And Talon not going to find anything down bot for their efforts. I like the sneaky thing from Jokam. He's going for more invis with a Shadow Blade. What is Jokam looking for? He's just playing with a Radiant Spurn. Alright, just letting Akashi farm from within. The farm within. Jokam camera is down. Looks like they do still have caster cams ready. They will go ahead now. And should be back into the game.
Thanks.
This is a little bit silly. Jokam just allowing Kosh to farm neutrals for the Radiances. Peak carry life, I suppose. Alright, are still looking at the bot. Lun is not the biggest target, but
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
kill would be a kill. Does look like Lun is allowed to escape with his life. Meanwhile, top ward, not going to be spotting too much, but they knew Kish is farming around that area. Still too far for Talon to kind of gap close into. Basher flying out now for Akashi. So that progress into the Abyssal is there. Again, one random stun is all it takes to kind of ruin this game for Kish. Another smoke out from Talon for WS. And for Ponyo, and for Jokam. See if they can start to look for something onto the high ground here. Infest out onto Jokam as well. Man, this is a tanky Rubik. 4.3k HP is kind of nuts. Oh, don't manage to catch forward. Quick blink out from Ha. And the stall game is still there for YG. So Talon Not able to do as much in his free time. Looking for the pickoffs. Not finding them. Just in the wrong part of the map. YG having a good read. And when Talon showing him when they're not. Blink up for Ponyo. Should be able to gap close a little bit easier. They do see Ha. Gonna be a nice target to pin down. No rage being popped just yet on Akashi. They might not find Ha. Fight breaking out elsewhere down center as well. WS is gone. So this chase down for Ha cost them their Brewmaster. BKB up on Ha as well. Now they're stuck in a really ugly spot. The toss back into the LSA, but the ice field and the static storm. Perfect as well coming out here. Disruption to save just for a little bit. Akashi diving out to the infest. Do they have the chain control for Kish? It looks like they do. Kish will fall. Buyback and WS trying to join in onto this fight. Young PH isolated from everyone. Will find Jokam trying to TP away. No lucky basher. Not even there on Akashi. He's still, I believe, in the courier, in the shop. But they will force out buybacks. WS was forced to buy back as well. No split left now, but the high ground siege can begin. Secondary life still ready on Akashi for a minute. And higher ground progression can now fully begin. Should be able to find these top set of racks. And Akashi, no fear, with a full minute left standing here. Will infest away. WS would be a massive dieback. You can't underestimate that output. They will find him. Chasing forward now for Chuen. Has the cheese, has the satanic. Let's pop the cheese first. We'll just walk away. Butterfly flying out now for Chuen. A little bit surprising he opts for that. All things considered. Yeah, Ponyo is set to fall. That is going to be a gem given away. Pretty big pickup for the side of Yangon. But they don't lose any further cores on Talon. Dieback in WS. High ground progression is there with the tier 3 gone, but rack still remaining is massive for YG. Full Abyssal up now on Akashi is nice though. Aegis will expire. And he is going back for the BKB. Probably just an Ag's blessing into BKB. High ground does begin from YG, knowing there's no split. And the push, the damage coming out from Kush, from Young PH, from Ha is overwhelming. Might just lose these racks. Infest up onto Jokam. They're trying to go for the tier 4s. Kish, very brave move out front. The disruption is there to save. Machu Wen just melting to the illusions. Can't sustain. Jokam does fall. Buybacks forced out. Akashi in the middle of nowhere. No buyback on him. And YG, off a couple of mistakes from Talon, are going to be able to find game 1, it looks like, as the GG's called. Talon whiffing this one massively. Playing over confidently. And YG with the victory. And Talon looking a little bit sloppy there. Just forced to split up in ways that I don't think you'd want to be in. For Talon's end. So very well played to the side of YG. Very well deserved victory. And Talon not doing great. Gonna have to rally back. A lot of small mistakes coming out there. Of course, we did talk about this. YG's timing was always going to lean towards the later part of this game. And they did find it. Like, you have a Lina, you have a Morphling, you have a Tiny. There's overwhelming amounts of right-click damage. You're scaling in Brewmaster, and Razor is not as sharp. Even Lifestealer, to an extent, is not as sharp. And the saves coming out from that Shadow Demon pickup for Zaryan was massive. The disruption just buys them enough time to make these fights really annoying for Talon to try to angle in. And that is game 1. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for game number 2 in a short manner of time. It is John X Fire here. Thanks for tuning in for Community Cast. We'll be back after a short break.
You're a liar. You say, my darling, rose and fire. And fire. You say, my darling, rose and fire. You're a liar.
Shivers my spine, so swimming in the rivers, swimming in the rivers. I'm trying to let go of what's happened. No, that's where you want to go.
On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some. I'ma catch a murder case. On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some. I'ma catch a murder case. Dirty on the clock when I get guap. Whipping on the scene when I get crank. Leaning on the beat, on me. That's it. On me to take the key. When I'm in, I take the key. When I'm in, I get dirty on the clock when I get guap. Whipping on the scene when I get crank. Leaning on the beat, on me. That's it. On me to take the key. When I'm in, I take the key. When I'm in, I get on my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some. I'ma catch a murder case. On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some. I'ma catch a murder case. Dirty on the clock when I get guap. Whipping on the scene when I get crank. Leaning on the beat, on me. That's it. On me to take the key. When I'm in, I take the key. When I'm in, I get dirty on the clock when I get guap. Whipping on the scene when I get crank. Leaning on the beat, on me. That's it. On me to take the key. When I'm in, I take the key. When I'm in, I get
summer sun, chasing after waves, a taste of berries on my tongue, sipping on a feeling, sun has got me healing, vibing out to your guitar. I don't wanna go yet, watch another sunset, wishing on a shooting star. Ooh, I know that it has to end. Ooh, maybe we could just pretend. Ooh, I know that it has to end. Ooh, maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Ooh, maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend.
When the bass drum hits your face, you be like. When the bass drum hits your face, you.
Alright guys, welcome back. We are back for game 2 of Yangon Galacticos versus Town. I had my mic muted there for a moment. And this is going to be an interesting one for game 2. Town losing game 1 in pretty big blunder. No buyback available in the Kashi. Pretty far forward. Those fights were really split up. Weren't able to find a backline. We'll see what changes here. Town do ban out the Morphling now. And Yangon is still taking care of that Doom and Bat Rider. And they also take care of the Shadow Demon. So a lot of respect for what YG did manage to do in that last game. We'll see if Town will be able to find a good pickup here to start off. It did feel like WS was... I don't think he had a bad game. At the same time, it felt a bit disconnected from the entire team. It just felt like they were all finding different targets left, right, and center. YG will ban out the Razor and the Timbersaw. So to leave stuff like the Centaur in the pool. That Brewmaster is still there. The Mars is still in the pool, and Town has first pick overall. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the priority pick for WS. We'll see if that's the way Town will go.
Dire's choice.
They
Radiant's
banned
back.
Mars themselves in talent, and they'll pick up the DK. So this could be our Chu-En hero. This could be our WS hero as well. Fairly open for talent, although I do believe they tend to lean towards Chu-En for the DK. So that should just
10
be
seconds
Chu-En
left.
coming out there.
5 seconds, boss.
We'll see
Dire's back.
what the further picks up. Yangon to open up with. We'll pick up the Terrorblade. So this could be our safe lane Terrorblade coming out straight up for Kish. We have seen a resurgence of Terrorblade overall as support and safe. TB into DK lane is pretty stable. I don't think the reflection nerfs were enough to really kill off this hero as
10
support.
seconds remaining.
So there's an option there for maybe someone like Lund to play it. Pretty open.
5
We'll
seconds
find
remaining.
out as the game goes on. Wondering if Talon will want to pick up some magic damage now to offset that Terrorblade's presence.
Dire's turn to ban.
We'll find out. Talon do ban out the Lifestealer, but they're going to take care of next. There's still a Centaur option here for Ha or for WS. Brewmaster still up as well. Talon does not have first pick in the next phase,
10
so they
seconds
could
left.
potentially be sacrificing one of those, although YG might go for a support pickup
5
first.
seconds remaining.
We'll find out.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ban out the Centaur, so they will take care of that. Which again, that hero has been up there in popularity for sure.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss. Radiant's choice.
Pottle being banned as well by YG, so taking care of some Chu-En pickups.
Dire's pick.
And the pickup is CM for YG, so it could be a CM Terrorblade lane, which honestly is pretty strong. Like Reflection into Crystal Nova plus Frostbite is pretty big. It's a lot of magic damage to take care of potentially the offlane DK for WS. They're kind of making this a tough lane to decide the offlane for
10
on
seconds
Talon.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see.
Dire's choice.
They'll pick up the Pugna on Talon, so that's your magic damage answer for the Terrorblade. Decrep's fairly annoying as well. I'm wondering if that's going to be a WS here with a Chu-En DK, or if we're going to see anything funky with that Pugna. Could still go for the Jokam or Ponyo either way. So open enough to kind of flex it around here.
10 seconds left.
See what the call is. Talon has the back-to-back
5
picks here.
seconds, boss. Radiant's pick.
They will go with the Hoodwink, so that should be our Jokam hero. With Pugna probably being Ponyo's hero. I'm not too sure about just having Pugna straight up as a support. It is still strong for some early tempo. You have overwhelming push on Talon with DK plus
10
Pugna,
seconds
I
left.
suppose, so you always have that here.
5 seconds, boss.
Let's see what else Yangon going to pick up. They should start to lock in the Terrorblade, whether or not it's pause 1 or 4-5. Should be a pause 1 with the CM. Again, it's a very, very strong lane for CM Terrorblade to play into. What's the call for YG? You don't have too many saving supports left. There's an option for something like the Oracle, but again, Oracle's been kind of dead, and as a 4-5, as a 4, it's kind of rough. Maybe you look for some jump potential, or its Spirit could be nice. If that's one direction you kind of want to take it here for Yangon. We'll find out.
Radiant's pick. Dire's pick.
Darkseer's to pick up first into the Tiny, so that should definitely be, I'm assuming, a 1 Terrorblade, Tiny, Crystal Maiden support duo. Darkseer offlane for Ha. Darkseer Tiny lane is really strong.
10 seconds.
I like
remaining.
that. I think there's a lot of rundown potential
5
here
seconds
for
remaining.
YG to play with. I'm wondering what Talon will go for now. Should be our safe lane pickup, if not off lane for WS. I'd say Faces Void sounds pretty good. You can kind of play the Darkseer lane, although it's still fairly annoying. You can always go for... I know. There's a whole bunch you can go for here, so... We'll see. Have a lot of reserve time still left. It's either Akashi hero or either Akashi or WS. If it's WS, the Brewmaster's still there. Laning into Terrorblade might not be comfy. Not a lot of comfy answers here for Talon. I feel like Yangon has managed to read this draft really well and feels like it really adjusted to the meta really nicely. They will go with Lesh, so that's going to be our WS hero. Oh, no, that's going to be our Chuen here with WS DK. You can kind of flex this. I do believe I think I prefer Lesh into a Terrorblade lane. It's good magic damage.
Remaining.
It's good illusion clear early on.
5 seconds remaining.
So I like that coming out here.
Radiant's turn to ban.
What are the next
Radiant's
bans? They should be expecting safe lane. Take care of the Akashi Monkey. Will something like Faces Void be an issue? It's still open. What other options is there? There's like a safe Lina that could work out. I think safe Lina might actually be a good bet. So you can kind of play range up against the Darkseer Tiny. You have magic damage to clear out Terrorblade. You have decent wave clear.
5 seconds, boss.
You can tie into the Celeste DK really nicely as well. Some good staling down the line.
Dyer's ban.
Yeah, they will ban out the Faces Void. So Talon has the option for some like Lina save. What'll it be here? Talon looking for the next ban.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
When they're gonna ban out next Talon, kind of leaving it up in the air.
Dyer's choice.
You ban out the puck, and they'll go for the Sven. Sven into Darkseer is alright. I don't think it's the best matchup. I think you would prefer it at range core, but it is wave clear. It is AoE clear as well, so the illusion spam later is not going to be as amazing.
5 seconds, boss.
A Sven Pugna lane sounds meh. That means you're not going to go decrep plays. You're probably looking for Stormhammer into Netherblast. Alright. What's the last pick for YG? Should be our mid pickup now. I don't see any flex for the Terrorblade. Maybe flex for Tiny. But Tiny Darkseer again is a really straightforward lane. Let's see what YG will close out with. Up against Leshrak, you have the option for Lina, you have the option for Zeus. Like that's somewhat playable for young PH. I want to say Ember, but I don't think the Ember Lesh lane is that great. So you're probably not looking at anything like that. Let's see what it'll be here. Only a few seconds left for this pick.
Interesting combo I've got there.
They go with a Magnus, so that should be our young PH Magnus. Magnus versus Lush Lane is playable if you play with spamming your Shockwave. So that's pretty fine. Kish Terrorblade is... I don't know about this ref from Talon. I don't know what you expect from WS off lane with Jokam. And that lane does not feel great. I feel like you're going to be able to get a lot from Kish. Shout out to Armel who's joining this area again. We're Alright, so this is gonna be late. Hello Armel, thanks for dropping by. I'm sorry I can't really join you guys because I'm in the lobby and we are on a 6-minute delay on the stream. So you guys can stream live. You have all my permission blessings. It's a community cast. This is nothing official, so you guys feel free. We are into the game, and again, the drafting wise, I would say this feels a lot better for YG, honestly. I think they got a really good read on what Talon wants to do. Chuen is a great answer to Terrorblade, but I'm not sure how to feel about this Pugna for Ponyo. Pugna Sven lane just doesn't feel amazing. I don't think it's like the best lane in the world here. So there is a lot that you can do on the side of YG. I think Talon will have to play almost an up-tempo game, right? Play around with some early tempo, some push potential that DK and Lesh can provide to you. We'll see if that's something Talon can achieve. YG, of course, setting themselves up for a great time here. Just with game 1 win is massive. And we'll see if they can keep that tempo. Again, this draft looks great. I think if Kish is just allowed to farm up, it can get crazy. You've got a Terrorblade CM lane, which is pretty damn strong. Young PH Smoke does break. Chuen right in the cliffside. We'll try to find more. Get the slow off onto Zalrain. Intercept course from Akashi. Stormhammer will connect. Dragon Tail stun is there as well. Land the Nether Blast, but able to really gap close. Get the Lightning Storm slow, but the Shockwave slow again. And just slowly but surely trying to kite. Dragon Tail will finally connect. Reflection is there from Kish. There is a lot of damage already just with a Reflection. Ponyo is not safe. Has a Fairy Fire, but will fall in exchange. So we're 1 for 1. YG more than happy with that kind of exchange. Should be able to find perhaps even an early start in bounties as well. Likely going 3 for 1. Although they will not fully commit just yet for the bot. But a decent start for Talon. Getting first blood up on Akashi does set a good tone for our Sven, who is set up again for a pretty rough lane. See what they can get away with here. So it looks like they will still get off with a decent start for the ruins. Akashi will find one. That should be a 1-2 for 2 in the end.
Get moving.
Chuen does have the Lightning Storm, but no further hold for Ha. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to walk away, and it is a 1 for 1 in the end. With a first blood bonus for the Akashi. Pretty massive. Talon gonna set themselves up for a good time. Can take a look at that top lane. You've got Akashi and Ponyo on the Sven Pugna. Up against Ha and Zalrain on that Darkseer Tiny. This is not the comfiest time for Talon. I don't expect this lane to be that fun at all. Especially once you get level 2 Iron Shell. There's a lot of aggression in the lineup here. It's a really good rundown lane with a value point in Surge on Tiny with the Avalanche Tossback. So they can always look to burst down Ponyo or even Akashi if he's a little bit too far forward. It is something to watch out for. Just the magic damage here is massive. Although, if you allow Ponyo to just constantly Nether Blast away like this, then he's going to be very happy as well. But they've got the sticks to sustain through here from Yangon. So great read there. Taking a look at the mid lane, of course. Chuen on the Leshrac up against Young PH on that Magnus. This is a pretty playable lane for Mag. A little bit better for the Leshrac overall, of course. So you can just play Lightning Storm, threaten with Split Earth, and go for the Edict. He's got the range, but can't underestimate Shockwave spam. It's fairly long range, good amount of damage, good economical damage for the mana cost as well. See how that goes down the line. Down bot, of course, you've got WS on the DK, Jokam on that Hoodwink up against Kish on that Terrorblade, and Lun on that CM. And they're going to be able to just... They're just going to be able to hold up. Again, this is a pretty annoying lane for WS. Reflection plus Crystal Nova it's a lot of slow, it's a lot of damage. You can play with Breed Fire here to always slow down Kish's right click, so that is a pretty good solution with a damage reduction. Can be quite nice.
Denied.
So far, a pretty decent start overall for both sides. A little bit better for the side of YG, I want to say. It's a slower going for the side of Talon, just by a mild amount, but I think your wins on mid are pretty big, so that probably sets a better tone for Talon, actually, looking at that now. Young PH can't really safely look for the shockwave into the skewer back. Shrek is just usually too far out. Jokam might fall, but they do manage to get a good bushwhack out. Kish, last right click's not going to be enough. And Breed Fire does cost a lot of damage on the Terrorblade, so that does hold out. Zalrain just being a nuisance, trying to get the creep pull, but not able to fully pull it back. Not able to fully cut. That will keep the lane shoving in still. Still a good time for Ha. Level 3 up. Can go for that second point in the Iron Shell, and will. Meanwhile, Kush will find Jokam. And that bot lane is not a lane that you really want to play into too much for Talon. Whenever Metamorphosis is up, this is just pain. Talon has no clear answers. Young PH will fall to Chuen. He does manage to go for the 0-2-2 build. This has a lot of output and can slowly pressure a tower now as well. A nice pickup there for Talon to equalize just a bit, offset their losses down bot. Zarray not able to rotate in time to try to look for an angle onto Chuen. And Young PH trying to clear at board, not going to be able to go up there. Getting rather even starts and to pull a little bit ahead for Talon. You've got this really good start for Akashi, who can just farm up now. They're starting to drop Kish fairly low, but no additional control coming out, since they can't really apply that full pressure on. They will eventually find Chuen, so that rotation finally kicks in. They also take care of the ward. Big pickups there, but Kish will fall in the end for that chase down. WS finds the angle up. Get the bushwhack off as well. Things are looking, again, back and forth. I believe that mid kill is a lot bigger, though. Like, this Terrorblade will just farm. We know what Terrorblade does. Plays with the illusions, split pushes, eats up all of the jungle. So, losing Chuen is actually a much bigger deal. It equalizes the game for Young PH. Gets some very important early activity out as well for a Tiny. Level 3 Edict, though, is pretty painful for Melee here to have to deal with. Up top, good Stormhammer onto 2. The Nether Blast spam is kicking in. One more right click is all they need, but the Surge is there. They've got the Vac as well. Akashi can he got that last slash onto the high ground. So you're happy here on Talon. Your Sven is having a pretty decent time. Starting to clump up bot. Bushwhack onto Lun. Slows are there, but they will manage to get the Dragon Tail off. Breed Fire, not quite enough mana. We'll Breed Fire out. We'll lose Jokam in exchange, it looks like. Nah. No full commitment from Kish. So, just get away with a freebie there. Interrupt the pull. You are still having a decent time in Kish. A bit slower in the CS, but again, Terrorblade can catch up nicely with levels. So you're not too worried about that. Movement mid. Emphasis on the 6-minute runes. We were talking about this in game 1 as to how well YG will contest. They contest really nicely. Dragon Lun as well for the bottle refill. They've got 3 heroes camping mid. Jokam just hanging around looking for that bot rune now as well. So he does pick it up. It does feel much more pertinent for Talon to have rune control here. See, Illusion does go to Zalrain, so no top up for Chuen. And they will grab the bounty as well. Good movement out overall from YG, and they even take their own bounty. So nothing coming the way of Talon. Some nice small wins coming out for the boys in Yangon Galacticos. For Talon, again, it's very important for them to find
Dire's
this early
bottom
start.
tower is under
Their
attack.
lineup has to do a lot here early on.
Falling out.
Pop the early God Strength. See if they find someone. Tossback is there, so not going to keep that chase. Overall, just a farming usage here for Akashi. Which you are more than happy to kind of find anyway on the Sven. Wisdom Rune, no fancy exchanges here, just a 1-for-1 in the end. You are about to hit level 6 in WS, which should lead to that push time you were looking for from the DK. And Chuen does have the maxed out Edict, so you can start to think about just shoving in mid if you get space to do so. Love the wards from YG, really good deep wards, watching this bounty rune, watching the camps being cleared out. So they've always got good reach, and Zarain can always be a nuisance here. No wards to protect from Talon here. Wards a little bit offset onto the left side of this camp, of this map instead. Have that slow siege coming out from WS with the dragon form up, so you have a slow siege coming in. Ponyo's connecting now as well with the Nether Blast. They can look to just find this tier 1 bot, give space out for Akashi up top. Which you are doing. Nether Blast out. The dragon form still has half duration left. You'll be able to do some considerable damage onto this objective.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid being shoved in a little bit. Zarain again keeping eyes out. Does find a regen rune. So not going to be able to give that out to Chuen. No rune control at all for Talon. Which kind of comes back to the support duo, right? The Jokam can do something, but Ponyo cannot really cope to pressure. Bot tier 1 down to 200 HP. So a little bit, one last shove in should find that safe objective here. But you don't mind on YG again. You're getting so much space out for Ha. He is bottom network core, but not by a significant margin. Right behind Chuen. Considering how Chuen's game started, that's pretty good to be at on CS of Darkseer. Bot tier 1 does fall. You don't care, it's a Terrorblade. You can jungle relatively early. And that he will. Level 3 on the Conjure image. So he's got all the illusions in the world to just clear out these camps. Talon, no real forward word to scout that out. They are rotating with Chuen just a little bit, but not going to find anything bot. We'll find just a bounty instead to top up with. See if they can land this connection. They will find Zarain. They should have the damage for this. And he will melt. Now they've got the push potential. Fortify is there to stall. But you've got Pugna Lesh. This is going to be a very fast push here from Talon's end. All they have to do is pop the Edict, pop the Decrep, and you're very happy in Chuen. Nether Blast as well, and that's tier 1 tower just gone. They will look for the follow through though. Do manage to drop the wall, vacuum back onto Chuen as well. They don't manage to get the RP, they manage to get the split Urt on top, and Young PH falls. All that tension after the tower falls with no punish. Pretty massive win for Talon, 3-7. A lot of free space for Akashi. Dipping into that enemy triangle, finds the stacks. Has the God Strength plus Mask of Madness, so can get all that free farm flowing into the Sven's way. Ha! No real options to counteract here. And they'll be satisfied with a win camp. We'll get into it. Again, Talon off to a great start. We've got some early timings already. Chuen with the Yules, which I do like. Just a little bit of save for all of that control here. Starting to drop a little bit low to the Ancients, but too low to the Ancients. Okay. It's okay, Chuen. You can back off. What timings are we looking for on Yangon? Echo Saber for Young PH or Blink is up. One of those is going to be the Blink, so he's got the Blink Skewer back, the Blink RP ready. And that's when this combination really ties in, right? Like Vac Wall, RP, Avalanche Toss as well into such a tight spot is pretty big. So your Wombo combo is a lot more confident on YG than it is on Talon. Talon, though, will go for the smoke play out. Don't believe that was caught by the ward just yet.
Now you're just showing
These are all
off.
illusions. They will find Young PH down mid, and they might be able to find Kish. They've got the blink up. Managed to get the Dragon Tail. Bushwhack as well with a sharpshooter. Can oh yes, they do. Right in the nick of time before that Sunder can come in. Kish falls. Talon, with their own blink timing, play the pickoff games. Quite nice.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
And YG lagging a bit behind. With Kish dying. This is, again, the tempo that you're looking for from Talon. Mass disconnects from the side of YG, so it looks like a little bit of a connection issue for them. Rather unfortunate. Let's see if they reconnect fast enough. Hopefully, this is just an internet interruption for YG. And hopefully it's something they can reconnect to with a backup ISP. Being from Myanmar poses its own challenges, of course. There's a lot going on in the ground in Myanmar. So hopefully, again, the YG boys, they're all great guys. Like, I've hung out with them. They're really nice and humble. In fact, a lot of players in Southeast Asia on CR in person. These guys are... They're fantastic guys. They played a great game one, of course, but again, we'll see if this reconnection comes in. And there's the reconnect. So not too much, just a bit of an interruption. A little bit of a checking on the side of YG. But Talon rocking in strong form for game 2. We have the go-aheads. They are grouping up for top. Good siege can come out here. There is that blink for Young PH to reveal, and he will show it onto... Well, he doesn't find Ponyo. A little bit of a whiff. That's a blink reveal gone. Sharpshooter does not connect either. We'll be able to get some D wards, I'm sure. So not going to be able to do as much here for Talon. Talon just off to split into the other lanes. YG will need a little bit more time. Although, again, Young PH with a blink. Oh, does not find the blink RP, and now Young PH stuck in the middle. RP does come in. Life drains out as well, and they will try to melt Chuen, but he's got the damage. Kish in the middle. No Sunder opportunity. Freezing Field from Lun is good to hold back, but they've got the top up now for Chuen with Ponyo. Although the wall, the vac wall is in. But Chuen's still happy. His illusions can't damage him with their own burn. Ponyo will melt. Can they find Chuen? Doesn't look like they can. Akashi comes in instead. They'll clean up the sides. Lun, Zarain falling down. And Kish and Hao, the only survivors. Maybe not going to be looking for that siege onto the tier 2s just yet. But they do manage to bail out. Chuen gets the reset. And a lovely fight for Talon. YG just not landing these big initiations they're looking for in Young PH. A little bit trickier than you'd expect. For the Magnus. And Talon. 7k lead at 14 minutes in. Off to a fantastic start so far here in game number 2. Let's see if they can keep that up. As again, last time around, it was good for pretty much the entire game. Then one bad high ground fight kind of placed in a bad position. This game is somewhat the same story. Right? Like, this is a game where there's a little bit of a timer going. Sven versus Terrorblade. It's not the comfiest down the line. We'll smoke out in Talon. See if they find the angle they're looking for. Young PH would be a nice target along with Kish. They're grouping at the right spot here. Dragon form is down. Just need someone to dip outside. Young PH will take a peek. And he blinks right onto them. They've got the chain stuns, the bushwhack. Jokam will clean up.
You don't even have anything interesting.
At the very least, Kush is not affected by that at all. But that will open up the bot siege now for Chuen. Got the Arcane Rune. Diabolic Edict ready to go, and Ponyo hanging in the sidelines as well. Again, this is the strength of Talon's draft. The push does not take too long. They force out the Fortify. And Talon... Well, it doesn't take too long to get this done. Kaya up now as well for Chuen. Some more damage coming through, and that is a tier 2 tower to go for free. Down mid, they will find WS. WS trying to solo push by himself does get punished. The tier 2 for DK might not be the worst thing in the world for Talon to trade. Still a nice pickup here for YG feed off of. And now they'll try to attempt onto that mid tier 1. First tier 1 tower for them to start sieging on. They've got the Metamorphosis up as well. Is Talon keen on the defense? Doesn't look like it. Although the TPs are starting to come in. Tower is still set to fall. Good positioning here out from the side of YG. It's a little bit slower overall. Avalanche does manage to connect onto Jokam. That's going to be a massive streak. He does manage to jump away, but Lun will find with Frostbite. Don't manage to get anything else just yet. It's a massive streak to give out with a tier 1. Talon looking for the wraparound play here. Akashi's ready to go. It'll just clear out the creep wave. Force a response back. Akashi, oh, the jump forward with the blink. God form as well, and the damage is insane. Kish, though, allowed to just play how he wants and back. Does have the Sunder. Will Sunder onto Akashi, but it's not enough to save fully. It's Kish just being chased down with Chuen's damage. They'll find one more. Ha now left for the cleanup. And Saw Reigns, the sole survivor for YG. So Talon with a good flank. Baiting out with Chuen. It's a lot of work here. There's a ward watching all of this movement from Talon. So Zarain could have thought about doing something cheeky, but maybe a little bit too cheeky up front.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ponyo. Tossed up. Gonna be free food for the side of YG. Not the big kill you're really looking for here on YG. Talon again. Start to hit their early spikes. BKB coming out for Chuen. We've got a BKB forming up for Akashi with the disassembly play on the Echo Saber.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Not able to look at the mid tier 2 just yet, or the top tier 2. They've got control of the map. They've got all the waves shoving in their favor except top. They've still got the tier 1 bot. They've still got their tier 1 top. Suppose Young PH could get to work on that tier 1 by himself. Just trying to find what farm he can. Going for the Echo Saber now. On that mag. Like seeing the Yules on Jokam has been a highly disruptive hoodwink this game. So they do have some ways of stopping. Like say a Yules on the blink in of the mag is going to be available now as well. And the Echo Saber or the BKB for Akashi, I believe, is flying out. This assembly play should secure him that spell immunity here, or debuff immunity. Watching Roshan, looks like they are aware on the side of YG this could be the big play. Good ward spotting out front, but D wards from Kish will take care of that with Zarain Sentry. Alright, they can force this. Metamorphosis up. They can look for that tier 1. Jumping from Akashi just goes straight for the front line, but the back line, the RP only connects onto one Chuen. Still has to use the save. Kush can't get off the Sunder. He's gone. They will find Chuen. That's something. But you've lost 2 already. Zarain set to go after Lun as well in the side. Zarain gonna be perfectly fine. Blinks. They will find Zarain, and WS will find it. With a Breed Fire. 4 for 1, and this time around they don't even find the tier 1 tower. Talon with the jump in. Akashi with the insanity of jumping forward onto that Terrorblade with the back of Jokam. Just knowing that he'll be taken away from the RP picture. The RP only connects onto 1, which is surprising. They were stuck by the tree line. Felt like Young PH could have found a little bit more in the RP. Only finds 1. Even then, Chuen with a quick Yule still manages to pop out a lot of damage in the middle there. Ward's still spotting. Jokam not able to get the D ward off. Will lose his sentry instead. Mass TP's down bot. Talon with a pressure. Not going to be able to find. Dust is out. Zarain trying to find a chase down, but Ponyo just being a little bit wasteful with time. Skewerback does not connect, but our Pugna should fall here. Or not. No! What? How does Ponyo get out of that? How does Ponyo get out of that? That is insane. Okay. Just good jukes. YG, well, it's a lot of time committed. Again, they still have some good defensive wards. Triangle ward will fade, and they still have this nice ramp ward by their bot jungle entrance. Good forward ward here to watch. Right by the top jungle, at the very least, so they have some good options here. Talon, full Bloodstone ready on Chuen, and they've got Roshan for free. And this is massive. 2 lives on Chuen. Akashi doesn't need a secondary life just yet. A Leshrac with 2 lives is massive. He uses that fresh mana pool so damn well. So I like seeing that coming out. Talon will need to start sieging on the other tier 2s. I think that's the one thing we need to look out for here. For Talon, really. Just more tier 2 shoves. Alright, back into it. Sorry about that. Smoke out from Talon. Akashi, Ponyo looking for some action here. Maybe a pick off into the tier 2 siege. Kish would be a massive target if they get that read on the left side of the map. Instead, can focus on that tier 2 mid directly. Rear flank from WS. Has a good angle here. But YG plays it safe. They know they can't really attempt with a secondary life on Chuen. We'll just go amp damage rune available as well for Talon to play with. Kish is split pushing where he can. They have really good high ground defense in YG, right? They've got RP, back wall, avalanche tossback. There's a lot to play for Talon and piercing the high ground here. So that could complicate matters for sure. Scan does connect. Zarain gonna be able to run off. Bushwhack does not connect. So they miss out on a potential freebie. WS still chasing, but not going to chase too far. Instead, they might look to collapse here. Akashi's on the low ground. Very awkward angles. Akashi's still in the awkward... Whoa, blink forward. Not going to find. Meanwhile, bot Zarain doing a great job of just creep cutting, preventing any sort of leverage onto the high ground here. Delaying as much as possible on the Aegis. Amp damage rune still bottled up by Chuen. Creep wave still being cut by the illusions of Kish. They've got a decent chunk of damage in them. So this is something that will hold off the push. Good delay tactics from YG. And that's all they need to do, right? There's no pressure for YG to play fast.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Just need to play their own game. Prevent Talon from looking for the rundown. Oh, blink, quick blink out from Ha. Zarain's there to back up. They're not going to overextend here on Talon's end. And now YG going for their own smoke play out. See if they find someone to connect onto. Chuen, Akashi, RP only onto the one. Yules is there to save as well, and Akashi's going to be perfectly fine. Young PH taken away in short order. Lund to follow through with a human sacrifice as well. And the high ground siege begins. No RP threat. Toss back threat is still there, but how are you going to toss back? Chuen with a quick Yules to save Akashi. Ensures that nothing comes out of that RP. Fortified to stall for time, but what more can you do here? Racks are set to fall. They're split pushing bot for WS, who can also tower siege as the DK quite nicely.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
And they'll just find One set of racks for free. Bot as well. Should go, no problems.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
at
under
25 minutes in, you're going to be 2
Radiant's
racks up
bottom
here
barracks
on
are under
Talon.
attack.
There's not much you can do here on YG. We'll go for the vac wall, but doesn't really clip on anyone. Chuan still fine. Toss back to nowhere. And they will just melt Zalrain.
Now you're just showing off.
We'll get some good damage off onto Chuan. But the decrep is there to save.
Radiant's bottom
Bot
barracks are
melee
gone.
racks will fall. You've got the skewer back potential and the harpoon play from Young PH. If he so wishes, but Rax has fallen. Ha does go for the for the deny. So at least taking away that gold from Talon's end. But Talon aren't even ready to reset fully. They're playing forward, take control of the triangle. Tier 2 tower, tier 2, well no, tier 3 top is really the last thing left. Can they find more? Ha was under vision for a moment. Doesn't manage to blink away, but Yules clips Ha. Tries to blink underneath. They will get the skewer back onto Ponyo. But is this really what you want? Does manage to get a little bit of a life drain going. Does not manage to get the decrep. But now Young PH is stuck in the middle of nowhere. On his own high ground. And Talon will get to town on the last set of racks. Buyback there from Ha. Does not have that wall, but does have at least a vac. But how do you set up on that? Toss up onto onto Akashi. Way too tanky. And Zalrain will fall as the rack starts to melt away as well. No ults to play with. And Zalrain survives at the least, but
Radiant's top barracks
can you
are
say that about
guaranteed.
anything else? Mega Creep's now fully up for Talon. 9 to 27, 24k lead. A cleaner showing for Talon here in game number 2. Toss back into the fountain, but WS has the Manta. Is able to disengage. And Zalrain will fall. We do manage to get the wall off onto WS. The DK illusion is annoying. But not much else beyond that. RP connects onto the 2, but don't get pulled back into the fountain. They do manage to find that kill with Chuan while the Aegis expired. So, Talon are going to have to go back and actually wait a little longer for this next game. Definitely not the way you want that to go for Talon.
Godlike.
Akashi just cleans up Young PH, no problem though. So at the least you have that.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
But they clean up Ponyo. Alright, so it's Akashi against the world. Is he really doing this? It's gonna TP away. Because that's a little bit crazy. I mean, they are mega creep stop. 1 tier 4 set to fall. A Roshan in about a minute we'll see the respawn timer. So there could be a moment for YG to actually look for Rosh first, but Talon should be up and running in full force by then. Should be able to consider the Roshan themselves.
Illusion.
And Talon still maintaining the 20k lead. Start to go back for those tier 4s with a quick and easy DK illusion push. No commitment necessary at all.
Radiant's middle tower is down for the count.
Chuan finds Lun. Nice freebie to find. Takes care of the bounty rune as well. Rather unfortunate for Lun. Talon 1 shove away. I don't see as much silliness to kind of contend with here for Talon. Just one last fight to pull off. The toss back is the big threat. Like if they get tossed back or skewer back into the fountain, that's trouble. Again, they always have this slow, steady push that you can let off with DK and Pugna. Very low committal onto tier 4s. Toss back is there onto WS. Don't have the skewer though. Back wall is nice, but Akashi comes in, not the care in the world, wants to find Kush. And Kush will fall without getting the Sunder off. RP from Young PH does not connect onto anything meaningful as well. And Talon will find Game 2 redemption for themselves here
Twice.
after a pretty subpar Game 2 result. So they do manage to find some good news for Talon. Again, Game 1 was pretty rough. But Game 2 looked a lot cleaner. The draft was really hooked up for this fast push. So they do manage to connect with that. They had really good lanes coming in. I expected a little bit more from YG's lanes. It felt like this Terrorblade and CM lane just didn't go off as well as you'd expect. And Talon does manage to take it rather convincingly. Game 1 was also somewhat the same story, but they got a little bit throwy. In teamfight, YG managed to manipulate that shortcoming quite nicely. And the side of Talon will force out Game 3. Again, these are all best of 3s until we get to the last series here. We'll see if we can see YG rally back. Talon, again, this is the Talon we were looking for. This is the Talon we saw in Game 1, but kind of go a little bit too ham. See if they can maintain this into Game 3 and have a steady ride in the upper bracket here for PGL Wallachia Season 1. I'll catch you in a few after a short break.
Also the commotion, get ready for explosion, we rolling. Also the commotion, get ready for explosion, we rolling.
You know that you control me. Guilty self-affliction. Prey on me when I'm lonely. And I'm your willing victim. My friends already told me, but I don't wanna listen. 'Cause I love the way you hold me. And I don't need a reason. 'Cause I don't wanna be.
Radiant's turn to ban.
All right, welcome back. We are back for game number 3 here of Talon versus YG. Talon managed to take game 1 in highly convincing fashion in comparison to what happened there in game number 1. So let's see what Talon can do, or what YG can do to kind of rally here if they want to bring this up. Thank you for the sub, Heart. Sorry, that just came out now. I don't know where that
10
is.
seconds remaining. Radiant's ban.
Let's see. Ban out the Morphling and the Shadow Demon still in Talon, so keeping up with the respect bans.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
YG with a Bat Rider and a Doom.
Radiant's turn to ban.
And a Timbersaw.
10 seconds remaining.
What else
5
is there?
seconds
Centaur is still in the pool. DK perhaps?
Dyer's ban.
DK does feel like a pretty big pickup for Talon to play with. So let's find out.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
The Razor banned out as well for YG, and the DK is banned out by Talon instead. They will start with the Leshrac for Chuen.
Dyer's turn to ban.
And the Mars does come out for YG, so Hao does get his Mars. So, a little bit interesting, they give the Mars away instead of taking it for WS, which I feel like is probably his best hero in all the years we've watched WS. This is pretty big for YG, having the Mars. What are the next bans here? Life Sealer taken out. What's next for Talon?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
Once you have a Mars, maybe a Hoodwink ban could be nice. Maybe a Rubik ban as well could be big for Talon, unless they want to pick up either one for Jurocam again. We'll see.
Radiance ban.
Alright. You take care of that Rubik, so take care of the Rubik Mars combination here. YG for their part. You see the Lesh. Do you want to give away the Pugna again? I feel like the Pugna actually
10
played a big
seconds
part
remaining.
from Ponyo. Like the life
5
drain
seconds,
into Chuen did a lot of work here. And that quick push again was pretty massive for Talon to play with. So I think that could be the safest bet.
Dyer's choice.
They will take care of the Bane instead, and they'll take the Pugna on their end for YG. So Pugna's starting to resurface. A Pugna Mars lane is not the worst in the world, honestly. That is a pretty playable lane. I don't think that's
10
too
seconds
rough
left.
to play with.
5 seconds remaining. Dyer's choice.
Elder Titan.
It will go to ET on Talon's end. So ET is pretty massive. This is something we know Ponyo plays extremely well. So I don't mind that too much.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
What's going to be next for Talon? Like, they've got to show a WS hero or the support duo here right now. Feels like they don't have the best answers just yet for the Pugna Mars, honestly. I don't think ET is like the best answer for all of that. We'll go with a Sven. Sven into Mars is pretty alright for Sven. I will say the prep does feel like it's going to be more annoying here for Akashi, so the decrep can kind of ruin your output here, just as a disarming tool. But you normally go BKB anyway in Sven, so
5 seconds.
so there is that at the very least.
Radiance pick.
Get the clockwork out for a YG now.
Ten seconds left.
Clockwork out for YG. Clockwork Mars lane is
5 seconds.
decent.
Boss.
There's a lot of rundown potential there.
Dyer's pick.
It can be annoying for the Sven.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Wind Ranger for YG means I really don't like that. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a Kush hero or if it's going to be Young PH. Either way, I don't think the Wind Ranger is
10
great.
seconds remaining.
That hero does not feel fantastic.
5 seconds remaining.
It can be annoying for Sven, okay? So to be fair, Wind Ranger is annoying for Sven to kind of try to chase down. So you have that. you do have that, so this is annoying for Sven at very least. We'll find out what position they'd want to put this down on. I think can be a little bit, I don't know, like if it's mid, I don't believe in it. If it's off, if it's safe, I still don't believe in it. So let's see, Talon will pick up the Brewmaster, so that should just be our Chuen Lesh and then a WS Brewmaster. That's a good answer for Wind Ranger. She doesn't get the undispellable wind run until later on, so you do have like everything you need here for Talon to kind of take care of the Wind Ranger. And
10 seconds left.
I don't know what you last pick for Talon, unless you go something weird like, say, Jokam, Lesh, Ponyo, ET. I think that works. And you last pick a mid. So you can do that here for Talon if you wanted.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
See what the pickups are for Talon. Now we're taking their time for these bans into picks. They ban out the Medusa. What else matchup does Sven does not enjoy? I'd say Lena is still annoying. Morphling is already banned out. Maybe Lifestealer.
Dire's choice.
They ban out the Faceless Void instead, so they don't want to be dealing with that. They don't really have saves for Faceless Void anyway. Hey, Stinky. Yeah.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright. What's the last pick? Is it going to be a support or a Chuen mid? I think you have both options here.
Radiant's pick.
Lion.
And they go with the Lion. Alright, so we get the Ponyo ET, the Jokam Lion. I like this combination. It is another way of pumping in mana to Lesh, not really saves for Leshrac though.
10 seconds remaining.
So you're not going to have as much save for Chuen here, but the sustain for the mana for the damage is there. Yangon, what's it going to be for safe lane here? What options do you have left? There is Terrorblade again if you want to that. I think Terrorblade into Brewmaster line lane is maybe not as nice though. Lifestealer is an option, and I think Lifestealer kind of messes with Talon really bad, but it's also banned. My bad. Luna is there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're looking for here. Let's see what YG will take for Kish now. I don't see many options. I see the Terrorblade, but Terrorblade into Line Lesh is a lot worse. And ET. It's way worse. You don't have Lifestealer, you don't... You have some weird stuff like Slark, Ursa. Slark into Lesh can be annoying. Ursa can be okay. They go with Weaver instead, so...
Let's see how it plays
It's pretty interesting. Weaver did get slightly touched up, but I believe Maelstrom was nerfed. So, rather interesting draft here for Game Tree. We'll see how it goes for either side. Of course, both teams looking to stay here in the upper bracket for the Wallachia Qualifiers Season 1. So we'll see if they can kind of trudge true on either side. I will have to say, a young PH mid Mars, a Haw Wind Ranger off. Mars versus Lesh is, I believe Armel calls that 50-50. I would still lean towards a Lesh, but it's not unplayable. for Mars, so there is play here for young PH. Wind Ranger Pugna lane sounds pretty garbage. Not gonna lie. That, I guess Decrep into Power Shot is pretty nice. I don't think you can stop a Sven though. So Akashi should just reform. This is definitely a little bit more execution heavy for both sides. So there is a lot more you're gonna have to do here for either one. We'll find out. As we will go into game number 3 here. Gonna be a rather interesting game. Could get into it quite nicely.
Everyone ready to win?
Get into it. Again, Talon's draft looks pretty well stitched together. I really don't like Wind Ranger here for Ha. There's a lot of pressure on young PH to do all the work here in terms of setting up these team fights, find these openings down the line in the big 5v5s. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to play. Young PH is learning all the wrong words, obviously.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
See how it goes. Talon still has the smoke, looking for the aggressive flank. There is vision there dropped by the side of YG. Talon's not been able to jump across, just take the outpost, the Watcher, and go back. These forward wards from YG should still allow them some play, though. I mean, that's a good ward to drop. Should end up being a 2 for 2. Although, could try to be sneaky on Ha. See if he will be sneaky. Oh, Ponyo might not be able to get that safe rune, so it could be a 3 for 1 start
Watch
here.
your flanks.
Looks like it should be. No, it's still a 2 for 2. Alright. Not too much excitement there, Ponyo.
Get out there.
Not too much extra attack damage to plonk onto Ha. We'll get a couple of hits nonetheless, which is nice. We'll take a look this top lane first. Ha on the off lane, Wind Ranger along with Zarain on the Pugna. Again, this lane's very awkward. You can play with Power Shot into Decrep. That is one way to play. And Decrep onto Sven is annoying for Akashi. But I don't know about this overall. You have to be very execute heavy on YG to play this lane. Whereas for Talon, it's a lot more straightforward. Akashi can just keep clearing out the waves with a greater cleave once he has that. Ponyo can just be annoying in backline on this squishy Pugna. Nothing to really stop him. Zarain did opt for level 1 Nether Blast. Look at this. Ponyo does not care. He's got them both down to half HP. Sure, Ponyo's going to cop a lot of damage in exchange. But he knows it's Wind Run level 1. He's got a salve ready to go. He's going to be healing up. Ponyo's more than happy with that. Like, this is what you hope for on Elder Titan. Fully topped up. Coming back in, looking to waste resources. Plus 49 damage, basically a double damage. And just zone them out. Give Akashi this space he needs for the first few levels. He's having a decent time in Sven. Not exactly a free farm lane. Ha is doing a great job with the space given from Zarain. But Ponyo just is putting in so much work. Going for the next set of tangos to just sustain true. Has the stick up. See how the other lanes are going though. Down mid you have Chuen on that Lesh once more. Up against young PH on the Mars. This is a lot easier for Chuen, of course. A little bit tougher for young PH to play. But not unplayable. You can always play with God's Rebuke and the Spear back to clear out the waves. So you're not completely out of farm here. It is harder to sustain from the harassment of Chuen. I'm wondering how well they can contest these runes on YG down the line. It's going to be a big factor. Down bot, getting a little bit aggressive onto Jokam. They do have a lot of output here with Kish. WS can only do so much to hold them back. Jokam Does have the Hex up now at the very least, but still dropping to this Weaver. And Jokam actually manages to survive somehow. No mana left, but not gonna die.
Dyer's courier just
So
got
no
put
first
down.
blood yet. Yeah, this bot lane is probably the best lane for the side of YG. You've got a lot of output on Weaver. You've got a lot of good damage coming out with the Geminate.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
And you can't do as much here for Jokam. Right, like, he's gonna have to expend a lot of money as well to keep these sentries going, to punish Kish. So this is where YG has the most play in the laning phase. See how much they can pull out of this one. Kish having a relatively decent time, not amazing, mind you. The WS is still having a little bit more, but not being slowed down too badly. Like this movement out from Young PH, shove out the wave, grab the bounty. Manages to steal that away for himself as well. Chuan can't really do much to stop that. Down bot, you are dropping low again on Jokam. But again, not quite enough to kill him off. Has his own stick, so can survive through a little bit better. And WS still allowed to just burn through. Like, this Cinder Brew level 2 is a lot of output. You have to respect that on Kish. Jokam. No early boots on Lun, I think, is holding back this clock. That's the main reason they're not able to be as aggressive. They can't really gap close as comfortably. Even with the 20 MS that Clockwork has on top, it's still not fast enough, you know, to take care of the line.
Money changes.
So that is the inherent challenge right now. Young PH doing a great job to equalize the mid lane. Already have the Urn up and running on WS at the very least. So you do have that. Top lane. It is slower for farm for Ha, but they are applying some decent pressure onto Akashi, although he's just playing with stacks. He's got greater cleave level 2. He can clear out these early stacks quite nice. Does need maybe a little bit more regen on hand, but no one can really sneak behind and punish. And Ponyo's free to soak up his own
Now
XP.
you've got my attention.
They will eventually find Jokam down bot, so they will find that punish. It's something that they've been looking for a while here on the side of YG, finally getting that play on their more aggressive bot lane. And that is a pretty big boon. Chuen just gets shoved away. Does go for the 0-3-2 once more, so he can apply pressure onto that tower. Should be able to get a bottle refill as well with Jokam's death. And he will. Nice easy bot refill. We're quite happy there. Still staying around mid. Jokam wants to play. No vision to spot out the line. 6-man rune is coming up. That is something they'll gun for on both sides. Lun chasing out a little bit. Does have brown boots, so it is easier to catch out Jokam. No room to really leave top either here for Ponyo. Gonna be a 50-50 in the runes then.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking
No
so
direct
great.
control from either side. Who gets lucky? It's gonna be Chuen. Amplify damage rune as well. All you could probably ask for on that Lush. So a nice easy shove in onto the mid is lined up for Jokam. Going for the D ward, but might pay with his life. And it looks like he will. Oh, does manage to get the Earth Spike onto 2, but is still set to fall. Is he? Yeah. Kish will find it.
Your life's in tatters.
So 2-0 going the way of YG, off to an early start for that Weaver. Rotation onto mid. Trying to find Chuen, but can't really counterplay here because he doesn't have the split Earth. Doesn't really manage to shove in mid as hard as he'd want to as well. 400 HP off, which is nice, not significant. Young PH does have Arena already, so they can collapse onto this position quite nicely. Top lane has gotten a lot of room out as well for the
Radiant
recovery of
buildings are
Ha.
fortified.
Akashi is just opting to play on the side with camps. And overall, very even start. A slight lead coming out for Chuen overall, but yeah, Kish is very, very closely behind. And the Weaver is really the big question mark here, right? Because this Weaver feels like it hits so much harder now. Despite nerfs to the Maelstrom Mjolnir, Weaver got
Dire's top
nicely
tower is
buffed
looking so great.
early on, so there's some good output. Almost feels necessary to get like the blink on Jokam this game. See if that's something he can find. It does go for the smoke play with WS. They're looking to collapse onto the mid. Lun looking to try to break that smoke. Akashi left alone up top to be run down by Haw. Big kill for YG to find. Talon still committing onto this mid. They want young PH. They don't manage to. They do manage to get the Cinder Brew. They don't manage to burn it. Can they still? No, they don't manage to burn it. And that's just going to be mid siege. All that movement for the mid tier 1 is nice, but not finding a kill does hold them back. And again, losing Akashi is pretty big. Akashi, there's some good forward vision here from YG to punish. Already getting the early movement out from Kush as well to clear out that top tier 1. So much better back and forth from YG. Talon losing couriers left, right, and center. Zalrain sniping quite nicely. Need more time here. You don't have that full Mask of Madness up on Akashi just yet. And that's really holding them back from the presence of the Sven. Meanwhile, for YGM, this has been a free game for Kish. This Weaver is going to be massive. Jokam and Ponyo have sacrificed a lot of EXP. As well, like line 6 feels pivotal here. Just to look for these burst plays onto the Weaver while it's rather susceptible to that kind of play. At least you've got the split ready in WS, and he is still looking for an earn charge, which has been sitting at 0 since the pickup. See if they start to find something. Zalrain, nah, spear back to save. Lun still being chased down by WS, does have battery assault to stall. And Talon not able to find anything. They're not able to find the pickups here just yet. It's just good dodges coming out here from YG. Talon just don't have that control. Not until you have maybe the blink up on Jokam, which again is a little bit of a pipe dream this game. Get the entrapment on WS, not going to be able to pop that primal split either. And now here comes the rest of the army. Jokam set to fall. The Decrep power shot is so much damage. And Talon 5-0 right now. Not in a good spot. Not able to leverage push outside of mid, and still needs so much more time to soak. And Ponyo's trying to soak into the 6.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
With these levels up,
Now's not a good
with
time
Weaver
to attack
plus
the Dire.
Pugna, the siege does not take long
Dire's
here
bottom tower is
from the
looking
side
so
of
great.
YG. WS does have that split ready, but again, we've seen the effect of the clockwork there. Battery assault just ruins your attempt to try to split, trying to give Chuen some room to farm as well. Going straight for the Kaya into the BKB. No Yules this time around here. Akashi has room to farm, and again, his kill still keeping up in net worth at least. So, he's number 2 overall with that lead you have here for Kish is starting to grow. 500 gold ahead. Pretty nice spot to be in. Blunt immediately spotted out. Should be able to find Jokam. Just gets deleted by Young PH with the God's Rebuke. They still have the arena ready as well. Can he actually kill off Lun in time? It looks like they might be able to. They will. 1 for 1 so far. Barely have enough left for WS to survive, but he will. They get the
Dire's
deny
bottom
off
tower
as
just
well.
got denied. Radiant's
So
bottom
Talon's
tower
first
is
kill
looking so
onto a
great.
support clock, not the best. Still trading away Jokam as well, but take what you can get. Zalrain. They've got the split earth ready now. No mana, but should have the damage here. If they can keep up. Blood Grenade does fly out. They don't manage to. Okay. So they really are not finding anything. And YG are setting up in game tree quite well. Like, this is not the kind of tempo that you tend to see from Talon. YG certainly making these picks work. They're just so hard to pin down. Like, the team fight for Talon hinges on either a big Earth Spike or a big Echo Stomp. And Echo Stomp is very unreliable. Earth Spike is pretty reliable, but you don't have, like, gap closing here for Jokam just yet. Blink is a pipe dream for this Lion at this moment. It's going to be hard to find any of that. Full Spirit Vessel up for WS is pretty nice. See if they can leverage that on Talon's end. I think your big timing here is going to have to be Jokam, Blink, Chew, and BKB, along with maybe a WS or item or Blink. This is what you're going to be looking for on Talon. And to give Akashi all of the space as well. This Fen needs Echo Saber Blink into BKB. Try to get that going. They are trying to smoke up on Talon, or at least just run down to Ha, but Windringe is not going to stay too long. Could look for the push, but they're ready for the initiation here in YG. Although they are smoked onto bot, they will still steal away these stacks. With Young PH, massive win for YG again. Talon are just going to have to hard commit onto this tier 1. Pop the God Strength to ensure that. Might be able to find Zarain. So a nice small pickup for them to find. Not the biggest. Blink now up for Young PH off of clearing those stacks away. In exchange for tier 1, you're happy here on YG. Lead does drop a little bit, but you managed to take away some of the economy of Talon that they were trying to build up. You've got all of this initiation in the world with the Blink and Hook Shot ready to go for Young PH and Lun. Pings out. They know Chu Wen's alone. This would be a massive kill, and it's not going to take them long to find it with the Blink and the Hook Shot. TP's coming in, though. Ponyo trying to save. Oh, the hook does not connect. Somehow. And they're not able to go for the Blink in either. They're forced to back off on YG. A little bit shaky. Lun will TP away, but nah. Stormhammer is there. Young PH, everyone else being held back. Stomp is there. Right in time. Should be able to find that pesky Mars. Jokam will take it for the finger stack. 2 for nothing. And Talon were the ones to respond one by one. YG were not ready. Missing out on that hook shot from Lun cost them a lot on YG. And Talon, they get 2 kills. Up to 6-4 now. Mid being siege though. And you've got Nether Blast. Nice steady siege like this. Doesn't take too long. Should be able to find that objective. Nice take there for YG. See if Talon can kind of group up for the punishment. Not going to be able to jump onto that Weaver. But are still in this general vicinity. Really strong timing from Kish though. And when that full Maelstrom up is pretty massive. WS just runs into the middle. Does have the split and is going to be splitting up. So they will find Zarain. WS still trying to chase down this Weaver. Does get the Tornado off and the Stomp is there as well. They managed to get this Rock Toss, did they? Yeah, they did. But no follow through. Down mid, Spear back does not connect onto Jokam. And here comes Akashi cleaning through Lun. Battery Salt to save the day. He's going to be able to run away for now, but Chu Wen, no, hands it over to Akashi. Spear back Arena does connect, but where's the follow through here? That's Arena down with no real
top tower is under attack.
gains for the side of YG and Talon. I'm going to be more than happy to just pull back and reset. Finger coming out in half a minute, still chasing onto Young PH. Got the Ignite off. You are melting on Jokam with a life drain, but not enough to kill him. He actually survives. Goes away from the Maelstrom. They will find Chu Wen. They will find Jokam. Ha still alive. Will be able to find the Invis Rune, but Spirit Vessel does connect. That's going to be one more coming out for WS now. Kish trying to chase. If he finds that kill into WS, that would be a massive cleanup. Instead, it'll go on to Ponyo. WS, don't give them the chance here. Walks back in. Hookshot does not connect again. So a 2 for 3 for YG, but I suppose that works out for Talon, all things considered. Managed to find some good punish. They do get punished hard themselves. But that is inching Chu Wen closer to his BKB, about 600 gold away. Start to line up onto these timings now. 9-8. Game has equalized by a fair bit. Talon going for the smoke up top.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Oh, God's Strength pop. Young PH would have been bigger pickoff, but they'll just go for Zal'Ran. Can they? Oh, they got the Hex on Young PH. Spearback does connect, but doesn't hold them out too long. Blink gonna come off cooldown for Akashi. And we'll take the gate across Akashi. Blink? No, does not sense it. We'll go through the gate as well, though. Young PH hanging back, looking for the arena opportunity. Lun already gone. And Akashi still comes in, still finds Young PH. Arena's forced out, spearing out Chuwen. And they lose Young PH. 9-11. And Talon in full force now. Taking control of this game. Finds one more on Hao. Jokam. Just walking up, finds that. Trying to drain through WS. Too slippery. Stormhammer comes in. Zal'Ran's not long for this world. Great Earth Spike from Jokam. Talon just cleaned them up one by one. 9-3 now. 9-13 now. 4K up. BKB for Chuwen flying in now. Akashi, his career did die, and I believe that's his BKB ready for this assembly play. When Biz back up. No split on WS, so staying around here could be trouble, but they'll still stick here. Hookshot does connect onto Chuwen, but he's got the BKB. He's standing forward. He should be able to find Lun. They've got the split Earth as well. Oh, Chuwen still dies. Blade Mail reflecting damage back is enough, and the Spear to connect with the damage as well. And that's the fresh BKB chart of Chuwen. So good punish for YG to find. Talon a little bit hasty without having Akashi around. And without the split of WS. A little bit keen. YG understanding their timing, knowing that Talon has longer to wait here. Does set up nicely. This Blade Mail pickup on Lun is massive as well. Just allows so much to be reflected back on the Lesh. She does not like going for Eternal Shroud nowadays. Could be viable here though, to be fair. See if that's something Chuwen will consider. Smoke out from Talon over these runes. See if the 20-minute rune is kind. It does not. It is amplified damage down bot. So it looks like that should go the way of Chuwen. So he will walk his way down. And Talon could set up for another opportunity here. YG are still grouped up down mid. Maybe find a straggler on the side first. Zal'Ran did show for a moment, but it's a little bit speedy. Kashi just lacking a little bit more for the BKB recipe, about 100 gold off, and then he's going to be ready to disassemble that Echo Saber now as well. Zal'Ran. Fine. Akashi. I want to get this backline jump. There is a smoke on smoke scenario. Arena does connect onto Chuwen. They trap the Lesh. Where's the follow through to? BKB still pops on. Amp damage is there, and Kish does manage to time lapse away. Is going to survive. 1 for 1 in the support so far. Buyback out from Lun. They will try to clean up Zal'Ran. Should be able to find him. Get Young PH pinned down as well. We'll be able to clean up Ponyo. Kish, his damage is crazy. They will find WH Hao in the end, but Kish still trying to run. Oh, that Gleipnir! It will punish Akashi WS now. Trying to get something going here. Does not get the crits he wants. Onto Young PH. Lun up against WS. WS still playing like a madman. Lun still melting. Where are those crits? There it is. And should burn out, and WS does come out on top. The only winner of that fight is WS. That's literally everyone. That's 5 heroes on YG if you want to count the dieback. Early dieback out. WS sustaining true. Has the Radiance. A little bit unfortunate for Akashi. Really great Gleipnir turnaround there from Kish. But overall, Talon still Managed to find everything they want here. Haste rune up top, not spotted by either side just yet. And Akashi does have his BKB. So it should be a little bit different in this next fight coming to it. WS with a Radiance is starting to be a massive problem up front. And Talon. They've still got a minor lead here, but can't count YG out. BKB coming out for Ha. Into what looks to be perhaps the Diffusal into Disperser, which can be very impactful up against Chuen on the Leshrac. Fish has his own BKB starting to form up. Young PH has his BKB. He's had it for, what, that last fight? No, didn't manage to pop it. Still has it. So, fresh charge. Roshan is open, though. Scouted by the Flare. Talon will still make their way down. YG has the option to fight in. Again, they've got Arena, they've got Hookshot. They can be very disruptive in this. Talon will actually move back. Respecting that counterplay. They will smoke now on Talon's end. See what angle they manage to find here. YG being very cautious as well. Sense that a fight will break out instead. They are constantly checking Roche. Be a good intercept near the river for either side. Low ground for the side of YG. They will instantly lose Leon. So no hook shot. Zarain getting some forward wards instead. Earth Spike does not connect. Oh, the Hex does not connect either. Does Talon only get away with one? They aren't in Roshan, and I don't know if this boosts their confidence in the Roche either. God Strength was popped. Kind of need to wait out a little bit longer. And Talon, for their part, well, they've got the full Bloodstone up on Chuen. So he's a very happy boy. Lots to sustain now. For our Leshrac. Again, Roshan is still up, but probably need to wait for the next God Strength from Akashi, who is going for the Ags. For Yangon, Ha is going for Dragonlance first, so we're not going for Diffusal Disperser here, which I think kind of kites around his fin really nice too. Kish still going for that BKB, not quite there yet. And Roche is now north side, so Talon can try for it. Smoke out from YG though. They've got the good flank, and the vision Lun is provides a lot of context clues. No smoke from Talon. Chuen's right up front. They've still got that Blink Arena here. Play it cautiously. See if they can flank. Got a ward watching from Talon. They instantly find Lun. Godstrand popped by Kashi. Take care of Lun ASAP. Can they find more? Chokam? Just gonna get run down with a focus fire. But it will kill off Zarain. Still hunting for more Ha. Ha hiding the tree. Oh yes, Stormhammer connects. And that should allow Talon to finally go into the Roche. 3 for 1. Roshan not gonna take too long with the damage they have here. Secondary life for Chuen would be nice. And they established themselves back with a 5k lead here on Talon's end. YG doing the smart thing, just cutting waves with young PH. Preventing any immediate push from kicking in. Kashi has to go back and do that as well for his team. Still one forward set of creeps though. So you're not going to be able to translate this into an objective off the back, but respawns are also fairly short. So you do have that going for you here. Arena out, does connect only onto Jokam. Chuan is fine up front. And will manage to isolate WS, but Akashi just comes in. We'll get the healing off. Ha is stuck in the middle. Don't manage to get the split off from WS. A massive streak going to Ha before he dies. And he will pin down Chuan as well, but he has Aegis plus BKB. Akashi looking to kill off these Squisher heroes first. 2 for 2 so far. Buyback out. They want to follow through with this fight on YG. They managed to get the pin on Chuan. Doesn't manage to get the BKB off just yet. Still standing forward. Chuan taking his time on that BKB use. Will eventually pop it with a Bloodstone, and young PH, not long for this world, will fall. Kish still playing tag here. Let's get the Gleipnir off, but the hammer flies in from Akashi. And Superman comes in to save the day with the Yags up. So that's what, another dieback? Well, Zarain's not dead, but that is 5 for 2. 5 for 2, 5 for 3 here for the side of town. 5 for 2, not including the Aegis. Town should have that opening now to start the siege. And you are seeing the output of this Weaver skyrocket. This Weaver does a lot of damage up front. So does this Wind Ranger if you do let her to play her game. It's just the initiations from Young PH have not been the cleanest. Mind you, it's not the easiest game either to find that angle, but it is tough. You manage to get a nice control off onto Ha, and it's another kill. Coming here for Talon. Should lead into that siege, although Chuan is still a ways away from following through onto the tier 2 committal. Kashi will just get started with the God Strength popped.
Temporary invulnerability, Radiant side.
Not too much to care about here for the Sven.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Still shoving in mid as well. WS does get caught in the hook, but they aren't able to really follow through. They might be able to find Jokam. He is melting so fast. And they will kill him off, but Zarain goes with a dieback. Kish does get clipped by the stone. Will pin down Akashi at the least. They will tornado up Kish. Split Earth does connect, and that's going to be a dead Weaver now on top of everything else. Arena does not help the cause here from Young PH. The stone throws are still coming from WS. Does manage to pick up the bounties, but the stone throws are there once more. Young PH forced to TP away. Does not make it. Chuan finds it. 18 to 32 Talon with the 14k lead. Setting themselves up now for the high ground. Should be able to start onto some of these tier 2s first. With a push they have. Not much to hold back Talon. Again, they've done a great job just splitting up. Jokam just grabs his attention away with that movement forward earlier. And Talon now.
Under attack. Radiant's top tower is rubble.
Gonna start going.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Found bot onto the tier 2 mid. Chuan, this is not gonna take too long.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is gone.
And now they can go pressure high ground. No Aegis, but doesn't feel really necessary even. Although they have to be a bit cautious. Octarine up for WS, flying out next.
What a bounty!
Means more uptime for all of the nuisances that the remaster provides here. Where does YG go from here? Ag's trying to be formed up by Ha. BKB still yet to come out here for Kish. I think that SNY divergence did cost him. Like a BKB up front counteracts a lot of what Talon's doing. So, I don't know. There is value in the SNY for sure, but we're not seeing that value really translate here just yet. You've got the Veil up for Chuan into the Shivas. Next row still 2.5 minutes until you see that respawn timer. They will smoke out here. Hook shot forward. It'll find Jokam, but he does have to 4-step away. The Zarain already gone. Akashi up front pretty far forward. Focus fire down. That is a lot of damage from Ha. And is Akashi buys lonesome. His spear does cut off that punish onto the Wind Ranger. But they're not able to fully connect. They do manage to find some good courier kills. Akashi will find Ha anyway with a Storm Hammer. And the Fortify does kick in.
Radiant's bottom tower is looking so great.
At basic Dispel does ruin Wind Ranger. The Wind Run. As they jump forward, they'll clean up. All of them fall apart. Kish stuck in the middle. The only man left. Can they even find Jokam? Yeah, they will. Chu-Wen with that Bloodstone. Ah, they just melt the Weaver. Does have buyback. Buyback's already forced out here from the side of YG. WS just cutting them away from the siege. Stormhammer again from Akashi. Is going to be fine. Glimmer Cape to save. Find young PH once more. Chu-Wen does have Bloodstone back up. So Ha does get fingered away. Akashi's just fine in the back. 5 stacks up for Jokam. Let's go for the left side talents. Yeah, does have a lot of HP. Bot Rax falls mid left. And YG running out of options. They'll try to isolate with that hook shot for WS set to fall. We'll find that. Lun does make the sacrifice. Still a Kish. Not going to be able to find anyone. Doesn't get the time lapse off. No buyback for the Weaver. And that's the GG called. Talon do manage to come out on top. And the side of YG will have to look into that lower bracket for their journey here in the PGL Wallachia qualifiers. And very well played to Talon. A little bit rocky in game 1. Maybe a little bit of what one could consider a little bit of a troll. Got a little bit too excited there. But Talon does manage to make it through, and that does mean they will potentially be facing the winner of Bleed versus Salvation. So let's see which one that will be in a short time. But YG, again, they're going to have to drop down into the lower bracket, facing off, I believe, against either Bleed or Salvation, depending again on who loses. If not, maybe the result of Geek Fam Blacklist. I'm not sure how the flips work here. Very well played from Talon. YG going to have to, again, claw their way back. So we should have an interview lined up. And we should be able to talk to one of the Talon players once they are back. See what their thoughts are coming into this one. But yeah, great showing from Talon for game 3. Let's see if we can get the interview. If not, then that's going to be it. And YG did have some great ideas, but yeah, giving Chu-Wen Lush is pretty big. I thought it was a little bit funky they didn't give WS Mars, but his Brewmaster does insane work as well. So, I don't know, we'll see. Can start to get into the lobby to get ready as well. Alright, we're gonna have Chu-Wen for interview. So he's gonna be coming in rather shortly. Just let him cook a little bit. So we should have that interview coming up shortly. Just need to wait a little bit, but Talon did manage to take that. I believe it's straight into the next game. Just need to wait. Should have an interview. I did get the go-ahead from our manager here. From good old Brando Brameezy.
Do we need camera?
Hey, Chuen. Yes, if you could.
Uh,
Thank you for dropping
hello.
by. Hang on, let me pull up your cam. Once you have it. All right, it's loading. Give it a second.
All good now?
There. Yeah, all good. Thanks for dropping in, Chuen. Let me kill the music for a little bit. How are you guys doing? How's town feeling? Wait, I have the wrong scene. One moment.
Sorry,
All
you
right.
repeat.
No problem. Okay, Chuen, thanks for dropping by. How are you guys feeling after this a little bit more back and forth here? Did you guys expect this to be a little bit closer up against YG?
Yes, we kind of have to respect like every opponent we fight, you know. Like but I think the game one, it's just everyone is just a bit sleepy, including myself. But if I think they are a strong opponent though. After all,
That's fair. Can you tell me more about that game one? You mentioned being a little bit sleepy. Did you guys feel like you needed a bit of a warm up? It looked really good up until it didn't. So I'm curious about that.
yeah, it's just a big decision making, you know. We are quite like sloppy on it, and that's why it kind of costs us a game, you know. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It is early start times here for Wallachia, so that's something to adjust back into. I'm curious though. How do you feel about this new patch? Right, like I don't think I've seen that much in the draft changing. How do you personally feel about 7.35D?
The minor patch, right? The recent one.
Mhm. The minor
It,
one.
it doesn't affect a lot. Only for heroes like Mars and PA for the Revenant Brooch build, like it got nerfed like a lot. But it kind of makes the game more balanced now. Because when you're up to 30k, you might get come back by a PA or Mars with Revenant Brooch Divine, you know? Like it feels so risky. You can lose anytime against those item build. Yeah, I think the patch like make it better now. The game is more balanced.
Fair enough. And going forward, obviously you guys had a deep run in the last qualifier we watched recently. Is there any team you want to rematch here in your ride to Wallachia, perhaps? Any team you want to redo it here from your other qualifiers?
It's just C region, right? Or you mean like overall?
Yeah. Anyone you want to play again and see?
I mean, that would be Aurora because they kind of just show us like how strong they are. Like why are they always top in C region? You know. So I would like to have rematch with them. Like try to get revenge maybe.
All right. We'll see if that comes out down the line, of course. Just going to be a very quick interview here because it is a rolling sked. Anything you want to say to the fans watching out there for Talon or for yourself here?
Shout out to like, all the fans who will be watching our game, like following all the tournament. It's been a packed month, you know, with a lot of tournament. Thanks for supporting us, and I hope you guys can keep supporting us until the end. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chuen. You guys have a good rest, and we'll catch you for your next games. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Eddie. And that is Mr. Chuen taking kind time to talk with us here. He doesn't have to. No one has to. This is a community cast. No one has to come in for interviews. But he does come in. Thank you as well to Brando for setting that up for us. And you heard him. Wants the rematch against Aurora. We'll see if they will get that here for Talon. But I don't think Aurora is a direct invite, so they'll have to rematch with Aurora if they make it to Wallachia for Talon. We'll see if that will happen this time around. Of course, that does mean we are left for our next series, which is Bleed up against Salvation Gaming. So we're gonna take a short break. We'll be back for that in a few moments, and thank you again for tuning in to our community cast.
Qu'est-ce qui m'arrive? Qu'est-ce que je représente? Qui je suis, putain? Va falloir que je me lève. Que je recommence à zéro. à partir de là.
I'm gonna cock my 9 mother. I'm gonna cock my 9.
Like a psychopathic lunatic.
All right, we are back for the draft of Game 1 of Salvation Gaming up against Bleed. And this is Bleed with Emo, mind you. This is Bleed without Mikado. I do not know why that is. I cannot get a comment from Mikado because he is not currently on. But this is with Emo. So it's going to be an interesting one. Zeal Emo is pretty good connection though. Like, I actually think that's nice. I don't know if this is necessarily an upgrade, but it could be better for the team. You know, not individually, but it could be better overall for team's synergy. So it's not something we can take away just yet. Salvation, of course, has gone through a couple of iterations. We've watched him a couple of times in the open qualifiers. It's Young God, Wonderboy, Rupido, Drake, and Lloyd still. So it should be an interesting one to watch out for. Bleed should be favored, but you can never count anything out, as Salvation did come through OQ's 1. Quite strong form over other notable names. So can't quite discount that fully. Well, let's see how the draft evolves. You do have the Doom and Chen being banned out here by Salvation. Bleed taking care of Centaur, Kunkka, along with Batrider and Razor.
5 seconds, boss.
So you do have a few of the big ones being taken care of.
Radiant's choice.
Let's see.
That's not gonna affect
Initial
team fights
bans
at all.
are gone. First pick coming out for Salvation. What's the priority? Are we going to get something like Rupido's offlane lined up first? There's the
10 seconds
Mars
remaining.
is still lined up here. So it is available.
5 seconds, boss. Dyer's pick.
They will open up with the Gyrocopter first. So it could be our support here. Maybe for Drake or Lloyd is open enough. Gyrocopter support has kind of popped off in the past few months. So it does kind of work out.
10 seconds
Let's see what
left.
else comes out here for Salvation and for Bleed. Bleed with the first pick coming up here.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's banned.
They will go with a Leshrac opener for Bleed, so that should be our emo hero on mid. Maybe some flex there. Like, there is potential for flex on Lesh. It's not a hard lock-in on mid. So you are open to kind of figure out what you want to do with that. For Bleed, Salvation, what are we going to be seeing next band out here?
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss. Dyer's banned.
Do ban out the Shadow Demon, DK, and CM for Salvation. Bleed taken care of. Well, we'll have to find out. One last ban after this Razor. They're taking out the big ones. Maybe something like Hoodwink would be annoying.
5 seconds, boss.
And let's see what the pickup here, or what the ban is, as Bleed is digging in. Faces Void still there, Terrorblade's still there as an option as well to ban. Maybe stuff like Lena could be annoying. Weaver, as we've seen, can be annoying as well, although it feels weird getting buffed but getting Maelstrom nerfed, so take a look here. Take your time.
Dyer's pick. Radiant's choice.
It will be the Primal Beast pickup after the Brewmaster ban out. So it's rather open for bleed. This could be our Zeal off lane. This could be a mid for emo, either one. It's open enough. I like Primal Beast right now. It is a fun hero. Highly disruptive up front. Can have a rougher time in lane depending on matchup. So we'll have to see what the case is here for bleed. What kind of matchups we're looking at. Salvation, dig in. Looking for their pickups next. Taking their time. I mean, Gyrocopter, it is, again, fairly open, so you can kind of figure out what you want to do here. Could still be Young God straight up, but flexible enough.
Radiant's pick.
Right, what did we get? Sorry. We got the Clockwork pickup for Salvation. So I kind of like the potential for Clock Gyro as safe lane duo. Clockwork as well, it's a good answer for Primal Beast. You have a way of just stopping them from jumping down. Stop them from chasing down. So, I like the Clockwork pick. Let's see what the next pickup is. Salvation taking their time. Again, they have this flex with Clockwork Gyro where you can run Gyro support. We'll go to TA pickup. That could be Young God's hero, and you could end up with TA Gyro, which is also like okay. It's not bad. I'm wondering what to call this. That could be Young God's hero for sure, or Wonder Boy.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's find out. Let's find out what they opt to do here. It's open enough.
Seconds, boss.
What'll it be? Bleed could use something to burn through. Thank you, Armel, for dropping by. I'll say hi on his chat. They got the Snapfire going for Bleed now as well. So they've got the Kisses ready to go. That is one way to burn through the TA. I like the potential of a Snapfire Primal Beast. I think that lane can be really annoying to deal with. And that's going to be pretty massive. We actually get a raid from Armel. Boss Mel, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking it out. Are you not live? Armel's live, right? And shout out to you guys again. Again, it's a 6-minute delay, so I'm not reacting live. Let's see. We've got the Tiny coming out. That should be our 2 supports for Bleed. I like the tone of that. Honestly, that sounds pretty solid. So we're looking at what? DJ Tiny, which sounds really exciting, and a Paulson Snap. I think that works out here for the side of Bleed. That's a lot of aggression. That's a good way to... burn through the TA early. And It's a great solution. It's just a great solution. I feel like you have a really well-rounded up team fight here. You've got this jump in from Tiny and Primal Beast to pin a target down to get the kisses on. And just burn through these heroes. Salvation will go into the Mars that was left alone. So potentially just TA Mars plus perhaps a Gyrocopter as core. But they could still last pick the Young God hero. I like the tone of Mars Clock or Mars Gyro. I think either one works out really well. And I think that works really, really nice. And I think for you guys make me laugh. I know you guys won't understand what I'm reading because I'm 6 minutes delayed, but you guys are making me laugh. Thanks again for dropping by, guys. Mars for Salvation again. This hero has been high impact. This is probably Rupido's best hero for Salvation Gaming from the years me and Mike have watched him. So that does make sense here. I like seeing that. You've got the circles lining up for Salvation, but I feel like the combination of bleed is still a little bit stronger.
Dyer's turn to ban.
So that is maybe a little bit of concern for the side of Salvation. Let's see. Bleed with the next ban. They do take care of the Ember. Salvation did take care of the lifesteal. So they are expecting Young God to play the TA. It looks like either the you're expecting Young God TA play support Clock Gyro here.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Let's keep looking. What are you going to be picking up or banning out? Take care of the AM. Are they gunning for a Dusa on Bleed? Dusa would ruin Salvation. Dusa into Mars might be annoying, but it is still a pretty good lane for
10 seconds
Mars.
left.
So I like that.
5 seconds remaining.
They've got to ban. If you ban Dusa, what else is left? There's Sven. Oh yeah, you're stuck in a bad spot for Salvation. Either you give Dusa or Sven. You ban one of those two, and you give either one.
Radiant's choice.
They ban Morphling, so Sven and Dusa are available. Were they really worried about Leshrak AM? Maybe. I think that works out. Daynog, sup?
Ten seconds remaining.
Let's see. Salvation has to show their hand, and this should be the mid for Wonder Boy. What's left? He likes Invoker. There's a... Was Puck left alone? Puck is there. Puck is pretty nice, honestly. I think if you're Salvation, you go Wonder Boy Puck. Hold for Puck isn't amazing. So you could go for that. They go to Kotl instead. So that should be a Wonder Boy Kotl mid. Kotl versus Lesh is a good lane. That is pretty playable for the Kotl. You have faster farm as well in comparison, as you have the Radiant side access into the camps, so you're pretty happy here. Bleed, what's it gonna be?
10 seconds left.
They need to show their full hand now as well. Sven or Dusa? They go to Naga, which it's still stable. You don't have the best AoE clear, especially once the farm comes in for Jackie, and this is one of Jackie's special heroes, so it does make sense. Again, the AoE clear is not going to be as stable, and I like seeing this coming out for Jackie. It's just a very confidence-heavy pick, something that we know Jackie has a lot of. He has a lot of confidence. So let's see what they do bring out. I think laning-wise, Naga plus Snapfire is actually pretty stable. Again, you go for like a 1-1-1 on Naga, you feel pretty good there, so we'll find out as we will start to head into that game. It should be a fun one to watch for Bleed versus Salvation, still in the upper bracket, of course. So either way, you're not going to lose anything if you drop down. You'll always have opportunities to climb longer into the bracket, but of course you want the smooth ride. And we'll see if Bleed or Salvation can find that. I feel like Bleed should be favored coming in here. Again, there's a factor of Emo coming in. And I can see that being better for the team of the side of Bleed, right? Like, for team cohesion, this could make it easier. So there is that. And we'll find out. Should you head into it, game number 1. Should be a fun one to watch out for. Early smoke already being popped by the side of Salvation
Bring it
and
on.
Bleed as well, just rushing into these rooms.
GLHF to you too.
Did get offers, so Zeal, you could cast for us.
I've always wanted to be a giant space.
He's a good caster, that kid. But he's playing, so not gonna happen. DJ gonna be breaking that smoke from the low ground, so not gonna be able to sneak here. Paulson also does manage to get the block off, which is super important up against a Kotl. Want to prevent that flash farming for Wonder Boy in the easy to access camp. They plant the obs as well within sentry range. Gonna be a good opportunity for the D ward down the line. Zeal still sneaking into the back line here. Does get a sneaky ward as well. That's always a fun one. Not sure if
T-minus
Lloyd
30
spotted
seconds.
that disappear from the inventory. Good early vision setup. Still posturing. I mean, you have some level 1 play here, mind you, on both sides. It's just down to who wants to commit the hardest. Nog Illusions just to cut them off, and should be a stable 3-for-1, it looks like here. No, it's a 2-for-2. Interesting that they gave up on that. DJ not walking fully to commit. Does give a little bit of something here for the side of Salvation. And they don't manage to get the D ward yet. Well, DJ should get that done, right? DJ, walk up, see the ward, and get the freebie. Nicely done. That will inform them of the sentry in the camp. They should still be able to get at least one block off with it. Still taking a look at those other lanes. Watching at bot, you've got Zeal on the Primal Beast. Already has the Uproar, which is pretty good up against that meld. So you're not going to be shoved away from lane early on. Young God, as well, I do like the meld level 1, just for that early harassment. See if he goes for the 1-1-1. I think that's the way you have to go up against Zeal. You have to play with that meld every time. It's very free harass. Zeal is melee, so you can always kind of close up as well. DJ just doing what Tiny does in lane. Doesn't really achieve much in lane, so gonna have to go for the pull. But Lloyd does manage to get a little bit of his own pull as well, so trying to get these creep waves to meet in an awkward spot. Does meet with a melee range, with a range creep. Well, Zeal will find it, but still getting the pulls. Getting that soak that both sides will kind of want here. Young God pulls the creep wave as well behind the tier 1. So stable farming for the TA. Again, this is kind of what you want to see on the side of Bleed. Take a look at the other lanes as they break out. Whoopsie daisy. Seeing Emo on that Lesh mid up against the mid Kotl of Wonder Boy. And so far, pretty decent time for Emo. Again, it's not going to be too one-sided either way. You're going to be able to play here as a Kotl. You don't have that medium camp though, so that's going to hold back Wonder Boy a fair bit until a D ward comes in play. Already blocking out, what, 2 camps worth? Pretty nice. Just a little bit of economy chipped away. Rune control is going to be massive if they can deny that off from Emo. You do have decent supports to rotate for that. Still taking a look up top. Starting to drop fairly low on Paulson, but Rupido's not the healthiest either. Not going to be able to fully commit either way. Rick does have that value point in the flak rocket barrage, so some free harass can fly in nice and easy. Jackie not quite yet going for the ensnare, but once that's up, you have a pretty wonderful time in trying to just chase down with a cookie play that can come in here as well. So we'll see when that level 3 does come in. Rupido dropping a little bit low here. Cookie does not connect onto Rupido. Bit of miscommunication. Jackie was turning in that moment and lands onto Drick instead, which is not the ideal. Still a pretty decent time for Jackie up top. Not much you can do on Rupido to slow him down. Already out of mana. Not going to have the smoothest control over the Lotus as well. Drick is going to be able to take it. Do manage to connect the cookie that time around. And the damage is kicking in. Nice shotgun blast from Paulson. Drake going to be fine. No level 3 for Jackie. Creeps aren't dying. Does have the ensnare now, but could have really used that earlier on. We'll go walk for the reset. Rupido left alone is in a precarious spot, but has his tier 1 to protect. Mid lane still going well for Emo. It's still no D ward on that camp. Pings were there for Wonder Boy earlier on. Not going to get relief just yet. The bot lane is what should be the best lane for Salvation, with Young God doing quite nicely in CS, but Zeal, again, is not really thrown off. They've done a great job of just playing this defensively, right? Like, sure, you have this clockwork rundown lane with TA, but are you always going to be comfy in Young God to go for to melt strike Zeal? Not always. But a free harassment can't always connect. DJ is just kind of trying to constantly get some pulse, get some annoyance going in this lane. It is a bit more passive, but that's kind of what you want for Bleed anyway. You need some EXP to really get your stride going here, especially for the Sport Tiny. It's perfectly fine. Smooth sailing so far for Bleed, but Salvation not really too rough around the edges anyway. Double bracer out for Rupido, does making him a tougher target to go for. Still, the shotgun blast feels pretty slow. Like, the point blank bonus on the attack slow and move slow is kind of ridiculous. Like, what's the bonus on duration? 50% more. Like, that's pretty big, honestly. Something to watch out for. They do manage to... Did they manage to clear? Yeah, they managed to clear the ward, so there are some... and there is a camp for Wonder Boy to play with now. Get some farm going for himself. Is there anyone going through the gate? Was there? My free out was Roshan, right? Was it? Yeah. No? Yeah. Oh, trying to go onto Zeal. And Zeal's stuck in the middle of nowhere. And they don't have a reach. Oh, Sideblade? No, not enough. Zeal's gonna be fine. Has the salve ready with all the stat items down. They will rotate onto Wonder Boy and find that Kotl. They are still chasing top. Drake will find Paulson. Jackie just needs one little slash away and we'll find it for the trade. First blood going for DJ is big. And punishment onto Wonder Boy early. We were talking about these collapses onto mid. They've got room to find that first power rune as well, and Emo's getting to shove in with the 2 points in the Edict. Not the quickest. Power rune is top. Get the bottle top up onto Emo. Toss back onto Lloyd. We'll be able to find that clockwork. Regen rune is spotted out by Wonder Boy, though. We'll get the deny. But Emo, he got the bottle top up. He doesn't need a regen. We'll find a bounty rune for his trouble as well. And they'll look bot, but no one's left bot. Zeal gonna barely survive. Young God still on this chase. DJ gets the avalanche, has the toss ready. Just needs some backup here. Toss back onto Zeal. Zeal is not healthy, man. Emo just comes up now. And Young God should go. Trying to get the Ancients to play his way, but not going to be able to find that. Just force the toss back a little bit early for DJ. Sacrifices Zeal, but they secure that kill for Emo, which is worthwhile. Mid shove coming in. Paulison getting the full brunt of that rocket barrage. Let's get the scatter blast off. Is he going to be able to run? Oh, he jukes. He jukes and jives. Wonder Boy wants to snipe. We'll find it. And the mid still being shoved in just a little bit. Emo's not interested. Looking for the bot tier 1 instead. With that Edict up. TP's to defend Young God. Pretty far forward. We'll clear out the creep wave. So the full push not going to come in yet from Bleed. Could still go for the play though. Again, Emo holding steady. And got the onslaught coming through from Zeal, but no follow through just yet. The slows are coming in. Avalanche out with a toss back, and they will be able to find Lloyd. They are trapped in the cogs. Could be a nice opening, but Young God's trying to drop low. Here comes the cavalry though. The damage from Drick with a rocket barrage not to be underestimated. They will find Emo. So a support for a mid. Very worthwhile for Salvation. More than happy to toss. DJ snipes. And it's a nice pick off for himself. I suppose the one big thing you are getting is free farm for Jackie. Right? Like, this Naga has not been contested. This Naga is going to outfarm the TA early on with illusions going across every camp. And there's no answer for Jackie just yet. Mid is still steady as well. Despite all that space, they have not been able to look for a shove in with a solo hero to just kind of solo push. Rupido walks forward, has Arena, but there's the split earth from Emo. The cookie's perfect, and Emo will find another. Mid, DJ TP! No, does not find it. One tick away off the TP. Wonder Boy
Tower is under attack.
manages to snipe up a beautiful kill for himself.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And that's an
looking so
off
great.
lane for a support. You're happy on the side of Bleed. But you've got this early timing lined up for Wonder
Dire's
Boy.
middle
Spirit
tower is
Vessel, I
under
believe,
attack.
is flying out now. And it is. So you've got even more presence coming out here from that Kotal. You've got this Dragonlance timing for Young God to meet. He is going Maelstrom next instead of something like the Deso or Blink, which I find interesting. He wants to have some clear, I suppose, for the illusions. Have some deep push of his own, which I don't think that falls onto the TA. But it does provide a lot of early damage anyway, despite the nerfs on Maelstrom, so fair enough. Zeal does have his level 6. Can start to play around with Pulverize. And they are collapsing onto this position. Young God has to be a bit cautious here. DJ scouts forward. Avalanche at the ready. Does clip. Toss up as well with the kisses. And Young God's not going to survive this one. Or will he? Survives with a nick HP.
Radiant's bottom
Does
tower
manage
is
to
under
get
attack.
Reflection off and is trying to TP away. No! DJ couldn't find the damage.
Radiant's
One right
bottom
click
tower
left.
is in
And they get
trouble.
owned by Roshan as well. Free damage in. We will get the siege going down bot though. Zeal again didn't join in with his team.
Radiant's bottom
Just
tower
needed
is
an
under attack.
extra tick of damage. Just
Radiant's
to find
bottom
that.
tower is gone.
Find a tier 1. They're getting free space for Jackie farm up top. Starting to collapse onto this position. Wonder Boy scouting the back line. Sees the Naga. Sees Paulson. Sees that snap. Paulson could be an easy target to go for, and they won't. Paulson just gonna slowly melt away with a solar bind and dies. Jackie will survive. They can push. It's not the quickest push, mind you, but they have the siege creep at the very least. Should be able to find that.
Dire's fortified their buildings.
Fortified to stall out. Emo, pretty far forward. Contesting that jungle. See if they still commit.
Radiant's bottom
DJ
tower isn't looking so great.
in the firing line. Solar Vine forced to TP away. Should make it out. No hook shot just yet. Lloyd.
Radiant's
DJ,
bottom
waste some
tower
time.
is in trouble.
All those TPs to not find a kill. Top is still free. Top has not been siege. Jackie is still farming. You've got some good stacks built up for you. Well, not the most, but some stacks at the very least for the Slush to start feeding through. As the Yule's up as well for some save and some self-setup. And we'll see how it rolls from here. Zeal going for the BKB rush on that Primal Beast. What's Jackie going for? Typical Manta into Orchid. Nothing too strange. We're looking at Young God still going for the Maelstrom. They are clearing out stacks with a call down. Massive stacks for Young God here. Not going to be contested by Bleed. Some good farm coming out for the TA. It's not going to be the quickest clear, but it is going. You should be able to find it, no problem. And that mid-tier one's enabling this control on the triangle, of course, for the side of Salvation. Smoke out from Bleed. DJ still lacking about 1-2 for that blink. We could find a nice movement out to connect. No one's down bot though. So no one's biting the Zeal bait. Instead it's mid, where Salvation smoked up. Rupert at Taking Point has his own fresh blink.
So great.
No one by the tier 1. Lion's drawn towards Jackie's position. Can they
Dire's middle
encircle
tower is in
the
trouble.
Naga? Scan does connect onto an illusion though. Should be able to tell it is an illusion without the smoke breaking. And they will. Jackie, position is fully revealed.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Somewhat. Not going to be able to dive that far. So smokes on both sides do not pan out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And both sides are just farming a storm. Still a decent lead for Bleed. Still a greater economy on Jackie and Emo. Still trying to shove that top, but their push progress here isn't the best from the side of Salvation. Do you have hookshot ready so they can start to jump that back line?
Double damage.
Not going to be able to do much. This arms race does feel better for Bleed. Right? It does feel like a lot of his early tempo needs to come in from Salvation. They're going to have this Maelstrom up on Young God, at the least. That's going to be something to play with.
Dire's top tower is in
It
trouble.
does feel like it's going to take some time.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Smoke out from Salvation. See if they can fully enclose onto Jackie this time around. They should know where this Nog is trying to
Dire's
farm.
top tower isn't looking so
In the
great.
furthest recesses of that top jungle. Jackie's just hugging the right part of the map. Has the Manta up, so a little bit harder to jump as well. And this BKB timing lining up for Zeal is going to be massive. We've got the Bloodstone for Emo as well, being saved up for.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
They're finally going to find that top tier one. It does take time. They're going through the gate. An interesting move to flank. Zeal is the one big target they can find here. Smoke does pop. They spot out Zeal. And Zeal run out. No, he can't. Hook shot's clean from Lloyd. They will be able to find this Primal Beast. Not able to onslaught out either. Shish kebabbed up. Rupido is more than happy with that. Still DJ and Emo looking for someone to overstep. They walk the wrong way. They leave Rupido alone. The toss back is there. The split earth. The arena's to save. But doesn't save much. Paulson, though, stuck in the back line from these supports. Lots of damage flying through from these guys. Not enough to kill off Paulson. Jackie comes in with a save. Intercept. They will clean up. Wonder Boy will kill off DJ. 2 for 2.
Radiant's lost their
Paulson
middle
just
tower.
barely staying alive. It's pretty massive. 8 to 9. 4K lead still maintained here by Bleed. You don't lose anything massive, though, right? Like, yes, you lose Rupido, but Young God's the more important factor here in scaling. Wonder Boy has a lot invested going for the BKB as well. So, you're not finding big cores you really need to put a stop to here on Bleed for that swing back into the game. And it allows Salvation some relaxation. Again, they're not winning out in the farm war, to be fair. But they are maintaining to an extent. They're not too far behind, or as far behind as they could be. DJ's Blink almost up, and this should allow some much better angles to come out here for Bleed. Better tossbacks. Better usage of the smoke. Ah, I see Cuckoo's there. Hello, Cuckoo. In our Mel stream. Hello, Cuckoo. Oh! Avalanche falls short from the blink, but the toss is there. They will find Rupido, no problem. Pulverize popped as well. DJ will still find that kill. 8 to 10, 5k up. Not too bad. Maybe not ideal, but yeah, you find it. I'm concerned what they do about Jack. What do you do about this Naga Siren? Yes, you have some magic damage to fly out onto the Naga.
Illusion.
Fall down onto mid, not going to really find anything. A little bit of a chase. Lloyd is still alive, and Paulson can be alive as well. Does not manage to cookie out, but can be fine nonetheless. Has a couple of salves from DJ. With the shovel.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Not a lovely shovel of great economy. Checking the triangle, Young God. Could be a nice target. DJ with a blink does manage to get the avalanche to toss back as well. Young God is just gone. Paulson to pick that up.
Radiant's courier is down.
It's just the drive-bys of Bleed are so strong. They managed to kill off the Ags carrying courier as well of Wonder Boy. It's going to be stalled out of having that full Will-O-Wisp for 2 minutes here. So they find a top and Bleed just calm and collected. Going for the Eternal Shroud on Jackie, so the durability is going to be up there, up against the magic spam that they're hoping for to clear out these illusions. Yeah, so far, so good for Bleed.
Radiant's bottom
Salvation.
tower isn't looking so great.
Not really finding that start they want. You know, especially with the TA timing. It's going to be BKB Mjolnir for Young God. And some nice fast farming. I suppose the Deso doesn't do you too many favors here anyway, considering the durability of the side of Bleed. But I wonder what that implies for Roshan. It feels like Rosh doesn't go as fast with this. Like, it is nice, but Rosh is going to be a harder objective. Not that it was a feasible objective anyway. With map control, nice blink forward, avalanche toss back, Lloyd trying to save. Not going to be able to find, but that does set up for some punish. Great arena coming out from Rupido. Just not enough, as Emo still lives through with Bloodstone. Now they jump onto Wonder Boy. Find him. Jackie cleans up on the side on Lloyd as well. 3 for 1 coming out for Bleed. And it's just a very solid game from the side of Bleed right now. Salvation. What looked like a good come around from Rupido only really clips one. That Bloodstone timing up on Emo is just insanely scary. You do not have the burst to 100 to 0 Emo fast enough with that spell lifesteal on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
And Salvation. And this timing feels like it's getting thrown further and further back. BKB for Young God is coming on. Slow shove is coming down bot. I say slow, but it is quite fast with Lesh once more. Smoke out from Bleed. They do have the Ags up now on Wonder Boy, so Will-O-Wisp is ready to kind of make a nuisance in the middle here. Rupido looking for a good blink.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Not gonna find it. Forced to walk away instead. Oh, DJ with a blink is nice. The toss back is perfect. And the charge coming out from Zeal. They clean up. Wonder Boy still pretty damn far. And it's going to be able to make it away. And Zeal is maybe a little bit too far forward. Let's pop the BKB to run off. They found 3 for nothing. 3 for a BKB charge. Bleed will be able to clear out in mid, no problem. Eternal Shroud up on Jackie. Going to make him harder to burst down. For sure.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble. Radiant's middle
Take
tower
another.
is gone.
Could look for the top next. Are setting up for that here on Bleed. But Emo will opt to, you know, shove back the wave first before they can consider that. DJ doing so much work. Like, you give DJ something like the Tiny. You give him something he can play make on. He is still a force to be reckoned with. So, can't underestimate that. The tossbacks have been insane. What are looking from Jackie next? Just straight butterfly. They've got Roche access. Scan is there, so Salvation knows Roche is happening, but realistically can't really do much to contest it here. They will smoke. They need to make it faster though, as Roche is falling quite quickly. Scan from Bleed not been spot anyone right by the outpost. And Roshan will go. I think they will hand this over to Jackie instead of Emo. No, okay, they give it to Emo. Alright. Which again, Leshrac, one of the best Aegis carriers, can use the mana pool refresh quite nice. Salvation still lining up for this. They do manage to get a good arena. They spear only Paulson, and the song is there to save. Emo looking for the back line. Hookshot does prevent the immediate combination. BKB timing still there, but they burn down Wonder Boy. Gone with Drick, gone with Lloyd, and Young God in the middle of no man's land gets taken out. Rupido Does manage to blink away. Zeal still looking. Not gonna find. Just yet. Should be able to blink out though. Rupido is gonna be perfectly fine. 3-4 for nothing. As Bleed, Jackie taking point. Rupido with that initiation. I mean, clipping down Paulson just doesn't do you any favors here. That Snapfire is not the issue. Bleed going for the safe play on the top tier 2 first. And then start knocking on the high ground with that secondary life ready. 20k lead, 9-21.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Salvation.
Radiant's top
Stuck.
tower is under attack.
With no answers.
Radiant's top tower is gone.
Young God's TA is just not doing it yet. Maybe you want some Mjolnirs there. Tormentor should be taken without casualties, and they will find it. Paulson does get the free cookie. Which is always nice. That little snap cookie is nice. A little bit more damage for the initiation, a little bit follow through, a bit more burn as well for the TA. 9-21. Bleed looking to be a much stronger team here in game number 1 for sure. Shivas for Zeal not too far off, has the plate mail and the veil. Jackie, full butterfly up. Like, good God, how do you stop this? Like, what are we looking for now from the side of Salvation? I think you're looking for a really good spear back from Rupido on the high ground, isolate a core. Like, if you can find Emo, if you can find Zeal, maybe not Jackie. If you can find Emo or Zeal, instantly burst him down somehow with a pullback. And that's your ticket in. Issue is, Bleed are not giving those openings out.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Young God looking to snipe out what looks to be a rune or just some camps. Farming the one safe spot he knows. That Bleed isn't going to check.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shout out to you, Armel, as well. Sorry for the delay. Mel, I know you're watching. Mel, move your Gcache to the right side, bro, so they can see the tags in the screen. No problem. Young God does get unceremoniously picked off. We do manage to spot him in the triangle. 9-2-2. Not many options left for Salvation, I gotta say here. There's not much play. Again, what are we banking on? Like a good pullback with a spear, a good use of the Will-O-Wisp.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But I don't know if I see that happening. It's tough to get the Fortify out as well, just to stall.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
But we have a fresh creep wave. Top's getting cut off with the Naga illusions. I mean, it is annoying to get constantly rocket barraged missile here, but
Radiant's middle tower is down.
is that really your play? Chakra rocket. Tier 3 down. Rax just set to go for free. Spear back. That's one life in Emo, I guess. Hookshot does not connect. Arena out from Rupido. BKBs are up, and Emo is just fine. Young God trying to do damage in the middle. Try to run down Drick. Does have Glimmer Cape to save. There goes the Pulverize onto Young God. Might be able to find Zeal. Look at Lloyd. Zeal is gone, looks like. Song will reset, though. Song resets hard. They do manage to get the chase out, and they will find Rupido. We'll be able to find Young God as well. And Salvation, I think that's it. I don't. I think he tried. They tried to isolate. They get a kill on Aegis just a little bit too early. Bot rack set to fall. Top shoved in by illusions a while ago. I don't see the play. Yeah, Bleed, just take it. 28 minutes in. Top racks to go as well. Salvation, of course, not going to call it. Every match counts. And he'll call the GG now. Alright, so very well played out from Bleed. Great showing for this new roster they've formed up. GG is called, and we will move on to the next game. Now, that was a very convincing game one there for Bleed. So it's straightforward. I think Salvation needed a lot more to come out there for Young God. Like, that lane didn't feel the best. Why are we not friends, Young God? But yeah, that not the smoothest going. The blockage on mid really caused issues there for Salvation, especially for that flash farm you really wanted to find on Wonder Boy. Overall, Bleed just played so smart. Like, DJ cutting off the bot was massive. They're not able to bully out Zeal with a TA, which you can if you actually go for like a 2-2-1 build. They also applied a lot of map pressure as well, ensuring that the farm wouldn't kick in there for Bleed. So very well played out to Bleed. The side of Salvation will have to look into that next game, see if they can force it out into 3 games here. But so far, Bleed with this new formation is looking pretty well stitched together. We'll see if they can maintain that into game number 2 shortly. We'll see you in a few minutes.
What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary.
I don't know if I'm changing over. In the moonlight, I can't kill this feeling sober. So I start to come alive. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't wanna die inside my reality. Wait for me. I don't want your mind to remember me. I feel like that we're getting closer to a brand new night. The past is finally getting over. I really think it's time to say goodbye. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't wanna die inside my reality. Wait for me. I don't want your mind to remember me. Heaven just knows what it wants. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart.
Radiant's banned.
Alright, we're back for Game 2's draft. Salvation up against Bleed. Bleed looking really sharp in that Game 1. We'll see if they can maintain that momentum into Game 2. We'll find out. We do get through the ban. Salvation taking care of the Doom along with the Chen. While the Centaur and Batrider are taken care of by Bleed. So nothing too far off the mark here for the bans. I am using my phone. So please, I want to apologize to you guys. It's my stream. It's just that I'm on 6-minute delay, okay? I can't talk to you guys. It's still my stream. You know, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. We're chilling here.
10 seconds remaining.
See, they ban out the Razor as well, along with the DK. Salvation, what are they going to take care of here?
10 seconds left.
5
seconds remaining.
Mars is still an option. Zeal does play mean Mars. Reusable human. The AM horns are supposed to come out from the horns. I couldn't be bothered to re-render it because it took a long time. And to fix the particle effects, I need to delete them. It's a messy thing. Source Filmmaker kind of plays weird with baked animations. See the Terrorblade coming out from Salvation. So nothing too off the mark there. That is a pick that we have seen quite a lot from safe lane and support. So it's a fairly safe pick for Salvation. For the side of Bleed, just back into that very strong Primal Beast that we saw Zeal play. Pretty sure Emo can play it mid as well. So it's open enough. I wonder if they're gunning for the Young God Terrorblade here. That is something that he played a lot of. And it's something that he was really strong at. So it works out as a comfort pick there on safe.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Let's see if it is a safe pick.
Seconds left.
See what they ban out. Shadow Demon taken out, so one save taken away from the picture. What else will it be here? Take out the Naga as well. So take out the Jackie special. And Bleed for their part. With Terrorblade, do you want to leave the CM in? I feel like a CM Terrorblade lane can still be really scary.
5 seconds, boss.
All right. What are they banning out here on Bleed?
Dire's choice.
Take care of the TA that Young God played. So some respect ban coming through there. What are they looking at on the lead to take away?
Ten seconds left. Radiant's choice.
They go with the Disruptor. We have seen a lot more Disruptor nowadays. It's been really strong, especially with the Ags being emphasized and supports having a little bit more gold to reach into. So Ags isn't too far-fetched of a possibility for a lot of supports.
10 seconds remaining.
So there is a lot to play with.
5 seconds remaining.
What's going to be the pick for Salvation? I mean, the CM's open. I'd say if you're running Terrorblade safe, you might as well pick the CM up. Does nice against Primal Beast, especially in the lane. So I like that. I think the Crystal Maiden can work out here quite nice. If they don't take CM, maybe Hoodwink. Hoodwink can kind of work out as well.
Radiant's choice.
They go with a Rubik instead, so they pick up the Rubik. They've got good spells to steal from Primal Beast and Disruptor. Pulverize is going to be a big one. It's really easy to steal from Primal Beast. So I like seeing that.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
See what the pickup is for Salvation now. Taking their time in this. Again, you still have CM, unless you're trying to flex this terribly to support.
Dire's choice.
Like CM still works out. They'll go to Gyro instead, which was really effective. I mean, did do a lot of damage in the last game. I think Lloyd's damage was pretty strong. So I don't think that's too bad for Salvation. What's your back-to-back picks here on Bleed? It should be our mid plus support.
Remaining.
Mid plus 4. So our DJ hero plus Emo's hero. It's gonna be interesting to see what they pull out. See what it will be. Again, there should be our pause 4 into mid lane picks as well. See what they want.
Dire's pick.
Do you get the Hoodwink out for themselves? So, Hoodwink out for Bleed. I like the Hoodwink Primal Beast lane. There's a lot of running down there. What are we going to get for their mid pick? It should be a mid. I don't see flex for Zeal coming away there.
Radiant's pick.
They do go with a Lifestealer pickup as well. So, Lifestealer versus Terrorblade is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to be really curious to see how that matchup goes, but we have seen Lifestealers actually win that one, barely.
10 seconds left.
I feel like you need some good clear though from your mid, so Emo has to get maybe Lesh. No, it's been banned out. Maybe Zeus. Zeus sounds really good for Bleed to close out. We'll see what Salvation gets now. They are going with mid Terrorblade. There's an off lane thing. Let's see. And Salvation has to show their hand. I mean, that's definitely a Terrorblade 1 at this point. There's no flexing that, I don't think. Let's see. What'll it be here?
Radiance ban.
Ember. Go for the Ember for Wonder Boy. You don't have the best lockdown for Salvation. At the same time, you're picking a Spirit Brother into Disruptor, which, once Static Storm is up, is fairly annoying. So, I'm curious about that.
10 seconds remaining. Dyer's
I'm
ban.
rather curious. I feel like we've seen that kind of go back and forth, like we have seen Embers kind of get owned by Static Storm. So, there's some play here for Bleed. What are the ban outs? Should just be offlane bans. So what do you not want Lifestealer to play into? Tide Hunter is kind of manageable. Maybe LC could be annoying, but I don't know if it's annoying enough.
Dyer's turn to ban.
What else do you kind of hit? Okay, Enigma's a big one, which Rubik covers you as well.
Radiance turn to ban.
Slaughter is gone now as well.
Ten seconds remaining.
That is a bot raid.
5 seconds, boss.
That's a crazy bot raid. Alright. They banned the Slaughter as well on Salvation, which is great. That's the one thing Lifestealer does not like playing into. And they banned the Storm on Salvation, so respecting the matchup of Ember Storm. What are we looking for now on Salvation? Should be just an offlane pick. I'm not sure what's left there for offlane.
10 seconds left.
Find out.
5 seconds remaining. Dyer's pick.
They do go with the Omni Knight, which is honestly pretty good. I like the Omni Knight. You don't have that much magical damage to go through Guardian Angel. There's a lot to play with.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see where this goes here for Bleed on their last pick.
5 seconds, boss.
Still need a mid for Emo up against Ember and the Omni Knight to think about with a Terrorblade. Meepo! Meepo for Emo or Meepo for Zeal? I think it's Emo, yeah. This is going to be interesting. I like that Meepo last pick. I think it's going to be a really annoying hero to go into. Lifestealer can also go into Nullifier quite fine too, so I don't mind that. A rather interesting draft. I think Rupida does have a better lane this time around into the Lifestealer. You do have a little bit more play. You've got Sustain to play with. But I like this Meepo a lot. I think that's the one thing. Like Meepo, Ember Spirit, that matchup feels pretty decent for Meepo. So it should hold out quite nicely here. I'm keen to see how it unfolds. And it should be fun. It's game number 2 for Salvation versus Bleed. Again, everything on the line here. For Salvation, you're one game away from just being sent into the lower bracket, which is not fun. And this draft is definitely fun. Like, I like seeing that Meepo come out. I don't know if you have enough to deal with Meepo. I mean, you have some AoE damage, to be fair, with like Gyrocopter. But it feels like you've got to bully this Meepo really hard.
I'm getting too old
If
for
you
this
don't,
horse
then
shit.
you're able to get away with a lot from Emo.
I hope you're ready for this, boss.
Let's see what they get done here. Smoke on smoke. Looking for those initial bounty runes, of course. Pings are out. They do spot each other by the top side. Smoke did break on Jackie.
Hey, what kind of scam you running here?
Get off my lawn!
"30 seconds till go time."
Alright. Not too much excitement yet. Good forward wards here by the side of Salvation. So could try to punish. Jackie's still trying to poke. See if he can get away with snagging a rune, but he's under vision.
Take him down.
Not gonna be able to find it. Does manage to get Rage level 1, which is not ideal. Is still a 2 for 2 in the end. And so, not too bad, but Rage level 1 is pretty nice for them to find. That is a little bit better for Rupido to play. Not going to be worried about the right-click trades early on. Paulson as well, going for level 1 Glimpse, does leave him in a shortcoming with trading to Drake, but does have the tangos to back this up. See as these lanes break out, of course, watching top first, Jackie and Paulson on that Lifestealer. And the Disruptor up against Rupido on the Omni and Drake on the Rubik. This one's not too bad of a lane for either side. I would say it's a little bit easier to play with for Rupido. Just use that Purifying Hammer every single time on Jackie. You've got some good chase down potential by level 3. Jackie with level 1 Rage. It's not ideal. He can't trade back. He can't lifesteal off the creeps. Can't pressure into level 2. So he's going to have to wait for a level 3 mark. Probably level 4 and 5, actually, to start to play there. Which is just going to lead to a passive lane that Rupido will enjoy. We'll take a look at mid as well. Emo on the Meepo up against Wonder Boy on the Ember. Should be a pretty decent time for the Meepo, not gonna lie. Not the smoothest time for the Ember. Also not the roughest, to be fair. Like, Emo's gonna need a lot to get going. I love that, again, these early wards out from Salvation will allow them to check when Emo's going back into the jungle, maybe even get a rotation out as well. So they could look for some pickoffs later on. Overall, initial laning phase going nicely for Emo, but it's not like he's leading by a massive amount. Wonderboy should be able to equalize quite fine. Down bot. Already aggression onto DJ. Not too much HP left on our Hoodwink. Not much Zeal can do to hold back. And it's just the power of Terrorblade plus an aggressive support. Level 1, level 2 can feel great. In fact, I didn't even notice. Young God Gyrocopter with Lloyd on the support Terrorblade. So they want to scale on the Gyro a little bit more. Which is fair. And that leads to higher levels in Reflection, which is also really annoying here. Mind you, even after the nerf, again, that spell still feels strong. Some very necessary nerfs, considering how much Terrorblade could get done as a support. Overall, you're having a pretty good time for Young God. Not much Zeal can do to stop that farm. Again, there's a rundown potential there at level 2, level 3 with a Bushwhack up, but Terrorblade complicates that in a massive way. Just Reflection does so much work. It's forced to just play around with the Uproar. Lloyd just stands forward. Right-click trading for the Hoodwink doesn't feel great into that with all the armor. So we're pretty happy. A decent start overall for Salvation, very slightly. All their cores are having a great time outside of the mid lane, but Emo isn't maintaining a massive lead anyway. It's more of an equal trade. And the other side lanes are really where the difference lies. Like, Jackie's off to a really slow start. Not able to farm up as much as he'd want to. Now they can start chasing down. Paulson is a little bit too far forward. Oh! One right click away from dying. Does manage to stay alive. Zeal does run down Young God with a rotation from Emo. So an early movement out from the Meepo to help entrap. We'll find a nice kill. I like that read from Emo as well, knowing that the side lanes aren't doing so hot. Needs to relieve some pressure before going back into the jungle with one of the Meepos. Does help the cause quite nicely. So you don't mind that at all. And he's still keeping that Meepo down bot as well. Still looking. And this Terrorblade could be a nice easy target. But Lloyd does play it safe.
Dire buildings are fortified.
Water runes are coming out. Emo's a little bit early in coming down there. Does try to poof down bot, but was held back by the chain. Still enough to find Lloyd. Won't be able to clean up.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
Can they find more? Will Zeal actually fall? He will. Emo's still looking. Does have the poof out. And will get the poof onto Young God. And they get the rotation out from Paulson as well. Emo so active so early, but could be punished. Wonder Boy, he's got the damage. Just wants one slight onto the lower Meepo. Not going to be able to find it. Flame Guard still up for a long time, though. Paulson will be falling as punishment. But Emo has the Meepo out in the safe spot and should be able to poof his way to safety. Has the water rune to play with as well. And Emo's going to be fine. Going back to farm. Love this activity out from Meepo. Again, just a great read of having to relieve a side lane. Sure, Zeal's not living true. He's not soaking as much EXP as you'd want him to, but you are getting early activity that you wouldn't expect from a Meepo. And you're leaving Jackie 1v1 lane, which is still rough for Lifestealer, but much more playable without the follow-up threat of the Rubik. So it's somewhat more manageable. They will find Young God again down bot. Emo again just relentless with his rotations in. Not going to be able to go for more. We'll finally go for the full reset on the Meepos now. But yeah, 2-4 for Bleed. And overall, after a little bit more coming out here for Salvation and laning phase, the difference maker has been Emo. Like, this Meepo has just done so much work to provide openings, you know, to try to snowball with that early tempo. And just slow down Young God. Young God is bottom network core. Emo.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
Could have made a play. Does spot the rotation bot of Wonder Boy, so they have time to retreat here. DJ still not the healthiest. Good tree cut from Wonder Boy, and DJ should fall. There should be no save for DJ. Will fall. Wonder Boy has to watch the damage coming out from Zeal, but it is 1v4. It's not like Zeal can fully commit there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wonder Boy will just head back to mid. This be fine. Emo is scouting around top. Wants the Wisdom Rune, it looks like. Sneaky. Sneaky Meepo from Emo.
Courier's down. Radiant side.
Snipe Rupido's courier as well. Oh, Emo getting collapsed on with Lloyd. Everyone's coming in for this Wisdom Rune. Emo, pick it up. Emo doesn't get it. It's just gonna poof away. They've got the lift. Poof away again. Not gonna die.
Dire's
Oh, the
middle
hammer's
tower is
flying.
under attack.
Does that disjoint? Surely poof disjoints, right? Apparently not. Okay. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Doesn't do much, but it is funny. Down bot, DJ's starting to drop low. Wonder Boy shows up with a slight. We'll clean up. Zeal cleans up the bigger kill in Young God, though. So you're fairly happy about that. And Zeal's not going to be targeted. Is fairly low if he sticks around. Some good punishment can come in. He is clearing the neutral stack. Barely lives through it. Good on you, Zeal. Good on you. That's playing on the edge right there. Blade Mail build up as well for the Primal Beast is something I do feel like is very strong in this game. Even, again, post-nerf, still strong. Shield Rune picked up by Drick, not given over to Emo. And Drick and Emo is going back for the Dragonlance, so going for the stat padding first. Which is understandable, just can't afford to get bursted down. Wondering if it's going to be like 2 Dragonlances or just 1 Dragonlance into more stat items into Ags. Probably a Blink. Blink feels very necessary to stop this Ember. We shall see. Overall, this game has been a nightmare for the safe lanes. Jackie and Young God not farming up well at all in this game. And there's one shortcoming here.
Dyer's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Towers are still relatively healthy. Neither side has a great push. Maybe a slight advantage in push for the side of Bleed, just because once this Meepo is ready to collapse on the towers, it can go fast, but before that point, not really. You do have phase boots for Rupido, so you can do the chase down now.
Tower is in trouble.
I'm surprised they haven't managed to give enough space to Young God to farm. He's playing that jungle. Has level 6, did opt for more in Rocket Barrage instead. They are playing under wards. Zeal surrounded pretty far forward. Chains are great from Wonder Boy as well, and Zeal should go. Pulverize just to force more time out. Find a freebie on Salvation. They equalize the game off the back of that as well. And Bleed, it's really a farming game for them. Like, you need to wait for Emo, you need to wait for Jackie. You can't do much without that. So one of these cores has to be ready first. Jackie just going back for the armlet. See if he finds it. Lloyd's still stuck here, but should be fine. Zeal almost at the blade mail. Good timings for our Primal Beast. And Emo just farming up what he can. Why is he such a int power treads? Yeah, just spell spam, I suppose. Does cycle out. Okay. Cycling through as you would. Don't think he can do the stacks. That's a pipe dream. Does have the Dragonlance, so more stats to play with. Always nice. I don't know how you feel about the 1v1 lane for Jackie. Like this, again, it's not a comfy lane for Jackie. At the same time, he shouldn't die. You have that smoke out from the side of Salvation, heading down bot.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Bleed trying to go for that push once more with Emo here. They do have the Pulverize ready, but the backups here from Salvation. Net does not connect. Static Storm does not connect either. Chain still managed to come out. They grab the glimpse. They manage to glimpse back. Emo Drick finds the big one. Emo. Not expecting that. Stolen glimpse. Salvation are in control of this game this time. Game 2. Looking strong for Salvation. Bleed. Options are lacking here. It just feels like you have to wait so long for the Meepo. You have to wait so long for the Lifestealer as well. Well, not too long. At least with the Armlet, there's some options for play here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Let's see here. Seven to 5 against Salvation, having a great time. It's harder to pin down Wonder Boy than you'd expect. He's been very good with a response on the Slight and on the Remnant. So the net's just not reliable enough, and the Static Storm definitely not reliable enough here from Paulson.
Dyer's top tower.
They're gonna go ahead and poof down the creeps with the smoke. Emo just needs that gold. Is going straight to the Ags. So Dragonlance Ags, which isn't too bad. Mega Meepo is useful. I just always feel like you need more stats and levels before the Ags truly feel scary.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Like the flash healing you have is bigger when you have, say, a Scotty up, when you have your third Meepo out, when you have your talent. Although I suppose the talent's just a bonus. They will lose their top. They do manage to find Lloyd and Pulverize out. Should be able to find this, no problems. Zeal will find that kill for himself. They should be able to trade bot now as well for the tier 1s. Jackie.
Bottom tower is under
Armlet
attack.
should be flying out, and I believe that is it. Is it?
Radiant's
Where's
fortified
Jackie's
their
career?
buildings.
Eh?
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Oh, he went top. Alright. Yeah, Armlet's fully up for Jackie, so gonna feel a little bit safer now. Rune control has been pretty good on the side of Salvation. They're gonna have rune control again. It's a amplified damage rune up for Wonder Boy. Can start to rip them apart here. I mean, relatively even game state. Big issues, Jackie lagging behind in farm. Still going back for the Radiance, of course. That's going to take time. Ags for Emo on the Meepo is only about 1,300 away, so not too far off now.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Let's see as the
Dyer's
mid
middle
siege
tower
does
isn't looking
begin.
so great.
Slow and steady. Thing with Bleed is they don't have play. Like, the biggest person they have to jump in right now is Zeal. And he'll just die if he jumps in, if he commits. Like, your supports can't really play make for you. Or at least play make as much. Like, start these fights for you.
Radiant's bottom
Your
tower
Meepo is
under
not going to
attack.
have Blink. And Emo is not picking up the Wisdom Rune. Not yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Overall, this earlier timing lining up for Salvation is going to be big. You've got the Chrysalis already up for Young God. You're going for the Ags, as is typical. Into the BKB. Gyrocopter is starting to feel like a threat. Your Meepo needs more. Your Beast, your Primal Beast has no one to play with. You're just kind of stuck waiting. On the side of Bleed.
Rune of double damage. A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
They want Rupido. He's walking
middle
fairly
tower is under
back.
attack.
They've got the glimpse. Rupido knows someone's camping
Middle
him.
tower's down on Dyer's side.
Can they find him? They should see him now. Static Storm, just to ensure that this is a nice, easy kill. And it is. Oh, Sunder was out. Nope, not a nice, simple kill. Pulverize stolen now as well by Drick. They get the Pulverize off. Jackie being held in the middle does manage to get the Infest out. Rupido does manage to get the Guardian Angel off as well. All the stall. Emo commits into it. Does have the Ags. Manages to Mega Meepo away with some more HP. Jackie comes back out of the Infest. Can they actually clean up? They find Drick. They need to find more. Young God commits. Does have Guardian Angel up on himself. Emo now is the one to really shrink down on the HP. But Jackie's the one left in the middle of all of this chaos. A couple more right clicks. They will find one. They get the net off onto Wonder Boy. Should be able to find the Ember as well. And that is a messy fight, but it works out for Bleed. 3-1. 3-2 if you count that earlier death by Paulson. And Emo going a little bit ham, but with the Ags, he can't afford to. So you do have that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mega Meepo not to be underestimated. Going for the Disperser next, which fairly typical for
Radiant's
Meepo.
top tower isn't
Keep
looking
that
so
chase
great.
down going here. And, you know, having a self-dispel, it's massive. You have to mine the saves from the side of Salvation. Like Sunder, Guardian Angel. It is hard to kill them off. Like, there is a lot of counterplay available there because of that.
Purification.
Ah, they catch out Rupido once more in the Static Storm, and they've got the Pulverize. They will find a kill. Paulson will clean up. You're more than happy. You're finding these pickups. You're feeding off onto this Meepo, who is becoming massive. Emo's damage is becoming a little bit ridiculous now, and his durability is becoming ridiculous. Jackie does have almost enough for the Sacred Relic into the Radiance. Once the Radiance is up, you're cutting through a lot of the output on the side of Salvation with the right clicks that Young God's trying to leverage. Even the right clicks that Lloyd is trying to leverage as well, although if he does manage to reflection back on Lifestealer, you have your own Radiant Sprint to worry about, which is a kind of a mixed bag, I suppose. On the side of Bleed, 4K lead. Looking good here so far in Game 2. Salvation had a lot better of a start this time around, though. Just not enough to really in this mid-game timing that the Meepo is just so strong at. Diffusal already up for Emo. Disperser next. BKB up and running for Zeal. Jackie, Sacred Relic up. Not too far off from the Talisman of Evasion now. 400 gold. And it can start sieging. Slowly but surely onto that tier 2. Just some light pressure here.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Now's not
Side
a
of
good time to
Salvation,
attack
not
the
quite
Dire.
showing up. They've got the Ags up, though, on the Young
Radiant's
God,
bottom
and this could
tower
be
is under
some good
attack.
timing for them. These will
Dire's
smoke
top
off.
tower isn't looking so great.
Not under the ward vision, I don't think, but the scan won't spot them anyway, and Bleed should be able to back off into a good spot of their own to counterfight this. They've got Static Storm ready. Paulson does manage to drop some good wards. Rupert reveals that smoke with a walk through and the break on the creep wave. They'll find something better. They will take care of Drake first. Has the repel to save. Static Storm does still kick in. Can they kill anyone off? Young God caught in the middle of everything. Gets pulverized down. They have Guardian Angel. They did have the Sunder. But it's not going to be enough. Young God's left for the Wolves. The Lifestealer cleans up. And now charging forward for Wonder Boy. Does have the Remnants, but the Roots. Just too much coming out from Emo. Jackie even getting that Radiance off mid-fight. And Bleed, with a good read on that smoke, with a good scan, giving themselves everything they need to start to rip into that tier 2 bot. We'll find it for free. And Salvation now. Fallen behind. Bleed. They're hitting their timings. This Meepo is an issue. Like, how do you burst him? You don't have instant burst on the side of Salvation. You have these saves with Sunder and Guardian Angel, but what do you do afterwards? You know, it's like, it feels like you need to steal so many big spells from Drick. You need to enable this Ember to just jump around. He needs a BKB. And he's so far away from that. Still 1,100 or so away from that full BKB coming up. We shall see. Apologies for the vibrate notifications. I think that still comes through. Shall see. Bleed again, 9k up. It's looking like a smooth run for them so far. Emo only lacking the recipe for that disperser. This Meepo is just a massive threat with just no clear answers. Like, I suppose Rupido has damage once he gets his shard. That's one way with a Phylactery Conda, but it's a ways off from that. It's a ways off from that. Mid-tier 1, next target here for Bleed. Slowly shoving in. In 2 minutes, regen rune. Jack will just pick it up. DJ going for the Ags next to have that decoy shot. Emo just farming into that disperser. What are we looking for from Salvation? BKB for Young God's going to be a big deal. BKB for Wonder Boy as well is super important. These are the two big ones you need to really have that presence out here. Off they go, into the Roche Pit. Not much to stop this. Scan falls short as well. For the damage of Emo, this does not take too long. Has that full disperser, we'll have the Aegis to play with. And 2 lives in the Meepo when you can't kill off 1. It's going to be a problem here. For Salvation, instantly through the gate. Want to find more. There is a good ward here at the very least to spot any sort of movement. Do you have the sentries on Paulson? Not going to be dropping around this area, so the ward will give full vision. It does allow Salvation to just play in the triangle. Close, but not too close to give openings just yet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We managed to steal the Rage here, so Drick has a nice spell to start these fights with.
Radiant's lost their top tower.
Go in and steal another spell. Top tier one will just fall, no problems. And Bleed will get started onto the tier 2s. Ripping that tier 2 to shred.
Radiant buildings are fortified. Radiant's top tower isn't looking so good.
And just play back
tower
off.
is under attack.
Tier 2 still set to fall. Jackie has no
Radiant's top
fear in the
tower
world.
is under attack.
He knows he's kind of impossible to burst down.
Radiant's
They do
top
ping
tower is
out
gone.
Emo. They just
Dire's
give
bottom
out their
tower
outer
is in
towers.
trouble.
Mid to fall next, mid tier 1 to tier 2. So a nice uncomplicated game so far. For the side of Bleed.
Radiant's
Ags coming
middle
out for
tower is in
Zeal.
trouble.
Jackie just free to rip away
Radiant's
into the
lost their
Ags
middle
and
tower.
Shard. Emo just farming. What's he going for next? Not showing what he wants next yet. Say a Scotty sounds nice. If not the Scotty, then a Heart
Radiant's middle
P really
tower
just
isn't
wants
looking so great.
more HP. Guard gets started on to that tier 2. Again, your defensive options here for
Radiant's
Salvation
middle
aren't
tower
really
is in
there.
trouble.
They do see that Soul Meepo farming top.
Radiant's middle tower is gone.
Rupido is around with a blink.
That went well.
Could try for it. That is the main Meepo. But not gonna go for it. So all outer towers gone for Salvation. Bleed maintaining a great lead for themselves. A 96% chance to win. And ever since taking control, with all of this early rotations from Emo, it's just been all there. Blink up for Emo. And the jump potential of this Meepo is just terrifying. Already starting a high ground siege without the Aegis carrier. Jackie not caring, just rages away, cops every hit from the call down, but doesn't mind. Rune being spotted out by the ward. BKB fully up in Young God, so there's some presence for Young God up forward. Needs that full Daedalus to really pump out the damage, and probably the Satanic as well, to sustain true here. No lifesteal in the Gyro is scary, but they have a lot of saves, so maybe not the most pertinent thing to find here. Young God ripping away. Zeal not caring. Ag should be flying out soon for Zeal. Gleipnir does connect onto Lloyd, and they do manage to get the chain stuns with a glimpse. DJ will clean that one up. Ag's fully up now on Zeal. So the break mechanic is online for the Primal Beast, and, well, with Aegis, a minute left, might as well just go sieging. Tier 3 set to fall. Smoke out, though, the flank on the side. Trying to find a backline. DJ should fall, and will, but they'll be able to find Rupido in exchange. Heavenly Guardian Angel not able to fly in there in time. Will bail out Wonder Boy. The nets do connect for Mimo. Still 40 seconds left on that Aegis. Just constantly netting up. Young God. BKB up now. Pull back very far on Zeal, but there's the Static Storm. Finding Drick, trying to get the Pulverize off. Guardian Angel to save for now. Aegis was popped. Can Emo get all of his Meepos out? Looks like he should be able to. Meepo Prime is fine. And they will just reset after losing DJ and forcing out 2 buybacks. So high ground will hold. Aegis is gone, but it was going to fall anyway. And Bleed. Just shift their gears elsewhere. Lloyd would be a nice kill, but instead they go for the bigger one in Young God. Boy, just too far for that Sunder. Zeal giving the vision for the glimpse back. Let's get pulverized again by Drick. Has the Blade Mail. Guardian Angel to keep Drick alive. Pulverize out onto Rupido though. Zeal should fall or not. Jackie backs up his off lane. And we'll just clean everyone else up. Wonder Boy can't do much about this. Is gone, and I don't think there's a defense that can be mounted here. Bleed. Looks like they'll find themselves a nice simple game 2 here.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
And a side of Salvation.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, Salvation's going to have to come out from the lower bracket.
Radiant's top
As
barracks
Bleed
are
just
gone.
take complete control.
Radiant's
I don't know
top
what play
barracks
you
just
have
got
here
hit.
for Salvation.
Hey, Radiant's middle barracks
At least
are in
2
trouble.
sets of super creeps. Probably just megas coming out. To be fair, nothing to
Radiant's
stop
need all
them
the luck
on
they
the
can
side
get
of
with their
Bleed.
middle racks. Radiant's bottom tower isn't
And I'll
looking
take
so
it.
great.
No problems at all. Young God trying to stall.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
Probably one fight left. The nets start to connect onto Young God. BKB is forced out. Zeal did have pulverized, but didn't manage to let it up.
down the Radiant
Mega
side.
Meepo out.
Creeps for the dire.
And you're fine on Emo. Blink out now for Zeal as well. The Infest Bomb now. Just healing up a little bit. Ags for Jackie should be flying out soon. They called GG. They called. They know there's no play here. Very well played from Bleed. Good attempt out from the side of Salvation, but just not enough to really get them anywhere, unfortunately. The Meepo of Emo is doing a lot of work. Like early rotations coming in. Not something you expect from a Meepo player. But Emo is just built differently, apparently. They do manage to take care of that. Very convincing win from Bleed. And this first showing of Emo on Bleed has looked spectacular. That is a great showing. That was very well executed. It looks like there's no issues in gelling in. Emo's such a hyper-active mid as well, which I feel like Mikado was, but it kind of got dampened on Bleed in his time in Bleed a little bit. Looks a lot better here for Emo. So we'll see if this is permanent. I'm not sure. Very good showing again. And that's a very early end, which means we should have our next game up after a little bit of a wait. It should be Geek Fam versus Blacklist. It says it's in an R, but this should be a rolling sked, so it shouldn't be too far off. It's Tron Xfire here. You will have Armel and I believe Cuckoo watching that Blacklist match. It will be feeding off the stream, so check them out later on. Have the tabs open, and thank you again for dropping by. We'll take a short break before we'll be back for that next series of Blacklist versus Geek Fam. The Sayawas up against the Tangalogs. Should be fun. Sean Xfire, we'll catch you shortly.
was wrong, even once wasn't anything. So if we had another chance, I would never let you steal my glance. Bring me back to life. Don't dig deep like you would have a clue. All I see is how I was a fool to see my heart skip beats. Thinking about you. Whoa. I could say that you didn't need what you wanted me. Maybe I was wrong, even once wasn't anything. Yeah, I could say that you didn't need any part of me. Yeah, maybe it's not me, you should be the one on your knees. So if we had another chance, I would never let you steal my glance. Bring me If we had another chance, I would never let you steal my glance. Bring me back to life. If we had another chance, I would never let you steal my glance. Bring me back to life.
Savoring this moment, is this our last goodbye? Haven't we learned each other? I guess one of us lied. So please just pull away. I can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your I feel paralyzed.
Every day we escape, losing all of our faith. We can't live this way. Feel me slowly fade away. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. Every day I feel time slipping, passing, skipping by. All the words I could say just can't really seem to stay. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the radiate, radiate, radiate. Gravitate, gravitate, gravitate. Innovate, innovate, innovate. Move like the burning bridges to the ground. So take away what's left of me. Blinded by the ones I lost, connecting lines of which we crossed, dropped off the scene at side, wishing to have one more fight left in me. The life I see, what's left in me. blinded by the light ahead. Thought about just what you said. Connecting lives is what you planned. After all, let's take a chance. Turning dust into diamonds. Turning love into guidance. A second chance, let us commence. That's what I love. The life I see. What's left in me? Burning bridges to the ground. Take away what's left of me. Burning bridges to the ground. Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Now you're dealing in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're dealing in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
The fire makes the city lights at night. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
Alright, ladies and gents, we are back for the game. Game 1 of Blacklist up against Geek Fam. The Bisayawas versus the Tangalogs. And that's all you guys will be yelling in chat, I know. Shout out to Kuku Armel. We're probably going to be streaming as well. Thank you for triple tabbing, I suppose, if you're watching all of the streams. We are flying through the draft already. Marana and DP being banned by Blacklist. Geek Fam taking care of the Timbersaw, DK, Leshrak, and Shadow Demon. So what's going to be the next ban out here? We'll find out.
Radiant's pick. Dire's choice.
It is going to be the Primal Beast ban into the Terrorblade pickup for Blacklist. So that should be our Palos hero early. The Terrorblade has felt really strong when we have seen it pop in. So should be a nice safe opener. It is relatively strong to start anyway.
5 seconds, boss.
Safe pickup. I'm wondering what the counteraction here is from Geek Fam will be. Let's see what the pickup will be. It's going to be the Kunkka to start out. That could be our Bob hero already, very early. Maybe off lane for Cox. Actually, off lane for Cox sounds more reasonable. Let's see how Geek Fam builds up. Have bans coming in. Let's see what those bans will look like.
5 seconds remaining.
They've taken care of the Lesh and Geek Fam side. They need another way to clear out illusions here. And Blacklist, for their part, just needs to get strong lanes for the Terrorblade, I would say. CM still an option for MJZ. For Wu Dota.
Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban.
Okay, they ban out the Puck and the Storm, so taking care of Bob's heroes mid. Let's find out what Geek Fam will want to take out. Wonder if they'll let that CM slide through. Maybe some Abed heroes to serve some banning as well, but I feel like
10 seconds
still up there. Oh, they've actually gotten the map point for Geek Fam. I did not notice. Okay.
5 seconds.
It was a long delay.
Dire's pick. Radiant's pick.
Okay, Bat Rider comes out for Geek. They do ban out the Lifestealer. So I like that.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, we've got the Bat Rider out for Geek Fam. Blacklist, they're going to pick up the Pangolier. So that should be our Abed hero mid. And we have the potentially support still Terrorblade, but again, that should be Palos. See what the call is. I do like the Terrorblade safe though. I think it's pretty strong for Palos here. Just need maybe some sort of save.
Dire's choice. 10 seconds remaining. Dyer's pick.
Enchantress.
Radiant's pick.
Templar Assassin.
TA comes out. They've got the Bane on Blacklist, which somewhat is a save with
10
Nightmare.
seconds left.
It can be one way to save, I suppose. Dodging out in the initial tick of damage
5 seconds, boss.
can be nice for Blacklist. Some way of saves. And Geek Fam do go with the Ench coming out. So I'm guessing we have the Jing Batrider with a Cox Kunkka. That's a pretty good lane. And I'm not sure where this TA goes. Maybe mid for Bob. I know Bob loves his TA. TA versus Pango lane is also not the worst. It's not the best lane for TA, but it's not completely unplayable. So I think that's pretty manageable. Remember, Geek Fam only needs to win one game.
Radiant's ban.
They will go with the Mars coming after Blacklist. That was left in the pool. The Mars has felt really strong. So that should be our Tricore Blacklist, looking for a last pick 4 with the Mars. What options are left? There's stuff like Rubik. Rubik could be really nice. Rubik Mars is a very straightforward lane. We're gonna see what the next bans are. They do take care of Naga and Blacklist. I like that answer. Naga has felt like a strong response. Geek Fam for their part, what are they gonna take out? Yeah, just taking out these combos with Mars. Grimstroke's gone. I'm gonna look to ban out probably Rubik. I'd say Rubik. It's just a very safe ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Take care of the Phoenix instead, so taking care of any sustain. So we'll see what they pick up. I forgot to tell Cuckoo. By the way, Cuckoo, you can mute me. Armel, you can mute. Anyone can mute me. You can just use the stream. I do not care. It's my content. I'm giving everyone permission. It does not matter to me. So
5 seconds remaining.
all right. So let's see. What's the last ban for Blacklist? What are you looking for that you don't want to play up against? You can. I don't know if PL is still a hero for Natsumi. There's an option for the Medusa here. Or you could play tempo. Like Luna could be nice. Luna TA is a fairly decent way. It's magic damage as well. Yeah, the ban face is void. So there's an option for Luna Safe for Natsumi. Because that's a really strong option, honestly. I like that. And this is do or die immediately for Blacklist. This is basically a best of one. They have to win this to force a best of one again onto
10
Geek
seconds
Fam.
remaining.
So, do or die. What's the pickup? You have a Rubik option here. We'll go with a Hoodwink instead. So Hoodwink Mars, very straightforward lane. Lots of damage, easy setup. Teamfight's looking good for Blacklist. It's 0-1 because there was a delay there. So let's see. Let's see what the pickup is. Geek Fam looking for the Natsumi hero. I don't think you want to do so.
5 seconds remaining.
What was I had another suggestion, didn't I? I was saying Luna. Luna would be nice. Gives you a good blend of physical and magic to deal with Terrorblade. The range advantage of Terrorblade is going to be annoying, but something like an Ag's Conda build up down the line isn't bad. Honestly, I feel like. But Reflection is annoying for Luna. At the same time, you get Manta BKB, it's not. So it's like either one works. I think Luna could be really good. See what Geek Fam wants here. Taking their time and picking this Natsumi hero. I don't know, I like Luna. Maybe that's a bad read. Perhaps something like Ursa sounds okay. Although kiting by Bane is going to be really annoying for Ursa. You reckon, yeah, Bob, you reckon Bob Ryder and Safely Natsumi TA. Ryder versus Pango is a good idea. So I think that could be one way to go.
Finally.
We'll find out. Really dipping into the reserve time here. We'll go with a Morphling, which I like as a response with a Terrorblade. I think that does match up really nicely. It is the Jingbat and Bob TA, of course, as I called it, chat. Alright, so we have a game. This is do or die for Blacklist Rivalry. They are one game down because they did take longer than 15 minutes, so first map was forfeited. And yeah, this should be fun. I like Geek Fam's draft a little bit more. I don't think the Bane does enough to stop the Batrider's jumps in. It feels like you've got enough damage with Morphling, Kunkka, Batrider, Ench to deal with Terrorblade, even the TA. Your TA matchup is probably the biggest iffy thing here for Geek Fam. Bob versus Abed. It's going to be interesting because TA, it's not a bad lane into the Pangolier. It's also not an amazing lane, right? So I would not rate that highly as a lane. We'll get into it for game number 1. Again, this is game 1. Map 1 was forfeited by Blacklist because of their delay. So, should be an interesting one. It's kind of do or die now for the side of Blacklist. Let's find out what they do want to go with here. I feel like this Terrorblade as well for Palos is going to be interesting. I honestly think he needs a Linken's. The Linken's BKB. That's your defensive build-up. No Manta. But the Manta is pretty nice. Do have the instant pause, as we know in C. Discord server issues. So, gonna be in there. Discord server issues. Eater. Let's go, Jing. Buti din namin ni Scam Cause. Naawa pa sa akin, doy. No, it's alright. Too late. One last ride. Hashtag one last ride. Oh, Cox. Let's get to it. Good luck, have fun, or thrown out. No smoke from Geek, smoke out from Blacklist. See if this gives them a good position to jump in. See what happens here. Geek Fam not crossing the river, opting to play it safe. Blacklist as well, just camping around. I know what Cuckoo and what Caffeine, what Armon's saying. I do not think Palos is down, okay? I was just making fun, because they were pointing it out. It's like, alright, let's ride this meme. Okay, Palos, then take it to heart. And we shall see what goes on here. No intrusions.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
Palos will find a good bushwhack onto Jing. Jing, is he gonna hand first blood again? No, 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 Jing, don't do it. Cox, save him. Cox, save him. Cox, save him. Jing, get out. Okay, Jing's out. Okay, okay. All is well. No first blood. Looks like a 2 for 1. 2 for 3. 3 for 1. 2 for 3. 3 for 1. In the way of Blacklist. Nice little start for Blacklist. Already dropping Jing extra low. has the 2 set of tangos at least to eat through and survive through. So he's going to be able to manage and stay alive. Hopefully. Still has some connection issues here for Blacklist. They did have a power outage. So are forced to, well, try to repair. Packet loss coming now. Okay. There's a few fixes here and there. Reconnect. Hopefully gets all up back fine. And we have to go ahead. Take a look at that mid lane first.
All right, let's do this.
TA up against Pango. Abed versus Bob. My boy Mac has been benched for good old Bob. The Bob lane connection. Kicking in. Oh, Alphon, you're going to PM me right when you see that, won't you? This should be an okay lane for Bob. Level 1, level 2 is pretty nice. And then, I don't know if you max refraction. They did nerf Pango Swash as well to 3 strikes. So you could actually survive an onslaught at the level 1 refract for Bob, negating that damage. So, could be a decent way to go about it. Good uses of the meld. Abed already down. Does have a couple of tangos to still sustain, but Bob knows his TA very well. And this is the hero that we always talk about, Bob, all the way back to, gosh, when was it? Vice Gaming is when I really remember talking about Bob a lot. So this is something I remember from those days of Bob. Let's see if it maintains.
Give me a minute.
It's not going to allow him to just have that, though, for sure. Taking a look at that bot lane. You've got Cox on the Kunkka and Jing on the Batrider, of course, up against Palos on his Terrorblade and MJZ on that Bane. This is not the most aggressive lane that could happen for Geek. At the same time, it's also a pretty nice lane. They force out the Metamorphosis from Palos, get some good damage onto Cox, but not going to be able to find a kill. Instead, Gabby finds that kill on Natsumi. Not the lane you'd expect that in. But Gabby does manage to get that done at level 2. Can't underestimate the damage coming out from the Hoodwink with the Acorn Shot and, of course, the God's Rebuke and Spear. Not too much Skem can do. He does have the level 1 Nature's Attendance for the healing. But this is a slower lane for Natsumi. That is something to watch out for. When Gabi pops off, he pops off hard, as they will find Jing. Sorry for missing all the kills. There's a little pressure with Kuku and Armel watching as well. We're missing everything. At the least, Jing doesn't give first blood, right? So the scripts changed, guys. There's a new writer on the block. Certainly not writing that Jing feeds first blood. Do go for the 1-1-1 on Bob. Again, Bob's lane is going pretty well up against Abed. Not by a huge margin, but a decent enough margin with some good denies there as well. Does have decent rune control. There are good early wards from Blacklist. Does it maybe fight over the next, say, the first power rune that comes out? Maybe even the 4-minute rune for side lanes feel like it's well enough to leave alone. Down bot, a little bit of a chase from Jing. Not too hard, but that will give him the spacing for the Lotus. Cox does land a good torrent. That's some wet action from Cox. And so far, so good for Blacklist overall in the lanes. Again, only the mid lane of Geek Fam is doing well. It's only Bob kind of popping off here. There's the side lanes. You're getting good time for Palos. You're getting good time for Gabby. You're keeping the side lane cores of Geek Fam fairly underfarmed. There's not much they can really do about it. Like, they've got this good damage on Jing, but he doesn't have Sticky Napalm to try to amp it up. Of course, as you tend to go, what, 0-1-2 or 0-2-1 build now on Batrider. So you don't tend to see the Napalm come in. They are rotating for the 4-minute rune. So they should be able to secure one for Bob, deny the other away from Abed. Looks like. As Jing will stack and grab a water rune. No refill for Abed. So they're feeding off on Bob's lane a little bit more. Which is important. Like, this guy does play the TA at a very high tempo. Down bot, a little bit of a chase onto Cox. Not to lead into too much. Do see Skem dropping low with trades from Tim's. Oh, Bushwhack does connect, and a right click will get the job done. Tim's cleans up that little pesky deer. And does manage to drag the wave back as well with a flag creep. Overall, again, very clean start right now for the side of Blacklist. Geek Fam. A little rough around the edges here. Not able to really find that aggression anywhere. I mean, yeah, again, you're having good farm for Bob, but you're not really seeing the returns for that yet. It's going to take time for that. Abed is a level behind. Going to be a level behind as Bob starts to approach that 6 mark. These swashbuckle nerfs are big. Like, 1 slash down is massive for Bob. He gets to tank through more damage in front. I think that's going to amplify as he maxes out refraction. Like, 3 more hits on top of a swash. It's decent enough to allow him some blink escapes, you know? Could be big. Bot lane still again a slower lane for Cox. Palos getting everything he'd want here so far. Fairly passive lane, but passive is what the Terrorblade sort of wants. Top lane, Gabby starting to get chased down a little bit. They've got the tomato creep and good damage flying out. Skem will clean up the core kill, giving some much needed space out to Natsumi, who has managed to claw his way back in terms of CS at the very least. So Amorphous doing as moderately fine. They're collapsing in for that first power rune, and Geek Fam are not in position for this. Haste rune found by Abed. So at the least it's not going to lead into too much here. Bob still trying to go for it. He bounty rune, but Tims is already on top of that.
Bloody bounty!
Tims will find it for free. And Geek Fam falling a little bit short on the 6-minute rotation timing. Still, all things considered with this start, Geek Fam are still finding equal form as we will get a pause. So, and an instant unpause. So, we are also back into it. Up top, Skem, topping the attention. Forces to roll and will fall. That is the haste being popped by Abed as well. He will go for the stacks. Skem's creep is fine. Can he try to steal some for the stomp? No. He will try now, but Abed goes away with most of that. The gold injection, quite significant for the side of Blacklist. And not really able to contest here. Won't get the bottle top up for Bob. They will. TA now level 7. Power treads flying out, I believe. Nightmare setup is there. There's the follow-through, though. Not really there. Yeah, the refraction is going to be an issue. Can cop an additional hit. Bob's just feeling fairly safe. Leaving these side lanes a little bit more open for Geek Fam at least. Cox has his 6. Double bracer up, feels strong in a Kunkka. We've got an angle here for Jing, but he is under the Watcher. He's going to be spotted out. We do pick up Skem just a bit with pokes and prods, and the Nightmare's up again onto Bob. Roll is still 20 seconds away, so no opportunity for that just yet. Range creep does get picked up by Skem. Amplify damage rune does go their way. Jing spotted out on the side. Is going to die to the neutral. Very nice. The creep will clean up. 4-1. Blacklist again off to a swimming start. Palos just free farming. No care in the world. Uncontested on the Terrorblade. Whereas all the pressure in the world's coming in for Natsumi. Arena is dropped. Not enough to find Natsumi though. He's more than healthy up here. And at the least has the Morbid Mass to sustain True. So a little bit of a flat attempt from Gabby, but again making it uncomfy to morph. Amp damage popped by Bob. We'll get the bottle topped up as well. I'm not ready to quite go for the stack just yet. Instead, they will lose Cox, but have an opportunity to maybe look for MJZ or Palos. He's fairly far forward. No Sunder up on the Terrorblade. But they go for the simpler kill and MJZ instead for Bobby. So Bobby... Well, Bob's your uncle, I guess, if he is. And you're fine with that. And Palos is happy. Still free farming. He's got good activity out in Terrorblade. 1-0-1. Lots of farm. Dragonlance come out first. More reach. Geek Fam, their launching point has to be Bob and this Dragonlance timing. They are giving him all the stacks, they are giving him all the space. All the investment is going towards this hero. Even Natsumi's not able to really do much. Down there in that word right now. Is going for the classic of Vlad's build up. So at least we'll have that ready. And catch out MJZ. X-Mark will bring him back. Scam will cop the Nightmare for a little bit longer. MJZ is fairly tanky. Does get a good sidestep away. That is perfect. Pixel perfect from MJZ. Regen rune secured by Blacklist as well for Abed. So happy days so far for our Pangolier. I think the big issue for Geek Fam is lack of levels right now for Jing. Right, like level 6 for Batrider is massive along with blink timing here, but that's going to be super stalled out here for the Batrider. Jing's also not able to clear out stacks. They had to hand that over to Bob, so he's not the priority. Cox has no one that can connect with him. Natsumi's just playing a farming game into a Terrorblade that's out-farming him by a massive amount. He's going to be able to play with the illusions. Like, it's not a good set of combinations here for the side of Geek Fam. Blacklist going to be more than happy overall. 2k up. Maintaining control, preventing any losses on objectives. Just farming. We've got all the farm they could ask for. Diffusal for Abed, not too far off. Gabby looking for that blink as well.
Dire's top tower is in trouble. Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Are starting to siege down bot, just a little bit. Not the quickest progress, just with a Warpine creep. They will start to chip away. Palace has a 2-level lead on that Terrorblade left alone. Like, that's kind of nuts how much he has. Bushwhack still connects onto Cox, and they'll find a nice simple one onto that Kunkka. The boat will come in just in the nick of time. Can Cox actually run out? He is TPing, and he will TP. Cox! Cox escapes. The Cox slides away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Noose not tight enough for the Cox there. I'm having too much fun with that. They do manage to get a Bushwhack again. Tim's does find it, does get the deny on the shield rune, but will pay with his life. As Bob will find some cleanup. So, some nice pickups for Geek. Bob, the Dragonlance, it's already starting to pay off. Here comes Palos. Bobby. Yeah, that's fine. Sunder is there as well. They will find Natsumi. Much bigger kill for the side of Blacklist. Putting a dent in this safe lane of Geek. Gonna be able to find that tier 1 top as well in exchange for the bot.
Top tower is under attack.
And Geek. This is my concern for tempo. This is a TA Morphling. There is some good mid-game tempo.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble. Radiant's
They are starting to ramp up on Blacklist 6-3. Geek Fam not able to fully clean up the bot tower as well. Just not able to get this tempo. Bob going for the blink. Should allow a little bit more play once that's up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And, well, you're happy on Blacklist, right? Palace is still farming. Manta's not too far off. You've got the smoke coming in now with the trio of Abed, MJZ, and Tims. Got the diffusal to rip through these heroes. Just need to find that angle. No forward vision for Blacklist this time, so not going to be able to peer up front as to where the side of Geek Fam's at. They will get the power rune. And they'll go for a simple tier 1 siege on the mid. And it's a big tower to take. Sneaking through the middle here. This could be big if they find Bob. Spidey senses? Are they tingling for Bob? That they are. Tingling enough that he backs away. It's holding steady. This game is just waiting for a focal point, waiting for a launching point, right?
Radiant's bottom tower
Bob with a
isn't
blink
looking so
could
great.
start that for the side of Geek. Wondering if he's gonna go Mjolnir or Maelstrom over the Desolator. Like I do agree. I don't know if Deso is really the right pick here anyway. Are trying to chase down. Jing does see Gabby, but he has his blink. Actually, no, he doesn't. Gabby has his blink. He'll get the grip and the spear, and Jing is gonna go. Nightmare is out, Natsumi, and that's it. Just a quick cleanup onto Jing. Hit and run for Blacklist. 7-3, 2K up now. Palos sneaking into that triangle with protection of wards. Just steals some camps away from good old Bob. Bob's under vision. Does manage to blink away. And looks like they're going to be perfectly fine. X onto Palos. Is this really a fight they want to force out, though? Nightmares to hold back. Cox gonna drop low. Sharpshooter's out as well. And Cox is gone. We'll find Jing. So that's Jing and Cox down for nothing. Bob, all he can do is just...
under attack. Dire's fortified their buildings. Dire's middle tower isn't looking so great.
See what they will get done here on the side of Geek, but Blacklist starting to run them down, taking control of that triangle, cutting off farm spots. And they need a lot of farm. Like this Morphling lagging so far behind. Bob and this TA. Well, they will find Tim's at the very least down bot. Still needs more. The shard's going to be massive. That silence in the middle can simplify some of these fights. I just worry about how much Palos is allowed to get up here. 9.8k net worth. So damn rich on that Terrorblade.
Where are you going?
Jing, blink 700 gold away or so. Some good timings there. Natsumi is playing with fire. Spear back, and they've got the damage, although does manage to strength morph in time. So Natsumi is fine. That's Arena down. Suppose this blink timing for Geek Fam's the next big thing, right? Like having that initiation from Batrider could be the way to go. Geek Fam just playing around bot, farming up. Nope. Shard up on Bob. Nightmare's there to hold back a little bit. Should be able to find MJZ. No problems there for Bob. Simple support pickoff. Keep them in the game. Bob now 3-0-1. And he finally gets some progress on that mid-tier one, which should allow them to keep that invasion. Maybe start to contest triangle. Get some farm of their own in that side of the map. Shall see the traps giving vision out onto Tim's. Let's hold off the saving play. Cox still has the X, but not going to find the spacing there. Ags being built up by Cox as well, which I enjoy seeing before any BKBs are up. The disruptiveness of the water park is going to be massive here. Smoke out though, Blacklist. Or Hungry. Arena is on cooldown for a little bit longer, but they could find a good angle here. Onto Bob. Right under creep wave. Yules is up. Spear will connect perfectly. And everything thrown out onto good old Bob. Does he have enough time to refract? He will, but at what cost? Can he blink? No, he can't. Abed finds one more for himself, and they will find Scam in the middle of all of this. And we get the bushwhack and a double for Abed. Geek Fam. It's a rough and tumble road for them. Feels like this game saw Natsumi scaling, but our Morphling is dull. And like God, Gabby would have blinked Yules out. Gets the spear onto Natsumi. Is fairly tanky, but not... Oh, maybe tanky enough. Tanky enough. He's tanky enough. He backs off. Barely. Barely makes it out. Cox, though, stuck in the middle, will be paying for his carry sins. And Palos gets that one. Just with the right clicks. 12-5 Geek.
Dire's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
It's fallen a little bit short here.
Dyer's bottom tower is gone.
You need something to come out. Manta up on
Dyer's bottom
Abed.
tower isn't looking so great.
Smoke out from Geek. Going back for that Desolator and Bob. Smoke. Oh, could have been told if Abed was watching his illusion. Abed gonna be able to swash out onto the high ground. Jing looking for that lasso. Nightmare to save though. Maybe they find Tim's. Yules will save for a moment, but not long enough. Natsumi will find that for himself. Amplify damage rune down as well, so Bob can have a nice time halfway through to the Deso. Jing has his blink, of course. Just needs to get that lasso in. There is play now for Geek Fam. They just need to get these initiation angles correctly, right? Like, need to be able to jump in onto the back, maybe isolate Palos, take away the saves from the Nightmare. That has been a massive nuisance as well. MJZ utilizing this Bane to max potential. Scam working with the Guardian Greaves to try to sustain through. Ags for Cox still a ways off. At least he's 2 parts in, but still around 1,500 gold away. Or 1,200? No, 1,000 gold. Yeah, right. No, 2,000, sorry. Wait, yeah, 2,000 gold away. So needs a little bit more time before the water park is online. But you're reeling this game back just a little bit on Geek. Mind you, Palace again is still a force to be reckoned with. Natsumi does have some save with a Manta up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gabby's doing so much work with Mars. We haven't seen Mars all day. Has been banned out for the most part. So seeing this performance on Gabby is pretty strong. And it shows you why Mars is just a really good hero so far. Bob still hang on to the Amplify damage rune. They will find a bot tower siege in without the deny. And they are playing under protection of vision here inside of Geek. Scam will play forward. Maybe even break the smoke if he's lucky, although it doesn't look like he will, but he might. No, TP's out. They do not connect. Scan was there as well. And they do not reach into the point of the scan. They should know. Yeah, Watcher's gone. And no one's down bot. Smoke does not connect for Blacklist. Maybe into the triangle. To the right side as well, if they want to go onto Bob. Is that Bob gonna go for that Tormentor with double meld with the Amplify damage? Should have enough. There you go. Nice quick Tormentor take. And the free shard goes the way of Scam. So, and he's got that little Sprank, which honestly isn't too bad. I will say, and Little Friends is pretty hilarious. Like, I swear to goodness, that route is actually painful. If you can play around it. Still, Roche does begin for the side of Blacklist. We're going to be able to rip this one apart underneath Geekfam's nose. Secondary life up now for Palos. Geekfam still tending to their wounds. You know, they're still trying to recover this network disparity. Only 3k up left on the side of Blacklist. There's the full Deso up on Bob, and another smoke out from Blacklist. See if this angle finds him anything. Geekfam do look aware that the gate movement is there. Gabby still standing forward. Cox would be a nice target to find. Blinks forward. Yule's up to set, and the spear back, but the arena is clean. Cox gone. They chopped off Cox. But that is space for everyone else. So Natsumi's still playing catch-up. Has the phylactery. Probably into the Conda next. They are keeping momentum bot. And they already found a tier 2, so I don't think they'll mind a tier 2 in exchange here. From the side of Blacklist, just going to be free to siege here for Palos.
Dire buildings are fortified.
No contest coming out from the side of Geek.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Gabby just cutting the mid-creep wave, it looks like.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's fairly close to having his full Heaven's Halberd, and that's going to hold Bob back a fair amount. I love the utility Gabby's gone for here. Geek fam. Need to hold off on the high ground push. Hal is so confident just sieging already without a creep wave. Just copying it for the creeps.
Dire's top tower isn't looking so great. Radiant's bottom tower
Fortify
in
is
trouble.
popped. That's all she wrote. Ag's fully up now on
Dire's
Cox.
top
There's the
tower is
smoke
under
play from
attack.
Geek Fam with that. See if they can find something here. Even Natsumi joining into the fray.
Dire's top tower isn't
Jing.
looking so great.
Just needs that blink.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Palos
attack.
gets the reflection off. Is Palos really the choice you want here, though?
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
No, certainly not.
Radiant's bottom tower is in
Good
trouble.
positioning from Blacklist. Smoke from Geek does fall flat, and now they can look to play. Gabby, fairly far north with the arena, so not going to be able to join in. Bob still not able to build up the stacks in the Desolator here. Gonna need more. Jing does blink, gets a lasso onto Tim's. Nightmare save is there though, but not gonna save from that combo at release, although still alive. Gets the shot through as well. Can he actually kill off him? So he will eventually. The Palace will find a trade with Jing. They managed to get the grip off onto Bob. And he's gone. The water park's not doing much. Brings up to hold him by the tier 3's Yules as well. Gabby just gets a God's Rebuke, and Cox will fall. Geek Fam. It's all falling apart. Blacklist, they're late. They defaulted game 1, but looks like they're going to be able to force out a game 3 here. This Geek Fam just doesn't feel like they have play.
Dire's lost their top tower.
Their lanes just didn't feel strong enough up against the way Blacklist was playing every side lane.
Temporary and
Only the mid lane for
vulnerability
Bob went
Dire's side.
pretty well.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
He'll rip right through these racks. No problem for Palos.
Dire's
Age is
top
still up for a
barracks are
minute
under
20.
attack.
No worries there.
Dire's top
And that's
barracks
it.
are gone.
Just tier 3 into racks. At very least, no other side, no other lane is still open for the racks. And Palos walks right into Natsumi.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
Reflection does not connect. Lasso does come in. They will find the first
Dire's
life
middle tower
of
is under
Palos.
attack.
Can they find a second? They do manage to get the torrent out the boat as well, but there comes the BKB of Palos and the roll from Abed, finding Scam, trying to sprint through. Still being slowed down. It's healing up so much though in the middle of this, with the rum buff as well. Couldn't be enough to save. Torrent Storm to hold back the side of Blacklist. Jing jumping forward. Not gonna be able to find anyone. So one pickup for Geek Fam. Which is honestly not bad. That is one more than you would have found earlier, so take what you can get. 724 gold swinging the way of Geek. Which again, considering this game, you don't mind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And we
Dire's
chill.
bottom tower is in trouble.
Palos loses Aegis, doesn't die. So he's fine. They sacrifice, what, Tim's? Blacklist still in a really good position, and Geek Fam are not in a great position. Feels like they're not getting anything out from Bob. Like this investment onto Bob is it's coming out, but it's not massive. Start ripping away.
Among the hidden ones.
Oh, jump forward up top. Arena does connect. They will get the lasso out onto Palos. Can they kill him off? Nightmare to save into the BKB. Has the Sunder onto Natsumi. Natsumi now is the one in danger. Can't get out in time. Right clicks are enough. Great rolls out from Abed as well.
Radiant's fortified their
And
buildings.
Geek. Nothing's lining up. And they get the angle in with Jing, but doesn't do anything. Bob's not there to really leverage his damage fully either.
Dire's middle tower isn't looking
Needs
so
that
great.
BKB to not worry about the bounces.
Dire's middle tower
10k
is
lead
under
up
attack.
for the side of Blacklist. Onto the tier 2s they go. Yeah, nothing complicated about this for Blacklist. Just clean gameplay.
Dyer's
Great
middle tower is
lanes.
gone. Hey,
Geek Fam falling a
nice.
little bit short here. And Blacklist, I mean, 11k up. BKB up on Bob. This could be the difference maker. Having this core that can just stand and fight.
Dyer's
But I
bottom
say
tower
that,
isn't
but
looking so great.
you have the grip. That's just going to be so annoying. It's just like, how do you even play into that?
Dyer's bottom tower is
Someone
under
has to jump that back line for Bob. Ags up on Abed now as well. Some more swatches coming in. And a smoke out from Geek. See if they can jump anyone. No forward vision. Making their way down bot. Try to jump Palos would be a big target. Jing. Still ready with that blink lasso. Not going to find anyone. Good read from Blacklist to just back off. No openings for Geek. Next Roche. 20 seconds till we see that timer. So they've got a little bit of something to play for, I suppose. And I know. Like, will we reach the point where Natsumi is going to be a hypercare? Perhaps. Feels like this gap though is just massive with Palos. The Conda is going to be a nice point. I feel like a BKB Lincoln's like, felt like BKB Lincoln's had to be a play. Manta's nice, but Lincoln's feels so important here for Bob as well. He is going for more damage, so into the Daedalus. That can help alleviate some of these woes they're having and trying to burst
Dyer's
someone
middle
down.
tower is in trouble.
Mid is just under siege by the TV illusions, but they are forcing this fight around Roshan. Scam gonna be the one to
Dyer's
show
middle
himself
tower
up
isn't
front.
looking so great.
Blacklist. Still with a smoke. Just need to find a way in here.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke out again from Geek though. Can they find a superior position? They're wrapping around a wraparound. Wrapping all around, all the way around. Like a... I don't know. Like a shawarma. Blink forward, they get the lasso onto the big one. Palos, can they get enough damage? No. Too far. Arena falls flat from Gabby, but they isolate Bob. He's got the BKB though. He's gonna be fine. No damage flying out from Bobby. Now he's forced to try to TP away. No, the grip in time from MJZ and Bobby. Bobby just trying to TP.
Unstoppable.
And that's gonna be Roshan for Blacklist. No contest now. No way to stop this either. For the side of Geek.
Middle tower is under attack.
Geek fam, like, I mean, it looked like such a good start. And you've got Palos there, you've got him lassoed up. Where's the damage supposed to come in? How is Jing supposed to drag him all the way back in that short duration? Like, no one else was there. No force staff up on the Batrider either.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so
So
great.
the repositioning is just not quick enough. Scam just trying to find what farm he can. Will get Yule stop and speared back. Another simple pick off here for Blacklist. And it will just siege on. Last outer tower here left for the side of Geek. Palos! Full butterfly up now as well. He is so rich on this Terrorblade. 5-0-7. He's had a perfect game so far.
Bad call
Onto
by
the high
Dyer
ground they
bot.
go.
Their tower's gone.
There's nothing to stop them here
tower is
on
under
the side
attack.
of Blacklist now. And Geek Fam. All set up for it. Siege onto that tier 3.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Not much that Geek can
Now is
really
not a
do
good
about
time to
this.
attack the
Except
Dire.
like fortify and stall, but I don't know what you realistically expect now. Maybe a lasso. Maybe that's a play.
Dyer's
Jin can
lost their
connect
bottom
that.
tower.
We force out the Sunder at the very least, but siege onto the high ground does continue. Geek trying to rotate into the back with a smoke here.
Dyer's bottom racks are
Cox
dust.
with an angle. but
Dyer's bottom
Blacklist
barracks are
already
gone.
assuming that angle as well. Jing. And this lasso is so important for the team fights. MJZ might just be the quick target they want. There goes the arena, connects onto Natsumi, does manage to get the sprint morph out, but he's not durable enough here. Glimmer Cape to try and save Rum Buff as well. It's still up and running here for Natsumi. We'll need to bail out. Paolo's starting to drop a little bit low, but not low enough. The damage from Bob. Missed chances are there, and the Sunder is out. He's gone. No buyback on Bob. Scam now left to be eaten up like some fresh venison on hand. We'll find it. And so they find a Bane, but not much else. Not even able to find Tim's with illusions there as well. Geek fam. Only the one Rax left in a really, really terrible position. Age is still up for 2 minutes and a half on Palos. Like, you're not stopping this.
Dyer's lost the middle tower.
Conda damage is good. Is that Conda or just Phylactery? Phylactery, the Conda damage is good.
Dyer's middle barracks are going down.
But what can you do about this?
Dyer's
Mid-rack set to fall. Mega Creeps coming out online.
Dyer's middle
Get the spear back on Natsumi as well. Gabby has just been on point every single time. That's full Megas. This could be the game ending. Basher up on Abed. We're going to be able to rip right through here.
middle tower's down. On Dyer's
Ags
side.
up for MJZ as well. Like, this is it. This is done. This is done. ECAM. Rather unfortunate result for game one after being one game up from a map DQ from being late. Blacklist make it look simple in this first game. GG is called. Let's see if Geekfam can rally in game two. But Blacklist looked like they were warmed up much better here, as they will find that win. And Geekfam, I mean, honestly, I don't know if it's itemization. I don't know if I can fully say that for, like, say, Bob and Natsumi. And not having Lincolns in this game felt like a bit of a blunder. I do feel like the off lane of Cox didn't do much. Like, I get the Kunkka is probably one of his biggest comfort heroes, but it just didn't do anything here as well. So it fell short of the mark. And Geek Fam, they were only a game away. Now we're forced into the second game here. We'll see if they can do it up against Blacklist. Blacklist as well. One game away of maintaining their stay in the upper bracket. But yeah, I feel like itemization wasn't quite the best in Geek. Maybe the drafting fell a little bit short as well. Like, no one was there to connect with Cox. Like, say instead of Mirana, instead of Bad Rider, if he had Mirana in this game, right? Like, you could play with X Mark pulled back into Arrow, and that might have been able to get you going. So I don't know. We'll see what the corrections will be from Geek Fam after a bit of a break here on the stream. Again, thanks you for tuning in. Shout out to Armel and Cuckoo for watching as well. Make sure to check them out, and make sure to check this stream out as well. Your views do matter. And thank you again. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back for technically game number 3, but reality is game 2 between Blacklist versus Geek. Let's see then.
I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. The cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car. Hit the button, drive real far. Put that record on me like, I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new life. Fights in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you take your life inside a cup. Forget the world and drive real far. Put that record on again. Oh, my love, it's you and I. Close, close, and come back this far. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fighting the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close, and come back this far. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I can't wait to leave this town. Can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down.
I believe in love, I believe in honesty. Does that sound like something you'd be into? I believe the truth can be reality. Will you roll with that? 'Cause I want you to. I'm stuck in trying to find a way to make it easier to say that there's just one thing on my mind. And I think it's time for you to realize I want you all to myself. Don't wanna share you with nobody else. So give me something to believe. Will you promise me? Will you promise me? Will you promise me? I am not a stranger to excuses. Burned me once or twice, I expect them. I just wanna know what your truth is. Will you be the one to break me out of this? I want you all to myself. Don't wanna share you with nobody else. So give me something to believe.
just enough to make you smile, and you need me to hold you close, and all your fears that you dream of will disappear and flutter on. Whoa, hold on just a little. We'll meet right here in the middle ground is where we'll stand. Let go of the brittle, 'cause you'll find life is a riddle that we're not meant to understand. Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop. Just look on, and I'll look down, and all your fears have run aground. Then you said, all I ever wanted was to love like this. All I ever needed was to feel like something more than a closed door flat on the floor. I can offer so much more. All I ever wanted was to feel at ease. All I ever needed was to get up off my feet. 'Cause I believe in love. Hold on just a little. We'll meet right here in the middle ground is where we'll stand. Let go of the brittle, 'cause you'll find life is a riddle that we're not meant to understand. Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop.
Radiant's banned.
All right, everyone, we are back in for game 3, technically, of this series between Blacklist and Geek Fam. This is technically game
10
3.
seconds remaining.
Blacklist did give map 1 away because, well,
5
they were
seconds,
late.
boss.
So that is the penalty. They did forfeit game 1. We are here for game 3. Blacklist took game 2. Game 2 rather convincingly. And we'll see now what Geek Fam does to rally through. Again, 1 game away to continue here in the upper bracket for both teams. See what the call out is. Terrorblade still left in the pool, and Palace had a great time last time. So you have that option
Radiant's
here
turn to
still
ban.
left.
Dire's turn to ban.
See what the pickups will be.
Dire's choice.
You
Radiant's
ban
banned.
out the Shadow Demon, Timbersaw, and Doom, and Geek Fam do start with a Leshrac. Blacklist, what'll it be? I'm gonna be... They ban out the Terrorblade themselves. What are they gonna open up with here? Centaur's still left in the pool. Pangalier's in the pool. Mars is in the pool. So all of this
10 seconds
is...
left.
And then there's a lot of options
5
here
seconds
for
remaining.
Blacklist to continue with a draft, to open up with a draft here. We'll find out.
Dire's banned.
Start off with the Death Prophet, so that hero has grown in popularity again. We've seen it off lane and mid, so Curious to see where Blacklist puts it. Maybe Abed, considering they could think this is the Bob Lesh mid. Could be the way to go. I think that matchup's not too bad for DP. It's also not too bad for Lesh, though.
5 seconds
Like, it's not a lane where you can easily use Spirit Siphon here.
Dyer's turn to ban.
Let's see it. What are you going to pick up now? Or ban out?
10 seconds
You do
left.
take care of the Tusk, and one more ban here for Geek.
5 seconds lost.
What's it going to be here?
Radiant's turn to ban.
You take care of the Mars as well, so they remove that option for Gabby. What's your Cox here going to be? It feels like the Conco is kind of underwhelming.
Ten seconds remaining.
It's ban here for Blacklist.
5 seconds.
What's left? Hoodwink, still a common hero. Grimstroke's been pretty good. I suppose with Lesh, they could try to go the way of Talon. Maybe consider something like the Pugna. Let's see Blacklist go into the Tiny. So just a very stable roaming 4 for Tim's. Perhaps a mid, but I don't think Abed's going to be picking that up. Or maybe Gabby takes a DP. It's open enough. We'll find out.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what Geek Fam's back-to-back picks will be. They've got to kind of show this Leshrax's position soon.
Dyer's pick. Radiant.
We'll go into the Venge, so they've got the swap saves on hand. And a Rubik as well, so there's some decent spells to steal here. And that should be fairly safe going for the side of Geek.
10 seconds
I like that
left.
support duo. I think this does have a lot more play in comparison to what
5 seconds
Geek
left.
had last time with what Enchantress Batrider. This one, I mean, you certainly had play, but it felt like you needed to wait a little bit longer. So I like seeing the Rubik come out.
Dyer's choice.
Disruptor coming out for Blacklist, though, into the back-to-back Luna as well. It's concerning. This is really high tempo from Blacklist. They've got a lot of push for just Luna DP. This does allow you to look for a good offlane for Geek Fan, but I'm not sure what's left there for Cox. You want a Brewmaster?
10 seconds remaining.
Brewmaster's a viable option.
5 seconds remaining.
Brewmaster could be an option here for Geek. Is there a Timbersaw? Timbersaw was banned out by them. Centaur is an option. Centaur could bully that lane. Centaur Rubik is really good. I don't mind it for Geek. It allows a good escape as well. So I think running like the center off could be nice. Let's see what Geek Fam wants. They are taking their time in this one. Really taking their time here. What's a pickup? This should just be the Cox hero. Unless Cox is running something like the Leshrac off, which I don't think works too well into the Luna. I think the Luna is still fairly okay there. It's not the worst offlane, but considering your mid is DP Lesh, I'd say you take that. We'll see what Geek Fam will pick. Abed has been reconnecting. Geek Fam really digging into the reserves. We'll go for the Sven first, so that should lead to the offlane bans here. Slaughter being banned out by Geek. Blacklist. Take out the Centaur. I mean, I like the Sven. I think core to core it does make sense. I worry about something like DP Shard could be really strong. But Sven Ags kind of takes care of all those issues, so typical Massive Madness, Echo Saber disassembly.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that's the way to go here. We'll see what the call is for the side of Blacklist for these bans. Again, something like Centaur is a straightforward ban here. So I think they can take care of that.
Radiance ban.
They do ban out the Brewmaster. Is Centaur going to get banned? I wonder.
10 seconds remaining.
It's like the Centaur is a pretty big part.
5 seconds, boss.
Dig into reserve time again. Good God, guys. Come on. Ban out Centaur. Centaur is literally the only thing. Maybe a Tide. Enigma could be annoying. They take care of it. They take care of the Centaur. You have room for Enigma on Geek Fam if Cox wants that. Pretty decent team fight. Ban out the Gabby Omni Knight as well. You want Enigma here, Geek? I think Enigma works out. Lane could be annoying. I think Luna can clear out the Eidolon's fine.
10 seconds left.
What's going to be the pickup? Like, no scent. Enigma's really the only thing I see.
5 seconds, boss.
Maybe a Bristle, just a tank through. Like, Bristle Sven plus Lesh with some durability is going to be hard to kill off. But I think it's too greedy. Maybe look for... I don't know, Tidehunter's alright. Not amazing. I'd rather have Enigma, I think, if you're going to go either or, but... let's find out. We'll find out sooner rather than later, I'm sure. We shall see.
Radiant's choice.
It will go for the...
Admiral Conker.
This should be a better lane. Right? This should be a better lane. At the very least.
Left.
This should be a better lane. I don't
5
know.
seconds remaining.
Conker Rubik should be stable. Conker Sven, it's really tanky, even with Lesh. What are you gonna last pick here, Blacklist? Are you gonna do something crazy like, say, AM offlane for Gabby? Tidehunter's fine too, although Sven kind of is okay with that. Tide Tiny's kind of meh. What else is left? Bristle, meh, too slow against Sven. Enigma, but you pick Enigma into Rubik, but you're picking it for lane, not for anything else.
Time to choose.
We'll go with Primal Beast instead, so I like that coming out here for the side of Blacklist. Geek Fam. Into the Cox Kunka. I think that's okay in this game, but I do have my concerns. Shout out to Engel. And shout out to everyone else. Let's see here. I know how I feel about this. I feel like Blacklist draft is definitely...
They'll be back.
Yeah, the tempo of the Blacklist draft is pretty solid. Let's see what they pick up for how they play this out. I mean, I like the confidence on Geek Fam to still go into... Was there actually a pause?
All right, let's do this.
Cavalry's
here.
MJZ is reconnecting, I'm sure. Let's see. This game, it's do or die for either side to stay on the upper bracket road here for the road to Wallachia. Wallachia? 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 No, I don't know. So we get the instant pause in. The classic sounds fixing. Okay. Let's check a pronunciation for Wallachia. Let's see. Wallachia pronunciation.
Wallachia.
Wallachia. See, it's Wallachia. Oh, I have the slow option now.
Wallachia.
Oh, it's not funny. It doesn't drop the voice. Okay, it's Wallachia. Wallachia. And we'll see who has that smoother road to Wallachia. Well, to Europe, I'm supposing, as it seems like it's going to be a studio broadcast. A studio setting for the teams, which is still fun. Romania is a very nice place. Ah, it'd be nice to be there. Take me back to Tour 1 last year. The only tour I got to attend in Romania. We shall see. Pauses. Shout out to everyone using the stream. Again, this is perfectly fine with me. You are free to use my stream as is. And there's no problem there. You can just mute. You can use it. No problems at all. And again, this is game tree. You should see what happens in game. Yeah, everyone's free to use it. It's my own content. It's a community cast. I don't mind sharing this with people who want to cast, because we only have one lobby access, I believe, and I don't mind sharing. It's all good in the hood. See if these pauses take any longer. Some sound issues. Maybe some internet issues as well. This is our second to the last series. Of course, after this one, we do have Neon versus Manta, which, honestly, I don't know which way that goes. I would say Neon, but you can't count out Manta. Aris has rallied newer players before, so I'm sure that's going to be perfectly fine there. We'll find out. Let's go, Jing, says Palos. Ether ka daw. Sinuka ka na kinain. What are these guys doing, bro? Please, please start the game. Nate, get these guys under control. Let's go. Okay. Try. Let's try.
Good to go.
Sana maging awkward kayo para manalo kami. Palos. Some next level mind games there. Let's see the smoke out. Geek fam grouped up, running down bot. Getting a late smoke out as well. Let's see if they find that angle onto that bot jungle. Again, shout out to Queenic, to Kuku, to Armel. No problems with using this. See what the action break will be like. Already some wards to defend for Blacklist, and they're holding a good position here with Tims to break the smoke. Will a Geek Fam push that far? Will they go that far? Smoke still has decent duration left. Tims will break the smoke. Smoke broken, so they will go back. And now this ward is getting full value. So what is this? A 2 for 2 in the end? Is it going to be traded? They're going to get an extra one on Blacklist once more. Gabby stepping really far forward, checking for wards. Nothing there. They see Bob. Again, with early obs being dropped. Looks like a 2 for 2. Nothing exciting. Maybe MJZ makes it exciting. No, he doesn't.
Stick to the plan.
Why would he? And there you go. 2 for 2 start. Take a look at these lanes as they break out. Take a peek, a gander down at bot. MJZ on the Disruptor. You've got Palos on the Luna. They are up against Cox on that Kunkka and Jing on that Rubik. So should be a decent lane. I think this is better for Cox compared to playing into the Terrorblade. Like, Kunkka Batrider just doesn't feel like it does as much. Rubik, Kunkka at least has some connections. We'll see how much they can do. Of course, it's almost like a melee matchup up against Luna. So you get a lot of value with Tidebringer. Of course, MJZ is just going to be spamming out all of these Thunder Strikes. It's going to feel pretty nice. Lots of magic damage that can come in. Another quick pause from Palos to reconnect and fix. We'll find out how this does go. The classic pause. No, I haven't had merienda. I think I had some seaweed. So there's that. Have some meatballs. Patola, I guess I'll fall back to after this series. Double reconnects up, 2 left. Now I'm really itching for some Pancit Canton, not gonna lie. And some nice the Casalo packs. Why do they not have the Casalo pack in original flavor? Is that something in Manila? Because I really want a Casalo pack in original. Wait, Bob, wait lang. Bob, patience. Patience, Bobby. We'll find out. But yeah, the Casalo pack. The yellow Pancit Casalo pack. Does it exist? I want one. You know, I like chili pancit, sure, that's fun. Pancit, not so much. I think plain pancit is not that great. And yeah, I don't know where I'm going anymore. I'm really hungry. I want some meatballs. Wallachia. Wallachia Quint. I know it's late, guys, but I am reading chat. As we do have to go ahead. Spend more time in the damn pause than we have in the draft. Almost as much time in the damn pause as we have in the draft. See what goes on. Again, shouldn't be too rough of a lane for Palos. Once MJZ is out of mana, though, this lane simplifies. That is one thing that you do enjoy up against Disruptor. Very mana intensive, not the best regen, not the best pool either. Lotus control is going to be important here for MJZ to kind of keep that up. Yeah, getting some good harassment onto Jing. Fade Bolt does kind of soften the blow from Palos, but still a good chase down onto Jing. Blood Grenade as well. Jing! No, he's going to tick out. No. Oh my god. It's like 9 HP, 11 or something. And Jing, oh, stays alive. Barely. A stray breeze is going to pull him down now, but still has one more tango at least. Take a look at those other lanes down mid. Abed up against Bob. And that DP Lesh matchup. A little bit better for Bob. Again, to be expected. It's not completely unplayable for a DP, but you're not able to feed off with the Spirit Siphon as much. There is potential to be punished by, say, an Edict play from Bob, so you're not able to regen as much as well. A couple more right clicks. Tree block of the vision is pretty nice. Jing will draw first blood, though, finding MJZ in the trades. And again, that's something with Disruptor. When you're out of mana, can't do much. It's a free reset for MJZ. Could fill up a bottle mid if he feels the need to. Does he feel the need to? No. Abed still has his water runes. He's fine. But yeah, that's the spike for Geek Fam. When Disruptor's out of mana, you're happy. Take a look at the other lanes. Up top, of course, Tim's on that Tiny, along with Gabby on his Primal Beast, up against Natsumi on the Sven, and Skem, that good old Venge. This is a pretty good lane for the side of Geek. Straightforward, 2 stuns. Some minus armor that Tim's in particular is not going to enjoy with 0 base armor on the Tiny. You can play around with that. You do manage to find that trade onto Jing down bot. And you've seen him. He was hanging on basically no regen, no HP. Did need a reset. That should provide an opportunity to top up Bob, which is nice. So a tactical death for Jing. A reset. A bottle refill for Bob or not? Bob's just going to go for the bounty. Alright. So no bottle refill. Head back to lanes instead. So far, Abed's been doing a great job of just keeping up. It's not an overwhelming start there. So able to get onto MJZ a little bit late for the Torrent for Cox. Not going to be able to find that clean pickup onto the Disruptor. Rather unfortunate. Does feel like you kind of want to run down this lane. Get Cox off to a good start. Have that good timing into the Blade Mail Ags. But still applying decent pressure onto Luna. Not enough to keep Palos down. Laning start for Blacklist is fairly solid. Top 3 right now, all cores from Blacklist 10. And doesn't feel like you can really do much on the Geek Fam to stop this. Like, melee matchup up against Primal Beasts already feels great for Gabby. Just like that. Natsumi's a little bit too far forward. Not sure what the idea was there. Won't be safe, but comps a lot of damage on his way out. Does have the salve at least. And the salve's gone. Okay. So, yeah, not the best. Blacklist just playing these lanes well. Again, it really feels like Bob's lane's the one lane that always finds something. Right, but even then, it's not like an overwhelming lead this time around for the Leshrac in comparison. And it does feel like the DP is still going to be able to find that shove onto mid, no matter what, as long as the levels are there. So you are still set for a good time on the side of a Blacklist. We'll see what they can do here.
Not on my watch.
Might be able to isolate. No, they can't isolate MJZ. So no play with the Torrent. A little bit of that shove mid on Bob. Siege creeps up, but the creep wave is not going to last long anyway. And an impasse. See if anyone comes in for those 6-minute runes. Looks like all side lanes are tied up. There is some room for Tims to walk. And they get the glimpse back. Who did he glimpse across? Nah, they just glimpse Skem back through the gate.
The Radiant have bought their buildings a little more time.
We'll find the Obs. Doesn't find a sentry. Can they find this kill? Cox does get the X. TP coming in from Tims to disrupt. They will find one. They might be able to find Skem in exchange, and they will. But now, Blood Grenade out. Palos starting to drop dangerously low. Cox gonna have a shit. 2 kills for Cox. And that's the start we're looking for here for Cox. Big start for Cox. I'll be very happy with that here on Geek. Blacklist. The glimpse was cute, but it doesn't do much when you went through gate, so Tim's soaking up a little bit here, but not really able to save. And now we're able to get a bottle refill for Bob. Exo is popped by Abed. MJZ around as well. Also getting a bottle refill onto Abed. Good damage onto that tier 1. But that's going to be it. Not going to be able to fully commit. Bob going to be happy enough to dip back and farm. They have managed to get some spacing out for Natsumi, but he was forced to TP home. The threat of that Primal Beast is pretty high. So this is the make or break it time for Geek Fam, right? Like, we're looking for timings from Bob, we're looking for farm coming out for Natsumi, we're looking for initial timings on Cox with that Blade Mail Ags, maybe a BKB for safe measure as well, could be nice. This is where that road needs to be smooth sailing. Cox #1 right now in that word. And Blacklist, chilling out. There's not as much pressure on Blacklist, I feel. Like, Luna versus Sven can be a little bit awkward. I think that one's, like, back and forth. If Luna's edge is her Ags, because she can stand way further back than Sven, but Sven Ags is really strong here as well. The Dispel, the basic Dispel, can do some wonders here. Starting a bit of a, just a soft shove down bot. And no hard committals from any side just yet. Jing building up the stacks. Gonna be a nice and tasty treat for Natsumi. Gonna start finding it now. Nice stacks, not being scouted out by Blacklist. Be more than happy here for sure.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Still a slower game so far. 2-3. Do have stacks built up for Blacklist as well that Gabby will clear out. Going for the Blade Mail in this game as the Primal Beast, which does make sense. Blade Mail up against Sven's can be nice. Even the Leshrak's not going to enjoy that too much. Not the biggest stacks, not as big in compared to Geek Fam's own, but still some gold that you find. Not going to ask questions there. Natsumi's already digging into the safer corners of the map. Already forced all the way back in that top jungle, so you do have more farming efficiency coming out from Blacklist. Right, but Palos is clearing out nicely. His Mask of Madness isn't too far off. Could opt for a 1-2-2 build, a 1-3-3 build as well. And in fact, he did go for a 1-2-3. Okay. Down mid, Jinx starting to drop low. Spirit Siphon saving, got the swap to save as well. They should be able to find Abed. They will find Tims. Abed still finds Jing in the side. But Bob comes out on top, finding Abed in the end. Level 9 now on that Lesh, cutting off any usage of Exo into a push. Now that they've got Diabolic Edict up to level 4, the siege onto mid. It's not going to take too long. Paulus will keep it safe for now. Forces Bob away. The chip damage and the threat is there. Another top up here that Jing can hand. What happened to... Okay, Bob's bottle sick. Gets passed back as well. Oh, they find Gabby. They get one stun off. They get the second. Tim's cutting off on the side. Onslaught is still there. No swap. Avalanche out from Jing.
Dyer's middle tower
Not connect. And now the response coming in. But Blacklist won't fully commit. Neither will Geek. Haste Rune is there for Abed.
Dyer's middle tower is in
Will
trouble.
pick it up for himself, and now has the exit to siege onto mid. Doesn't pop it yet. The rest of Blacklist smoke behind him.
Dyer's
Good
middle
angle
tower
here
is
for
under
Blacklist. Smoke broken by Scam though.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Let's get a glimpse. And that scan does reveal.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
We'll just take that easy siege onto the mid, leaving the side lanes open. Natsumi farming, Cox farming up. Natsumi needs a lot of farm. Still a little bit behind on that Sven. Needs to start considering the triangle, because now they're going to scout this triangle out. Avalanche does get tossed. They will let Bob start to clear this out. Does have the Kaya. So feeling rather painful right now. All the damage output he has. We'll find Ancients, and they already cleared out the large camp, so... Happy days so far for Geek. Another set of stacks in the side Ancient camp as well. Being very efficient on the map, every single player. 3 to 5. Again, not a massive lead either way. A little bit of a slower game. Palos has been allowed to free farm to his heart's content, though. Going for that Manta on the Luna. And being afforded to go for the greedier 144 build. No point in the Eclipse. And if you can get away with that in the game, if your damage is not necessary early, it's a massive boon for that farm speed. Like, this is your set to escalate on Palos. You're going to have a good timing on the blink here for Tims. Abed, his haste does pop. This looking down bot has his own Kaya into a BKB now.
Radiant buildings are fortified.
Pinks are up top.
Radiant's bottom
Need to
tower
cut
is
off
in trouble.
Natsumi's lane. He has recovered decently. Still working onto the Echo Saber. Might be able to find Gabby. Avalanche does connect. The lift back is there as well. They've got the X, and they should be able to clear this pesky Primal Beast. Natsumi will find out for himself. So nice pickup. Good rotation out from Cox to ensure that kill. And now time for stack clearing for Natsumi. Mask of Madness ready. And they're going to be able to find it. No problems here for the Sven. Going to lead to that faster Echo Saber disassembly into BKB. Very important timing for Natsumi to meet. I do still have my concerns about Palos, though. Like, this guy is still farming like a madman. Yasha almost done. Manter afterwards. Gonna be feeling very happy with all of that up and running. And, like, Abed's still gonna be a threat. Like, I love the early BKB on this DP. Not gonna have enough output unless that Sven joins in, which Is questionable at best of whether or not Natsumi will join every fight. They do manage to get the Static Storm onto Cox. Not a lot of damage on Cox. Blade Mail pop now as well. Pop the Exo. Nice lift up from Jing to cut off the charge. And now Abed stuck in the middle of nowhere. Has a lot of sustain going through though. Pulverize does kick in onto Jing. Jing, no steal. Not being able to pick anything impressive up, but we'll find Abed. Get the glimpse back onto Bob. That cuts off that push. Gabby manages to escape with a sliver of HP there. Geek Fam, keep that tier 1 protected. Managed to find a nice pickoff. Wasting that Exo on Abed. So all things considered, Geek Fam looking so much better in this game number 3. Technically game 2. And looking good. See if they can maintain that. Going for the Echo Saber into the BKB. They've got the full mech coming out here as well for Jing into Garden Greaves. Will be nice. And the investment on Palos, well, Aluna, when it's ahead, is nice. Aluna at equal farm starts to feel mildly underwhelming. We are reaching that point. Natsumi's pulled ahead. Echo Saber coming in, and then 2 parts into BKB, disassembly. He's going to be massive into the Ags I want to see here for Natsumi. And then you're feeling pretty darn good. Got the Bloodstone being worked on for Bob. After this, Kaya, not going for his own defensive item, which I think you can afford. You've got the save from Skem. Right, you've got the swap to play with. Skem's been really solid with these swaps. Makes him sound like a traitor. Very solid swaps for Skem. So you have that going for them. Side of Blacklist. Struggling a little bit behind. Smoke out from Geek Fam. Try to see where Bob and Skem goes. Could be a nice jump onto MJZ, not the biggest target. Deeper targets await though. Halos. Question without an answer just yet is going to be the mark. Swap out, stun in, gone. Wham bam, they're gone. Nice simple kill found by the side of Geek. And now MJZ, not safe here, is going to be able to just back off. They will go for the tier 1 tower instead. And Geek Fam should be able to find that quite nicely. 4k lead for Geek. Kill on Palos is the punishment we were looking for this entire time from Geek Fam as well. And they're going to be able to start clearing out even more. Take away these camps from Blacklist. And build up. Cox pinged out for him. But Geek Fam are still around to play. Trying onto Cox, but they steal the... Oh, nice. They steal the Rample instead. Gabby making that split decision to cancel off, but he's still set to fall.
Now you're just showing off.
Bob now starting to wreck face with that Lesh. Find Tim's as well. Lift back X into boat. Tim's also going to be gone. They have got the stolen toss on Jing. And the siege on tier 1 not going to take long. Trying to contest as well. Maybe checking for runes, but 14 minutes have come and passed. Block off the camp instead, Cox. Thinking very strongly here. A great start for Geek. 3 to 10, 7k lead up. Blacklist. And they need to utilize some more. They will get the callback onto Cox. No stolen glimpse for Cox as well. Pulverize. Oh, Torrent does save him. Cox still set to fall. Not going to be able to get the X before dying. But the Ags is only a part way now. Good punishment from Blacklist, at least. But Geek Fam not gonna mind that. Natsumi's playing a free game. BKB only the recipe away. Gonna be swimming well once that's up. Amplify damage rune for Bob. Full Bloodstone in play now as well. So he's starting to hit his spikes. And they still control their top tier 1, their bot tier 1 here on the side of Geek. Mind you, some play coming out for Blacklist now as well. Tim's with a blink. Can start to get some good tossbacks here. Can they find MJZ? Oh, the splitter barely connects. And they'll find a nice simple kill. That does force out the amplified damage rune from Bob. Which maybe not the ideal if you want to see from the Lesh, but kill's a kill. Going back for the BKB next on that Lesh rack. And again, keeping that pressure by invading the triangle. I like this read from the side of Geek. Down mid, Tim's getting poked and prodded by Cox just a little bit. Cox slapping him around. Oh, Scam cleans up with a wave of terror. Kill secured. You know. It's fine. Perfectly fine. Smoke out. Geek. Want to keep this pressure going. Can they find Palos up top? Playing so far forward again. Is he trying to sneak into the top jungle camps? Jing? Spot the illusions. Palos trying to walk his way down. Okay. Going for the gate usage. Is going to make it out. Go back to farming now. On that Luna. Again, your core-to-core matchup is not the worst. It's also not amazing. It does feel like you need Shard and Palos. The damage reduction plus the potentially life-stealing through the glaives is massive. See if they start to find that.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Fox still playing in the field. Ags, so close.
Dire's bottom tower is under
No one has BKB. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have BKB and Ovid, okay. It's flying out. You'll have one BKB to deal with Torrent Storm. That's pretty much it. Tim's forced to blink away from the yell of Natsumi. And it'll start the siege.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
Nice and simple here.
The Radiant have brought their
For the side of Geek Fan so far. They will manage to get that split push going with Palos down bot. There is some equalization going on here at the very least.
Courier's down. Dire side.
Geek Fam holding triangle.
Dire's bottom tower.
Playing Ritter strong. Not giving Blacklist openings. Just slowly pressuring onto the tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Palos cutting all the waves over the illusions from the Manta. Very nice to see. Trying to stall this out as much as possible. Tower will still fall, but high ground. It's not like you're looking high ground without Roshan here. And Bob will find us.
Middle tower is down for the count. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So only one outer tower left here for the side of Blacklist. To be fair, it's a ton of space out for Palos. Keeping parity in farm. There's that timing we were looking for. Full Ags on Cox. And they'll instantly go for the Tormentor on the side of Geek. What's the big one they'll get? Smoke out from Blacklist, though. Good intercept here. Shard on Jing is a massive saving tool now available. See the stacks in the Ancients. Blink forward. Tims does manage to find 2 nice ones. Taking out Scam straight away. Pulverize out, but it's stolen by Jing. Static Storm to hold back Bob. Still trying to look for more here. Natsumi popped the BKB. Needs to find a kill. We'll find one. Support trades. Considering how much you expended on both sides. Rather even. Can they intercept anyone else? TP's coming off for Gabby. Should be able to run away. TP's ready on Tim's as well. But Jing. Blinks. Pulverize out. He did get trampled though. Rather unfortunate toss up. Tims will find that kill. And Gabby, still trying to play here, will fall. Can Tims make it out? Looks like... Oh no, the Torrent connects from Cox. They will find a double for Bob. And Geek managed to shake things up. That's the kind of play you're looking for to stay ahead here in Geek Fam. So much closer to that BKB for Bob. And yes, we are going for the Ags and Natsumi. And that Dispel on hand from the Stormhammer is going to be massive. Yule's not going to save. If you had to even worry about that, looks like they weren't. Instead, the Daedalus. Alright, Natsumi going for the Daedalus instead, maybe feeling like they've got enough initiation from elsewhere. They've got the swaps, they've got the X mark. You don't need to run your Sven in. Fair enough. Go for the Tormentor now as well. See what that second shard will give them. It's going to be on Scam. Which has actually a massive shard. Like, I love this shard. Just the bouncing magic missile can cause so much annoyance in the middle of these team fights that it's such a massive boon to find. So I like seeing this coming out for the side of Geek. Cox just playing with the X mark and clearing out waves, no problem here. They've got room for Roshan. We'll get started here with Natsumi. That's a nice casual crit stick now on the Chrysalis. BKB up for Palos could lead to some better team fights. Roshan, certainly the flashpoint that Blacklist will not be able to contest. Nice pickup here for Geek. Secondary life for Bob, I'm assuming, is set up for it. That is Bob's. Instant get across. They know top was being shoved in. Can they get the angle in on someone like Tims or Palos? Palos hang around to clear out these camps if we're going home. Geek fam.
Dire's top
Needs something. Blacklist have backed off though. Fully. Good read from Blacklist as well. Sent some gate moving across. Their own smoke also not lining up, but they've got some forward vision at the least here. Oh, long wrap around. Bob, blink does. Smoke does break. They will find MJZ. Get their own static field, kinetic field going now. Palos, BKB away. X mark. Can he time this? BKB. Oh, no, it's not going to make it. All right. BKB's long enough. Fair enough. But now the high ground opens up. 20 seconds with no disruptor. You've got some good shoving in mid. Go to Edict, and Bob gets to town. Well, Natsumi shoves in top as well. Every lane getting some pressure here.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great. Dire's bottom tower isn't looking so great. Temporary invulnerability, Radiant side.
How do you stop the two lives of Bob? I can see one life. I don't know about the second right now for Blacklist. I don't know if you can handle both. Play it safe on Geek, pull back. They've almost got the full Daedalus and Natsumi, so no rush here. Do get the Invis rune for Bob as well. Really nice sneaky vision as well. Right here, watching that lower high ground area, lower ramp area. You can always see if someone's dipping out, and Gabby dips out a little bit too far. Has the Force Staff, has the Onslaught away. Does get swapped back though, and Natsumi will be the one to chop him down. Bob gets the last hit. Static Storm is massive, but the toss back doesn't do him favors, and Tims. It's still gonna survive. Tier 3 is still set to fall. Bob just wants to use that Aegis to refresh. Might be forced to refresh, and will be. Has the BKB though. They catch Palos. BKB does manage to fly on. Torrent does not connect with the lift back. And Natsumi popping his own BKB. Forces Geek Fam to reconsider. Play safe. Pull back. Next Roche still 5 minutes away. So, gonna have to just wait and see. Blacklist. Nope. Gonna go for that full smoke. Bob is your uncle if you can find him here. He'll get the toss back. Avalanche onto 2. They do manage to get Bob, but instantly with the BKB, not dying in the middle. Bloodstone running as well. Bob's just fully healing up. Abed trying to find something. Does manage to isolate Cox. The swap was there to try and save. But Abed now running so far forward by his lonesome. Will kill off Cox, but Abed is gone. Natsumi will find that trade in exchange. Tim's tossed away as well. Taken out. MJZ, an addition for the kill streaks of Geek Fam. So they find everything they could have possibly hoped for, and that was Blacklist coming out with a smoke there. Good opener from Tims to get the Avalanche after the toss back, grouping them up, but Gabby's just not able to get the pulverize off, and now the high ground. Doesn't take too long. Fortify forced out early. Bot tier 2 still stands. Top is a vulnerable, susceptible target here for Geek Fam to find if they want, and they will. They'll go for the double racks. Bob and Natsumi just do so much to melt these objectives. They will find it.
Radiant's top barracks are going down.
Pulverize out. But Gabby is just gone.
What you're doing is physically impossible.
Valiant attempt. Tim's now as well, slowly falling here. They will catch Bob in Static Storm. But the swap is there from Skem. Bob's gonna be fine. Still has the Bloodstone ready as well. X mark onto Palos. Does not dodge the boat. Palos is gone with no buyback. Again, Megas can't quite come out. Tier 2 holds bot. Geek Fam could look for the end if they want. X mark on Bob. Just for a little bit of a quick reset. And rinse and repeat. They'll go again. Onto the tier 4s. The glimpse back. Ooh! They glimpse back Bob all the way. So this push is not going to be as quick. It's still fast.
Radiant's middle towers are looking so great.
Natsumi's going to have to leave it though. Without Bob, it's a little bit unsafe. He does go back for the Ags. So we've got Superman in play for Natsumi. Tower will just fall. You've got Natsumi. We got the Vindicator's axe for tier 3. Smoke out again from Geek. Into this high ground fight. Into that triangle. Could be massive. Abed does break the smoke nicely. Blinks away. Cuts off Natsumi. Palos. Toss back. Tims doesn't manage to find Natsumi, but BKB's there with a God Strength. This is not a fight you want to force. Palos. Force staffed away. MJZ still set to fall though. We'll find it, and they still find Palos. He hung around. Gabby now trying to save the day as well, and the GG is called. Geek Fam will get to move on. Blacklist getting knocked down. Geek Fam, a bit of a rocky start in game 2. Maybe needed a little bit of a warm up, but they will survive through. Big props to Geek Fam. Again, rather unfortunate for Blacklist. For them to have connection issues, some power issues there, not able to join in time, forfeiting the first game. Could have changed this entire story. We could have had an actual game 3 coming out at this point. But very well played to Geek Fam, rallying in game number 3. Very nicely. Having a great time with Bob. 12-0-10. This Leshrac just tore face. Mid-matchup again. That was a really early DP from Abed. And I feel like the matchup's just not amazing. Like, you can't leverage Spirit Siphon as much. Doesn't feel like you're able to do as much there. So, a little bit unfortunate. Redemption arc as well for Cox in this lane. Doing a lot more. And very well played overall from the side of Blacklist. Like, from the side of Geek Fam, right? Like, again, it looked really shaky game 1. It looked much more stitched together in game 2. We saw some big swaps from Skem. Some really great steals coming out from Jing. And Blacklist are going to have to continue their journey from the lower bracket. It's a crazy thing to say, but they're fighting up against either Neon or Manta, which is the series coming up next. We'll take a short break, and we'll take a watch at that series in a short moment. Big congratulations to Geek Fam. Let me see if we can get actually a Geek interview. See if we can get that done. So let's see if we can get an interview up. See if we can get their thoughts there. I'm not sure if we can. Let's take a look. I think we should have the interview. Let's see. Let's see if Alphon will bless us with an interview with Geek Fam. Shout out to everyone watching. Thank you again for tuning in. It's going to be a little bit awkward because I'm pretty sure hopefully you guys don't stick on this face cam. But we are waiting for the interview to see if it is something that we can set up. We'd love to be able to do that, of course. Talk to these Geek Fam lads. See if that's something that... Oh, yeah. We've got Lane in.
Boss.
Sino yan? Who is this? Jing. Hello, Jing. May webcam ka? Ay, Bob! May webcam? On one cam?
Wala.
Wala? Sige. Kumusta, Bob? How are you feeling, Bob?
Game na ba?
Yeah. We're just live. How are you feeling, Bobby?
Good.
Good? What's it like
Yeah.
coming into Geek Fam, huh? What's Geek Fam?
feels
How is it,
like-
day one?
I think the game one, we just fuck up the laning phase.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
And what's the
We-
environment like for you in Geek Fam, right? Like, it's your first. I know how long you've been with them, but it feels very recent. Is there an adjustment for you, or does it feel like, yeah, we got along?
I think here it's like really serious team. Like they're really professional. The way the game ends, we just keep on talking and we very open to each other. Like Scam is very straight to the point guy. He
Okay.
really talks after the game. What's my problem? What's the problem in the game? Yeah, I think I learned a lot from here, and
That is
it's
great.
good also.
That's good to
Yeah.
hear, you know. It's funny that you end up with this squad because I know, we meme
Yeah, yeah.
about it, right? We joke about it na Bisayawas versus Tagalogs, and it's finally it's nice to see that converge, right?
It's funny also. I don't know why they picked me. Over Mac.
It's an interesting thing, Maybe they're just
Yeah.
trying things out. It's looking good here, Bob. Going forward, into potentially your next series, which I believe is going to be either Neon or Manta. Which team do you want to play up against there, potentially, in the next game?
Maybe Neon, because I think they're kind of strong right now, and we can learn a lot from them. But let's see.
All right. And how do you feel about this patch, right? It's a very minor patch. Do you feel like it changed enough? Do you want to see more changes, Bob?
I think this patch there's not it's not so big. They just kind of nerf some heroes, but I think it's fine. But
Right.
I like how Dota ang hirap. How Dota works with yeah.
Okay. Is there any hero that you want to play again on mid that's not been there? Like, what hero do you want to see come back in meta in the next patch?
Maybe SF. Shadow
Okay.
Pinned.
Why
I like to
SF?
play
Because it's your OG? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think SF is good. I like to slap people also. Like when SF hit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember. No, okay, Bob, tell me. I was told in one of the, last year, one of the mid matchups, one of the mid 1v1s, you were already clapping on the SF when you were casting the raise. Is this true? Did you queue raises and then stand up and clap in that 1v1 mid? Did this happen?
Riyadh?
I think so. I think it was Riyadh, yeah.
Yeah. I think that game I'm not really serious because they all watching me. And every time I last hit, they just keep on clapping and then yeah. It doesn't matter if we win, but I'm so lucky I win.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. And Bob, any message for people who were doubting you coming in to Geek Fam? Any message for the viewers here?
Thank you guys for hating me. I hope you hate me every day, full day, until I qualify this tournament. Hate me, huh? And for all the fans, Geek Fam, thank you for supporting us. I love you all. Yun lang.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Maraming salamat. And thank you to Alphon. I hope he's also professional to you, Bob. Good luck further, and you guys have a good evening ahead. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
All right. That was a wonderful Bob for the interview. Very nice to hear from Bob. And thank you to Alphon. Thank you, Geek Fam, for having us interview us all. That is it for now. Again, we're going to take a short break. And we are going to take a... What are we doing? I can't think. I'm hungry. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back for Neon versus Manta. Let me update the scores before we switch over. Score left. All right. We're going to take a short break now. We'll be back for that next series in a short while. Another Rambulan coming up.
I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
swimming against the tide. I wanna forget you, but you pull me in. I know this ocean is far too wide. I wanna forget you, let me forget you. Push and pull, but you repel me, giving up this fight. only time will heal. Too late to erase the bad we've done. I wanna forget you. Let me forget you. Push and pull, but you repel me. I'm giving up this fight. Love and hate, we've blurred the lines. I'm giving up this fight.
You make me feel like home. You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. Lie all the fate of the world in your plans, guarding your faith with the palm of your hands. I know, yeah, I know. It's the unknown, the unknown. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you.
Apologies for the delay. We are back.
10 seconds remaining.
For game 1 of Neon up against Manta.
Dire's choice. Radiant's
Apologies
choice.
again, I'm eating. Do already have the initial draft forming. We've missed quite a fair bit. The Leshrac does come out for Neon. They ban out Batrider, Bounty Hunter, DK, Centaur, and Doom. Manta do pick up the Shadow Demon and Gyrocopter, so could be our support duo, could be our safe lane already coming out here for Manta. And now I know a lot of people might be looking at Manta as extreme underdogs. I would not necessarily... I mean, for sure, Neon has more experience at this point, but I think Manta's not one that you can underestimate. You know, again, this is like another Eris squad. Eris is one guy who I feel like really elevates a lot of teams. Like, just raises his players up. So I think this could be a good one. Excuse me. All right. Get the Winter Wyvern and Tusk now for Neon. I like the support duo. I love Castaway support pool. Like, he's one of the early guys who picked up CM in recent meta. I like seeing the Winter Wyvern. I think it's a really solid, especially when you're considering Gyrocopter could be potentially a +1. It could be nice. Oh my god, I can't believe you're burning on Holy Week. Alright, it's fine. Manta, what's their pickups here?
Dire's pick.
Do go with a Puck. And I like the Puck matchup against Lesh is very stable. It's like a very...
Radiant's pick.
It's slightly Lesh favored, but again, in most cases for Puck, it doesn't really matter. You find your farm. You try to play aggressive with Dream Coil, you go from there. Into the Primal Beast as well. So Manta have to make a choice now, whether or not this Gyrocopter support or not.
10 seconds remaining.
Could be a
5 seconds remaining.
Annoying choice to make. I think the Gyrocopter is pretty stable as potentially a support. It isn't too bad as a safe laner either though. So it goes either way. We'll see. Neon with a pickup. We'll find out what they want here. See what they pick up. Taking their time. I mean, it looks like they're lacking probably the off lane now. The off lane for JG. Does he have options like the Timber Saw, I wonder? No, they'll go with the TA. So straight away, safe lane for CDR, I'm assuming. There's some ways to flex this. There's some hard ways to flex this, so... You got some flexibility on hand here. We'll see.
5 seconds remaining.
What are they gonna ban out? Already took care of Doom Centaur, DK. Manta took care of the Ancient Timber Saw, so taking that away from JG. What's it gonna be?
Dire's turn to ban. Ten seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
Take out the Morphling on Neon. I didn't see that. Manta, what are they gonna take out here?
Dire's ban.
Take care of the Tide. So just JG's off lanes. What else is left? There's Brewmaster, there's Enigma. I think the Brewmaster would be more annoying. No, it's already banned out.
10
so
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
what are they gonna ban? Enigma or what's left anyway? Enigma, the off
Radiant's turn to
lane.
ban.
And they take care of the Tiny instead. Maybe they're expecting a weird shift, like Winter Wyvern off lane. Not the biggest fan. Let's see what the call is for Neon, for JG, what their ban out is. We have the last pick overall here on Manta, so they can kind of
10 seconds
be a little
left.
bit more sneaky here.
5 seconds, boss.
What's the pick here? Or it's a ban. And they're looking at safe lane ban, so they're assuming Gyrocopter's support. Is there a Terrorblade option here? Terrorblade into TA is alright. Into Winter Wyvern might be annoying. Take care of the Medusa. So what's Neon gonna get? And again, it's the off lanes. Maybe a support, depending on what you do with a Winter Wyvern. So you can try looking at... Enigma is the only thing that rings to mind. It's a really good team fight. Enigma Tusk is a decent lane.
Boss.
Let's see. Neon doesn't have too much reserve time left. They go with Night Stalker. That's an interesting way, but that's a good response to something like the Puck. Right, having that silence just kind of makes it hard for the Puck to try to dip out. So you have some good answers for that really annoying Puck. I like seeing this from Neon, a little bit of creativity with JG. Not a hero we see too often. That Night Stalker. So what's our hero for Gohan here? And we'll go with the Terrorblade. Yeah, the Terrorblade was left in the pool. It's still a great option here. You'll have a Gohan's Terrorblade on hand. And it should be a really fun game to watch, I think. This is a matchup that looks pretty fun. I think this one can go all the way for the 3 games. It's going to be really close between these teams. So you have a lot of play here. And this should be pretty fun to watch out for. We'll see how it goes. I feel like this is a really good Terrorblade game. I mean, I say that Leshrac can be really annoying, to be sure. But it's also not... Outside of the Lesh, it feels alright for Gohans. I think the work has to be put in by Ki and Kimizu, who we haven't seen in a long while. We haven't seen Kimizu in a while. He's been kind of floating around, but always looked promising to me, in my opinion. Even though his intro was pretty rough with Execration. So I'm keen to see what they can get done. Of course, Neon has been very close to qualifying a few times now. It's a lineup that has felt like there's been a lot of growth with that kind of lineup as well. So we'll see if that growth continues here. As we will load in game number 1 of Neon versus Manta Esports. It should be interesting. I don't know if you can bet against, like, oh, well, there's a Bombi Winter Wyvern, but I don't know if you can bet against Neon Winter Wyvern. They've been really good with this hero. Manta going for the early smoke, see what flanks they find. I like the save potential coming out here from Manta, though. Like, it does feel like they have a lot of saving potential just with Shadow Demon on hand. Long flank around the rear here for Manta. Sneaky ward from Jotun, perhaps? We'll see. Still has the option. Alright, a nice sneaky ward indeed. Watching camps here. Not the common D-ward spot. Blocks off the camp as well. Very nice and clean from the side of Manta. Already like that usage for the smoke a little bit more. Side of Neon, gonna dip forward. They've got their own block, but it doesn't feel as pertinent to block out these camps for Radiant. Maybe the closest medium camp. So they set up at least some forward vision. Manta does let the pings off. Gohan's would be a juicy target if he walked under the ward, but isn't quite. Looks like we will be stuck with a 2-for-2 on the trades here.
May the best team win.
So nothing too crazy early on. Yeah, just going to be 2 for 2.
Get to position.
See what breaks out. Already camping in the lane, Castaway. Maybe wanting to get some early pressure onto Gohan's. Early first blood. Same move from Manta down bot. Just cutting through the creep waves. Looking for that susceptible CDR TA. Instead, Jotun just cops the meld. So, not being able to really maximize that. We'll take the gate across. This lane for Neon is pretty nice. Like, TA plus Tusk can be quite painful. Especially once you've got the value point in tag team. Try to chase down. Of course, there is some decent ways of clearing through refraction here. Just trample can be nice. Shadow poison being spammed out. Not the quickest, but we've got some steady options to clear out CDR's protection. Level 2, level 3 is going to be big timing for both sides. I'd say level 3 perhaps closer for Neon. Level 2 is nice enough for the side of Manta, but again, you're probably looking at 3 to 4. Take a look at the other lanes, of course. Up top, we've got Jotun on that support gyrocopter with a rocket barrage already, chasing down Bombi. You've got Gohan's on the Terrorblade, you've got JG on the Night Stalker, and Bombi onto Winter Wyvern. Now, this is a little bit more of a passive lane. There's not much this Night Stalker can do to pressure out a Terrorblade early on in daytime in the first few levels. You always have this really sick refraction play with a rocket barrage, and Bombi's going to be feeling that pain.
Now
First blood does go the way of Gohan's. Would have metamorphosis up. And it's just so cheap to go with a rocket barrage. It's so much damage for Jotun. Nothing to stop him. It's a great pickup for Manta already to kick off there on the top lane. And this is to be expected. I don't expect JG to be able to do much early on. We've got the homing missile and a rocket barrage now. Not going to be able to go for that barrage. Instead, just trading away with Bombi. The heal is there to hold back. Jotun is still looking for these angles, so has managed to chip away at JG in a big way. Still, take a look at the other lanes. Down mid, the last lane we haven't really looked at. You've got Ken on his Lesh up against Ki on that Puck. And this lane, again, is fairly good for the Lesh. Puck just kind of needs to sit back, farm up what he can. It's much easier for the Leshrac to control this lane. Ken is pocketing his one skill point, though. Seeing if he can get away with Edict or if he needs to threaten with Split Earth. So hanging on to that a little bit. Trading blows a little bit down bot. We are inching to higher levels. You've got the tag team plus the side blades ready to go here on CDR. There's some good damage that can flow in here.
Ours.
Over at the top lane, smooth sailing for Gohan's. This is really the concern. Like, if you're allowed to farm so nicely on the Terrorblade. Mind you, CDR is farming better. As, well, you don't feel that great there. Up against the tag team combination again with TA, but this is a pretty smooth start for Gohan's. Is going to be able to escalate that even further once he has the Conjure image, of course. Nice little pull from Jotun is blocked off by Bombi with a chase down. Leveraging that range. And extra annoying. A slower start, though. None of the supports managing to rotate as well for the water runes. No one coming down for the 4-minute rune, maybe the 6-minute mark. Starts to have some plays that could launch Ken off if he finds a good one, like say an amp damage or a haste. And really enable this Leshrac to find a successful gank rotation or a shove onto mid. Otherwise, no exciting. Just runes coming out, some stacks from Eris. It almost looked like Eris has no head. Yeah, it really looks like Shadow Demon has no head. That is freaky. Eris. But yeah, some stacks, not scouted out. You leave Kimizu alone. He is not going to fall. He does go for the chainmail first in the phase boots. He's got enough armor to just tank through the tag team. With the uproar as well. Feeling relatively safe. Are they able to get stacks up on Neon? Doesn't look like they've had room. So none of that recovery lined up for Neon here.
Radiant's fortified their buildings.
Just chilling. A lot of damage coming out top
Dyer's
onto
fortified their
Jotun and
buildings.
Gohan's. Not enough to kill them off. But they will eat through a ton of regen to just stay in this lane and keep farming. That was Metamorphosis casted as well earlier on. So Gohan's not going to have that tool for a little bit longer here. is figuring out a lot of regen as well just to stay. Got another salve coming out. This is the first nighttime now for JG. So you can do a lot more now. Pressure pretty nicely. Good chase down onto Gohan's. Rocket Barrage coming in. Great use of the gate from Castaway, and Gohan's is gone. Not much Jotun can really do to stop that. Just out of position to help back up. And just a little bit forward for Gohan's. Like, did he use his salve already? No, his courier is still incoming. Yeah, at least he has his salve for that lane, but nighttime kicks in and JG suddenly gets a huge boost in attack speed, a huge chase down potential, and it's not really something you want to trade. Nice punish out. Still, CDR has been left alone. Kimizu looking for the chase down now. Not going to be able to fully commit with the TPs coming in. That provides enough spacing for CDR to be safe. And RTA is really building up a nice CS lead here. And Neon, despite feeding out First Blood, is working the lanes a lot better. Outside of maybe this lane for Ken, but even that lane's again a lot better for the Lesh anyway. They're already getting some good pressure off with Ken. Dream Coil does connect. Maybe they can find this Winter Wyvern kill. Although you are still healthy on Bombi. No one to clean up. He now trapped by the shards and just dies. Can't even find a punishment onto Bombi. Jotun will try. Is getting that chase. Gets a blood grenade off. Will find a kill. But Ken will find Eris. Well, that chase happens. So they still get that. They still find a mid-tier 1. The Leshrac, the push is really strong on Neon. And that's going to provide some openings. Those stacks we talked about could be invaded by Neon. They could just build up themselves off the back of that quite nicely here. And the side of Manta look decent. Again, they're not able to find these angles with the lanes. Like, especially that death for Gohan, so I think holds him back quite a fair bit. Inching towards the level 6 now for JG as well, so Dark Ascension's going to be online. They're starting to collapse up top as well. Great read from Ken. Gohan's has played it safe. They'll just go for the siege. Push in at top tier 1 with a maxed out Edict. Go for the safe play. Get that push going. Oh, he does find Ken as the backup of Jotun. It's a lot of damage, but they will still find him. Still, Key's going to be sacrificing. Got that Void in play. No movement for Key. Find 2 of them for 1. I'm sure Ken's gone, but slow down this puck further. You're building up in JG. This guy's Blade Mail is almost done. He's pocketing that skill point for the Dark Ascension as well. JG, so yeah, things are looking good right now for Neon, 6-3. And for Manta, Gohan's has a lot of... I mean, Kimizu and Ki, Kimizu and Ki need some catching up. This Puck already getting to town on some of those stacks, working towards Witchblade. And Puck really shines when you can get, like, Witchblade harassment to Ags. Like, this hero is a menace. And as you get the levels as well, it just becomes so hard to pin down. It might be a BKB game for Ki, honestly. Like, just to save yourself from this Night Stalker. Or, if not, Wind Waker. Wind Waker sounds good. Either the BKB or Wind Waker this game as your defensive item. So they are clumping up top. Trying to find that top tier 1, but not fully committing. Is set to fall. Flank maneuver from the side of Manta. JG should know he is in a spot of trouble here. And we'll play it safe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A prize.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
We'll eventually find out siege up top. That is space that Manta has used to try to play catch up. Still need that first major item for Kimizu. Wonder if he's going for the Blade Mail. Doesn't feel necessary this game all too much. Smoke out for Manta. See if they can find something here. It's Neon that's on the chase instead.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Rune was picked up by Ken. Shield rune up. Charge forward from Kimizu though. Can they burn down Castaway? It doesn't look like it. It's actually Kimizu in trouble. Shards does connect. And we'll clean up. Neon. Crushing Manta so far. 7-3, 2k lead for themselves. And that shield rune for Ken. Proving very valuable and just keeping him alive here. They're building up quite nicely. Like, they've got so much free room for CDR. Can always dip back, defend that tier 1, shove it out, play in his jungle. No incursions being made here by Manta. Looks like the Desolator is the next item with the Dragonlance already up on CDR as well. And this is a very decent Deso game. Outside of TB, but even the TB, dropping his armor down can soften him up a fair bit considering he doesn't have a lot of HP. It is a big boon in dropping some EHP. We got the Blade Mail for JG. It seems to be flying out into a Blink BKB, which I like to see. Again, all he needs to focus on, JG, here is just to catch out Key. Silence up the puck and ensure that the puck's not going to be meddlesome in these fights, which he's done a fantastic job of.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
For the side of Manta, this kind of hinges on like the timing of Gohan's and the timing of Ki. And it has to be this Parasma sort of timing with a Wind Waker BKB into Ags. Even just Parasma, I guess, into, say, BKB. Maybe like 2 items away. It's a long wait. Smoke out from Neon. They've got a very good idea as to where Ki is at. They've got the Winter's Curse ready. Oh, they actually clip Ki. Just need a stun. Disruption save to hold back. No stun yet from Ken. Oh, no level in the stun at all. Ki is dropping low. Doesn't manage to get the Dream Coil on the way out. So cuts any sort of chase. This is a bit surprising, Ken. It's really greedy. Lightning Storm, no splitter. Maxed out Lightning Storm. It does kind of pay off, but you could have had that kill in the puck for sure. With Eris going for the save. Still looking for more opportunities here. Neon. They know where Gohan's is farming. He's been sitting up top and can't dig across. Could use some forward wards here. They've been really on point for the sentries. Just really good sentry coverage on any major view spot from Neon. Have that one outpost, one triangle ward on the cliff, just giving a lot of information. Smoke out now for Manta though. See if they find something. They will push into the high ground for this. Ken could break. We'll break it from Jotun. Jotun. Castaway could be the sacrifice for the storm here. Does get vision down. Is he going to be? No, he can't snowball away. Eris will find it, unfortunately, going to Eris, but the investment into a Shadow Demon, I suppose, is not the worst thing in the world.
Bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Aether Lens is nice. You know, stuff like a BKB. No, what are we talking about anymore? No. Aether Lens Ags is kind of nice for Eris. Even the short is going to be amazing here. Down mid, pinks are out for Kimizu. They do have a value point in stun now for Ken, but just a little bit too speedy on that. Bottle does not get topped up, unfortunately. Went to the backpack of Castaway first. Still, Neon in a good spot in this game. 8-4, 5k up. You will have this Deso timing on CDR. So Chidori is going to be ready to look for a fight into Roshan. They will find Eris, punched into the air, disrupt the save. And they fall short on the split earth. Good Dream Coil out from Ki, but Kimizu just melts. Nice Winter's Curse as well to clip onto Ki. They've got the Void Silence out, but not for long enough. Ki is still able to jump away. And they will find a couple of support pickoffs in Castaway and Bombi, but JG still going. Wants that puck, will find the puck. Can he keep going this tricord? Deso fully up in CDR. So Chidori's ready. Again, he wants some pickoffs into Roshan. Jotun's going to be the last additional pickoff here. 4 for 2. And they could go for Roshan Neon if they so wanted. This is an early timing for Chidori to play with.
Middle tower isn't looking so
they will
great.
pressure top first. I mean, this crippling fear of JG is just such a big nuisance for the puck. going to be the Blink Dagger
Dire's
next.
middle tower is under attack.
But you need something defensive. It almost feels like, again, I think Wind Waker BKB. Wind Waker is super expensive, but I feel like it's worth it more than BKB. BKB is just cheaper. It's down to that choice to make here for Manta. Speaking of, still hanging around down bot, Kimizu's working towards a BKB of his own. Has the full blade mail up. Can be a little bit more painful trying to jump Kimizu. But they're chilling. No rush on Neon. Gonna be pulling back up top instead. If they find Gohan's, this is a dangerous spot for the Terrorblade. Bombi misses out in the vision. That would have been a massive kill. They'll go Roche instead. With that Deso, again, it doesn't take too long with Deso tag team.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Roshan will go the way of Neon first.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're going to be feeling great now on the side of Neon. Secondary light for Chidori.
Radiant's bottom tower is gone.
No contest for Manta. You don't see how you kill Chidori twice. Doesn't feel like you have the best burn as they ping out Kimizu. Held back by the crippling fear. Is still going to be fine. They might be able to find Eris now. Do get the Winter's Curse off. Bombi just needs a little bit more burst. Eris still going to live through it though. Bombi does survive, and the cleanup crew, and Ken finds the triple. Just runs them down when they're all low. And that tier 2 not going to take long with that Edict. Great opening from the side of Neon. And Manta just faltering right now. They even start digging into the tier 3s. Why not? What do you have to fear? This Terrorblade's not quite ready. They force out the Fortify with no creep wave. So it's going to make that follow-up siege much easier here for the side of Neon. Tier 2 being pinned on the mid. They've got the full Bloodstone out for Ken. They've got this Blink Dagger coming out for Castaway. Yeah, everything's set right now for Neon, for Manta. And this is falling a little bit short. Kimizu is just not tanky. This Blade Mail is not doing him any favors. Chidori clears out the wave. They've got the Edict. And start Kimizu is actually looking to charge forward. Cuts through onto Ken, but that's not the target you want. He just melts so fast, the coil holds them back. They will manage to get the punch in the air onto Eris. Still not quite enough. Ken is dropping low. They will find Castaway left behind. That's a buyback on Kimizu though. Very costly fight for the side of Manta. But you take what you can get right now.
This sustains. Gold remains.
So, you are fairly happy here. Overall on the side of Neon. All things considered, you're in a really good position. You might get jumped here though. JG being scouted out by Kimizu. Bombi still has that Winter's Curse though. They could try. They will try. Chidori sits forward, Winter's Curse onto the back line. Kimizu isolates the TA, but his teammates nowhere to help. Eris is gone. Jotun, can they find more? Gonna go onto Bombi, but he is saved with a Cold Embrace. Snowball out as well, and they'll be able to find Kimizu here, it looks like. No problems. JG cleans up as well, finding Jotun. And Neon, it's just a curb stomping right now. 19 to 7, 12k lead. Tier 1 tower falls bot. They can't stop this. Like this Terrorblade needs so much more farm. Is up there number 3 in net worth overall, but the rest of his team's just sacrificed. Like Kimizu has less farm than Bombi. That's not where you want to be as a primal beast. Definitely not where you want to be as a core, to be behind a support. Bombi's done so much work. Mage Slayer up, going for the blink. Consider his own damage output down the line if he feels necessary. Ken getting off with a simplest push of his life.
Dire's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Oh, punch out, blink forward. Do manage to find the 2 supports again. Jotun being saved by the disruption for just a little bit, but Ares will fall. And Jotun's not safe for long here. JG cleans up Key. Jotun's fine, but Kimizu might not be. He's managed to roar though. And JG will find that follow-up on Jotun. Double for him.
The Radiant have bought their buildings a little more time.
Neon. They're crushing it. Manta did have the long road through open qualifiers. They will cancel off that TP of Gohan's. And Gohan's just stuck, not able to sunder. Castaway to take it. Everything's falling apart right now for Manta. Sure, Aegis is about to expire. CDR doesn't have too much time left on it. And for the Crystallis, probably into the Daedalus. Doesn't mind. He's just jumping for Kimizu. Look at this. Look at how little cares Chidori has. Force out the Pulverize in the first life too. Kimizu has to back off here. Aegis is expended, but it was set to expire in about 20 seconds. As long as Chidori doesn't get caught out in the follow-up, they're fairly happy. They've got room to push in top, in mid, with just Ken. Ken's enough. He does it. And they just have control of the map. Aki is not at that point where he's annoying. He is going for the BKB here. But needs that fast debuff immunity just to prevent that silence from holding him down. Smoke out from Neon, collapsing onto Kimizu's location right now. Jotun will break the smoke, but will instantly die. I don't think you're any better off here for Kimizu. Great blink forward from Castaway. They will find him. No play left here for Kimizu.
That's 8 and counting.
JG will find it. Meanwhile, Bombi is just playing tag by himself. Lone Winter Wyvern holding back everyone else. Then 25-7. Neon again, having a fantastic time so far. Pushing in, all the waves, maps under their control. BKB coming out next for Chidori. Going to be extra safe up against all of this control. Then Manta's trying to build up. Ken is just a beast with his own BKB. Kaya Sanj, Bloodstone. This guy's a tank up front. And they just siege, no problem. Have to hold them back here.
That was terrible.
Pinks are coming out for the Tormentor. They will lose JG. Plays a little bit wild there with Ki. The Tormentor will be taken in exchange. Free shard for Bombi, which is kind of nice. It's not amazing. It's not like the most amazing. Lower cooldown is always good, I suppose. All outer towers gone now for Manta. With that punishment on JG at least, and they hold back the progress of Neon. They're trying to hold out. We've got the creep cutting with the illusions here from Terrorblade. The Gohans is starting to, buy some space out for his team, forcing responses out from the side of Neon. BKB for Keech still lacking about 1,200 gold, 1,500 gold or so. Not too far off.
Looking so great.
BKB for Kendo is a little bit closer. You've got that blink up on Bombi, so easier angles for that Winter's Curse. And again, Neon have had themselves a great game so far. Everything in their control. Regen rune even being found here by Chidori. They're just finding farm where they can. Like, Gohan's is just trying to run all over the map. Has his BKB. They can bail out. They do manage to find Gohan's. And he's just stuck. He's gone. He pops a BKB, gets the Sunder off. He can't stay here. The BKB Sunder for what? Just gonna fall. And Castaway will find it. That is unfortunate for Manta. And that's the first BKB charge down. So it's space, sure, for Manta, arguably. Space for them to take over top, but I don't think that space is worthwhile. Roshan in 2 minutes at the very least, a longer respawn timer, so you can't fully maximize that on Neon just yet. But they are keeping all the waves shoved in. Except top. Top is the one wave that is playing against them. They've got access to mid. And Ken looks itchy. Is just going to pop it. Has the regen. And knows there's nothing to worry about here. Just sieging away. Nice and simple. Tier 3 will just fall. Just like that. No problems here. Now what do you do to stop this? Like, look at this Luchrak just standing forward. Has the BKB. Has so much durability and just don't have anyone that can do anything. Fortify is pop. They are stalling as best as they can. But this is all just Ken.
Dire's middle barracks are in trouble.
Manta. They have no choice but to let it happen. Maybe they could look for a flank down bot. Doesn't look like it. Ken just finds it.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Mid-set Rack's gone. Probably more to follow. Ken really doesn't have a care in the world. Our creep cutting to try to stall for time. We'll find a Jotun. Bombi trying to chase down. If he finds Gohans, that could be big, but not gonna be able to do so. They're trying to stall with creep cuts, but they need so much more here. On the side of Manta and Neon. Looking a little bit one-sided for Neon. Roche in 30 seconds. Neon has the right idea. They've got a BKB on key. That's massive, though. Debuff immunity ready. Could you look for that jump in? BKB up in Kimizu as well. The triple BKB could turn this fight. If they find the angle in. They need to find the angle in. That is the issue here. Smoke. Pop. Kimizu. Not going to be able to get that jump in that he'd want. JG. Can be fine as well. We get the charge forward. It will go on to JG. Pulverizes out, but the punch is there to save. Kimizu still melts with a BKB running. Get the silence to get the Winter's Curse. It will melt P. And they should be able to find Gohans as well. He's not able to sunder. They call the GG. 27 minutes and a half. Neon take game 1 with a very commanding performance here. And the side of Neon looking fantastic. They play a really solid game there. Start to finish almost. And the side of Manta just looks a little bit lost. You know, just not quite all together. Neon just looking a lot more experienced as a team. But again, Manta, not a team to be underestimated. I think Neon is just a really strong team. We've seen them almost qualify multiple times. They did really well in the one land they managed to go to. So they're not a team you can underestimate. A perfect game for Chidori, 3-0-11. Ken having so much activity. He really put this game on his back. 13-1-9. All JG, Ken, and I think Castaway were really the highlights. Everyone was, really. So really well played to them. We'll see if that's something Manta can recover from, as we will head into a short break for that game number 2. Rather shortly, but yeah, start to finish. This is on Neon. Every single lane going their way. I think for Manta, one thing to repair is maybe some more laning presence. It didn't feel like they had a lot there. We'll see if that's something they consider as we do head into a break for game number 2.
The night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new.
Dyer's ban.
And my lover's honesty, I can
Radiant's turn to ban.
push it back down if I.
All right, we're back for game number 2's draft.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
And should be an interesting one. I feel like the lanes were just not good for Manta.
Radiant's ban.
I'll take a look if that's something they can correct here in game number 2. Get some stronger lanes coming out, get some more pressure
Radiant's
out.
ban.
Felt like the Problem Beast pickup as well for Kimizu just didn't really pan out, didn't do much there.
10 seconds
We'll see
left.
if that's something they can rectify.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Find out. We have our initial bans coming out. Lesh being banned out by the side of
10
Manta.
seconds remaining.
They take care of the
5 seconds.
Chen
boss.
and the Brewmaster as well. Neon take care of Bounty Hunter and the Bat Rider. So nothing too crazy just yet. Do have first pick overall on Neon. See what they want there to start off.
Dyer's ban.
Ban out the Mars as well on Manta. Taking away that here that has been doing a lot of work.
Radiant's choice.
The Razor gone now. Neon, first pick opener with the DK. Very stable pickup. Can still be flexed onto the off lane. Can be flexed onto mid, no problem. Even safe, although I don't consider this a Chidori hero.
Dyer's turn
We'll
to
see
ban.
what Manta will pick up in response. They will go with a Timber Saw. That was left in the pool. We'll be able to pick that up for Kimizu. I believe this is Kimizu's best hero when I recall the time I saw him in the DPC. So this is one of his more comfy heroes, one of his comfort heroes here. See if that's enough to turn the tide up
10
against
seconds
Neon.
left. 5 Dyer's seconds turn to
Manta.
ban.
Oh, Neon, they do ban out the Shadow Demon of Eris, so no saving option here. What else will you want to take out? With Timber Saw, it's fairly open. There's some good synergy with, like, Hoodwink.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Take care of the Rubik instead.
Radiant's pick.
Ban out the Doom as well. And Manta got their pick in before the back-to-back picks of Neon.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
Let's see. Come on, Manta. I have to figure out what you want to run.
Dire's choice.
I'll go with the Gyrocopter again. I don't fault them. I think the Gyrocopter is really a strong support. I like the Bane coming out from Neon, though. They've got some good dodge, some good hold, especially for that Timber Saw. They've got a lot of output here. They can play around with that really nicely on the side.
Radiant's pick.
That's going to be a nice boon for them. Into the Hoodwink as well. So they've got a break for the Timb. They've got good hold, decent presence. Again, it's still flexible on top of that. So they can always opt to have, like... You could opt for the off-lane DK, they could opt for the safe lane DK. Oh, or mid DK. They can still kind of toss this around. Manta, what's your follow-up support here? They take their time. Taking their time into the reserve time here as well. We'll go for the Grimstroke. And that's a decent combination with Timbersaw into the Pangolier as well. Mind you, picking Pango into Bane is already somewhat questionable. It's rather interesting. I feel like you have good combinations from Manta at the same time. You already have a hold for Pangolier with Grip. So it's kind of hard for Manta. Neon, what's your pickup? You should know Pangolier is going to be mid now. You've got the Kimizu Timbersaw. We'll go to Puck. I like that. It's not a lane that Pangolier necessarily wins out too hard. Your lockdown for the Puck is atrocious here on Manta. Like, you have Phantom's Embrace, that's it. But you have a reaction time for the Puck to phase shift away. You're pretty happy here. For Ken.
Radiant's bad.
For Manta, like... I don't know about this. I don't know about the Pango pick, honestly. It doesn't feel great. We'll see what they'll go for.
10 seconds left.
On these bans, they ban out the Bloodseeker, just preventing further losses for the Pango, but it feels like you even care. But with Bane on hand already, you still care? Probably not. Faces Void being taken care by Neon. Just ensuring that some of that big teamfight wombo combo is gone. One of the more annoying here is they don't really have a great save for outside of, I suppose, Grip and Chrono is annoying, but meh. What else will it be, Manta? See, Manta, I mean, you want to play against Terrorblade? I think Timbersaw can somewhat manage it, but not amazingly so. Maybe Luna would be annoying?
Dire's turn to ban.
Monkey King is annoying, so they take care of that. Nyan does have to pick first, so they're going to have to show their hand here. But you don't have that much flex left for Manta. What's the ban out? They're looking at safe lanes for
10 seconds remaining.
Gohans. I think DK into Terrorblade lane is okay. With Breed Fire. And with a Hoodwink, it's not bad. Kind of like Luna for Neon. I just feel like... Yeah.
Dire's pick. Radiant's choice.
Luna.
Yeah, the Luna's a great pick. Great read from John. Excellent work, John. Luna pickup here is nice. Lanes into the Timbersaw. Alright. Timbersaw still has play. But
10 seconds
it
remaining.
does take care of a lot of core matchups you might be looking here for Manta.
5
So,
seconds, boss.
you're already having a good start. Let's take a peek, a gander at to what Neon or Manta will want to last pick. It's going to be the Sven, so that's a good answer to that. You have a good tanky lineup on Manta, Pangolier, Timbersaw, Sven. Amped up even more by the nice Warcry, of course. A little bit more armor to play with. This might be a decent game for a CDR to actually consider as something like the Ags on the line. So that could be one way to go. I think it can have a lot of utility here. Take a look. So we will go into it. I don't know. I like the draft of Neon a little bit more. I think there's some concern for the side of Manta. I'm just worried how much Key can really do here. And how do you stop this puck outside of Phantom's Embrace? Doesn't feel consistent enough. I feel like Ken's going to be able to run away, play his game. I feel like he's going to be able to just weave in and out. As long as he's not Phantom's Embrace, he's fine. You've got this really good buff for you, DK. With a Luna and her aura. So you have that going for you there. We'll see. Get into it. Game number 2, Neon having the first game advantage, of course. Find out if Manta can force us into a game 3 here.
Done your warm-up
Smoke on
stretches,
smoke
boss?
coming out. Everyone's making their way downtown. It's a loud ancient. It's not even an ancient. What? It's a dragon. Oh, there it is. It's flying away above Nadar. Okay. Good flank here from Manta. Looking to take the high ground in triangle. They've got good wards as well, watching that low ground area. They've got a good sniping position here. But the side of Neon are aware. Are pulled back all the way. This gives a high five to JG. Jotun is still hanging around here. Surprisingly enough. Doesn't look like we'll get too much excitement for these bounties. They're still looking at JG. JG, are you going to give this away? Gonna go for a 3 for 1? Nah. Gonna be a 2 for 2. Does look like... Oh, it's still a 3 for 1.
Get out there.
Nice steal from Bombi. Down bot. They do have a lot of damage here with a rocket barrage. Bombi's gonna have to be careful hiding those tree lines. It's a lot of mana to spam out the barrage as well, but Bombi's gonna be fine. It creates enough spacing. And that is a 3 for 1. Great start for Neon. Wasting some time of Jotun as well. Wasting some of that mana of the Gyrocopter. Bombi going to be running back. Wasting a lot of time. Leaving the 1v1 up for Gohans and JG. And this is a good time for JG if it's solo. Right, you breathe fire. You're not going to have the last hits on Gohans. Really a tip out for Bombi as well. Just being so annoying. Given this 1v1 land. In 1v1, the DK will feel good. It's going to be annoying for Gohans. He's using the Stormhammer to just CS, which is not ideal, obviously. And he's just spamming out these bushwhacks. It's kind of crazy from Bombi. Take a look at the other lanes, of course. Down mid, you've got Ken and Key on that Puck and that Pangolier. So it can be a little bit tougher for the Puck, but it's also not that much of a challenge. Like, I feel like this is a straightforward lane for both sides. Good farm for both sides to find. Rune control might be the one that makes or break this matchup, as it is a little bit more economical. Oh, Ken did not dodge that properly, but he does get punished. The key is trying to shove out quite hard. The bottles are coming up soon. Ken's gonna be fine. Does miss the 1 CS. Should find that. Alright, and that's the bottle. Key has this a little bit earlier. 7-3 for Key, 4-1 for Ken. Again, not the easiest time for Puck, but also shouldn't be a complete wash. As long as you don't die and give openings to Key, you're gonna be relatively happy and maintain rune control. You will have a good time, but Ken is almost run down. Good block, the tree plant for Ken, but this is a bit dicier than I'd expect here on mid. Still taking a look at the other lanes up top. Chidori on that Luna, hanging around with Castaway on the Bane. They are up against Eris on that Grimstroke, and Kimizu on the Timbersaw. They do have fairly strong lane here. Like, again, considering the range of Luna, you can be in the firing line of that Whirling Death. You're just trying to clear out camps. You've got a good Inkswell combination once you've got the value point in the chain here for Kimizu. See if that's something you can dip into. He did have to go for the reactive, and he does go for the level 2 Whirling Death instead. So no chain. Easy way to just leverage off that damage here with Inkswell. Chidori is still farming up safely, but you know what? Kimizu's not too far behind. So your Timbersaw is still able to build up as well. It is night and day difference right now in comparison to Gohan. So again, in the 1v1 lane with JG, you don't feel good about as a Sven. You just get read fired. You just don't last hit as cleanly as you would. You're not able to play with a Stormhammer into Rocket Barrage or Homing Missile because Bombi is just a nuisance. Like, Bombi is doing so much work. Dragging away this Gyrocopter frees up this 1v1 lane for JG and ends up in a scenario where the Sven is just not farming as freely as he would probably have liked. Yeah, it's just keeping them all attracted here. So you're happy. You're in happy days right now for Neon. And the only lane that probably hurts the most is mid. Key is getting away with a lot, but that's to be expected for the Puck. As long as you don't die, you're fairly happy in the Puck here. No one contesting the water runes as well in the start comparison to our other series where it looks like every water rune, every power rune, everyone collapses onto mid. Good shots onto Ken from Key. It is painful, and he does manage to connect. But, again, Ken is perfectly fine. As long as he hits 6, he's going to be very, very happy once he has that point. And if he gets Power Rune, that's going to be massive. We'll see again. If these supports are allowed to just leave the Power Runes alone for the mids to kind of struggle over. But Neon, and a good start for the first 5 minutes. Manta not too bad off. I mean, it's a slower game, no first blood yet. No one kind of overextending here. You did have Ken walk all the way back to base. So he's missing out on a lot. Some stacks being built up by Eris. Some good flash farm potential coming out here now. But yeah, overall,
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great. Radiant's
not
courier
finding
is
too
down,
much.
boss. Just like Kubrick. Give me a minute.
Yeah, just chilling. This is going to be one of those slower games. First blood maybe by around Power Rune, I suppose. Sounds like the one that makes the most sense. Down bot. Can try to chase down Bombi. Jotun should be able to find us surely this time. Yes. First blood finally at 5 minutes in. Almost 6. Speaking of 6. About to hit that 6-minute mark. Dreamcoil does come and Castaway cleans that kill up onto Key. Have the illusion rune as well that Jotun's blocking off. So Ken's not going to be able to find it. No top up from him. Rather unfortunate, but we'll get the top up from Bombi's death. So is more than happy to have that anyway. Oh, a little bit of a chase out onto Castaway. Nightmare is strong though. But he actually going to keep going for more. Ken just gonna go back for the bounty. Down bot, still a hellish lane for Gohan's.
I can't have you. No one will.
And they're just chilling.
Tower is under attack.
Not much going on here. 1-1. You have managed to get a lot of farm, a lot of back and forth farm. Overall, the biggest disparity is really behind Gohan's and CDR. Like, Chidori is just miles away in comparison to Sven. Sven shouldn't take too long to catch up farm back into the game, but just shows you how tough this laning phase was. Basically being a 1v1 lane because of Bombi. Bombi's just so annoying. Dragon farm up for JG, a little bit of a siege on that bot tier 1. Here's a rear flank here for Jotun, but could get punished. Bombi wants to find that Sven. Gohan's just clearing out these camps. TPs are out from Eris as well. They're forced to secure. Farm will come out for Gohan's. Dream Coil out to find Jotun. We'll take him down. Kimizu does want more. Should be able to find Bombi. So the pesky squirrel is gone. 2 for 2. But the tower does go. JG gets what he wants there. And it gets so much space for CDR. With a rotation down bot, like, Chidori is just free to do what he wants there.
Radiant side.
Yeah, Neon. All things considered, are finding more off the map, are getting more space out for Chidori. He is going for the Mask of Madness next. Should be fairly set up once that's done. Key just looking for some bounties, but not going to be able to find anything. I mean, overall, this pacing does feel better for Neon. I mean, you can catch up on Manta, but it feels like when you're running something like the Sven, it feels like the Mask of Madness timing's big, and this Diffusal timing for Key is so important as well. They will try onto mid lane, where Castaway is just soaking up his level 6. We'll jump forward, but Nightmare, oh, they do manage to pop the stun, but Castaway is fine.
Under attack.
Trying to poke and prod. Castaway being punished for just trying to soak into that 6. Really wants that grip ready here. Once you've got that grip, I don't know if you're even worried about Pangoliu's role. Right? Like, it feels like this is going to be meaningless on Key. Still trying again onto Castaway. They should be able to find him this time. They will.
Dyer's middle tower is in trouble.
It's going to be a mid-tier one given away by Neon. Fortified to stall, but no one making moves down mid. They respect that early timing. Just keep farming up, keep hitting these item spikes that you're looking for next. JG for Blink. You've got the Witchblade for Ken lining up here.
Middle tower's down on Dyer's side.
And Kimizu has managed to reach at least Soul Ring. Nothing like a quick Veil of Discord here just yet.
Looking so great. Radiant's top towers.
They will smoke up here on the side of Manta. See if they'll find anything. Into the triangle, Chidori would be a big kill. Castaway does not manage to break the smoke in time. He will now. They've got the ward to spot, so they should be able to back off. D-ward will come in, but you've done your job in saving Chidori. So, win condition is safe and secure. Blink is up on JG, just needs to fly out, and that should allow some play here for the side of Neon. Okay. Gripped out along with a Dream Coil, and they should have more than enough damage to take care here. And they will. Castaway will find it. Regen Rune was popped as well by Key, although that could just be expiry.
Dyer's top tower isn't looking so great.
Again, nice simple pickoff. Nothing major yet in this game. It's a coil with a lot of tension right now. Chidori just trying to defend, not going to be able to. Kimizu just trying to chase forward, also not able to. Might be in trouble now. It does have the chain. Nightmare start to stop. And along with a blood grenade. Kimizu is still chaining away. Isn't the tankiest, but they're not going to force this out on
Dyer's
Neon.
middle tower is under attack.
They'll hold back. Have some mercy here this time around. and just chill out. The Witchblade for Ken, not too far off. The Blink for JG, he's been sitting on that for a while into the Mage Slayer. You have been posturing nice and aggressive here on the side of Manta, at the very least. They are trying to cross the river. They're almost at the Echo Saber timing of Gohan's. It feels like the BKB is very pertinent there. Ken does get caught by the Phantoms Embrace, along with the Inkswell. Can he dodge? Oh, he gets a Dream Coil, but Kimazu gets the shot. They will find a big kill. Could they find Castaway? Feeble is there. Brain Sap is there. Nightmare, but... Oh, yeah. No, he's fine. Need to clean up. Kimazu will do it.
Double kill.
You will find some good punishment on Manta, and Neon, lagging behind a little bit, is pushing that bot tier 2, but a good double Stormhammer comes in. JG is stuck trying to run. Will sacrifice Bombi. Start running away now. I don't understand how they make these mistakes though, considering how well Neon played last time. I mean, they're not even close to finding that tier 2 tower. So it feels pretty bad. It's like that's not really space. Ken already died mid. It's space for Chidori, I guess, but kind of rough set of moves there for Neon.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Neon going out for a smoke now with Bombi and JG. Trying to find something with his blink. It feels like it's just been really inactive from JG. He's just been camping bot, which was fine for the first 10 minutes, but past that just feels strange. Maybe they get this initiation they want. Invis Rune for key, instant Dragon Tail out. They do manage to get the Soul Bind onto the 2 big targets though. That's locking in Ken in a very awkward spot. They will find Eris straight off the bat. Stormhammer out, and they will kill off Castaway. Can they find more? Chidori, oh, that was a massive swash. Ken dropping low. They've got the Eclipse going, but no one's here to cop it. Chidori's Eclipse is just useless. They're chasing for more. Kimazu's still healthy. Not going to be able to chop more, though. We'll get the homing missile off onto Ken. Is cleared out. And that is a 1-for-0. 1-for-1, I guess, in the end for Neon. Bigger trade for Manta, as that does drag them into the game once more. I have to say, Neon, it's surprising. It's kind of sloppy. Like, the Eclipse not coming online from CDR in the right spot. And the damage coming out onto Ken from Key has been massive with the defusal up on our Pango. It's a bit rough. The game equalizes. Your net worth across all the cores is sort of equal though. You're not too far apart, so you are fairly within margins here quite nicely, but yeah, and it feels like Luna does need to be ahead by a certain extent. BKB coming out for Chidori next. We've got that full blink up now for Key. For Neon, it feels like you can't afford to have Castaway in a bad position. Right, you need that Nightmare save. You need to use that Rip in a big way, especially on the 1 big team fight. Or 1 of the 2 big team fights. Either the Timbersaw or that Pangolier. You need to be ready and willing here on Castaway. We'll find Bombi down mid. The output of Key now is just ridiculous. Without the fusel up. And they've managed to really buy space out for Gohan's. Like, this Sven has caught up really nicely. BKB disassembly next, just needs the recipe. Castaway will plant a sentry down. Not gonna clear it out yet. But Castaway is dead. Where is he? They are splitting up this fight. Dreamfoil is on the side. Castaway is still set to fall, but they will find Eris. So support for support. There comes the blink. Oh, Key is stuck in a bad spot. Doesn't manage to clean up on Ken.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Would have been a nice kill to find. Nonetheless, space out now for JG to play his push
The
game.
Radiant have bought their buildings a
Going
little
for
more
the
time.
Ags into Manta here. And 10 to 5, Neon. A little bit weird from Castaway. Doesn't clear out the sentry. Just gets caught by the Sven. His ward's still going to be safe at the very least. Didn't want to reveal the ward, I suppose. They do hide a ward. Although I don't know if it's still spotted. Is that within range? It is within range. Cleared as spot. So it still amounts to nothing. For Neon. Get the D ward going with Jotun. Yeah, you've got the blink on Ken. Surely something happens now. Surely they start playing with a blink on Ken and JG. Manta, they're the ones to smoke up though. Could be a nice ambush onto Chidori. He has no protection. He has no ward watching the spot. It's the back away. All the way into the side Ancients. Neon hugging that bot jungle. Could be a good collapse for them if they manage to read this though. See if they do. As of now, it does not look like they read anything. They are just staying together. They're playing it safe.
Gold!
And they just keep playing it safe.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great. Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Yeah, maybe they find Castaway. Yeah, no, this is a whole lot of nothing, guys. It's good dodge from both sides, but this is just rather passive from Neon. I expected them to be a bit more active. They have everything they could possibly wait for. They've got the BKB up on Chidori. Maybe now is the launching point, because these items they've been picking up have been bigger. Right? Like double blinks, BKB. You can't be waiting for JG's Ags. Like that is a little bit ridiculous if you're waiting for Dragon Knight Ags to play. Now that's kind of over the top. They see Kimezu. They have a sense that Kimezu's there. And they're not going to be able to jump him. So they sit back, farm up again. Again, Gohan's has caught up really nice. It's got the full BKB up with the disassembly. Going for the Ags into Echo Saber again. They've got the forward vision here on Manta. They're mass TPing down here. To clear out the ward. Chidori is going to cop it from the Rocket Barrage. The chain does not connect. They will connect onto that Luna. Chidori does manage to pop the ultimate, and they get the grip with Castaway. Massive onto Key. The cleanup Kimezu as well. They finally take a fight on Neon. That's what we've been looking for here. Jotun to fall next. Bushwhack does connect. Be able to clear out the homing missile, and a double out for Ken. Gohan has to bail, the sole survivor of his team. And Neon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top
All of
tower
a sudden, finding what they want.
Hey, nice.
And in control of the game. 4K up. Getting the shard out on Chidori. Which again, up against the Sven is something you need a lot of. You need that shard, you need that damage reduction, that little bit of lifesteal it can provide you with. Gohan's is going pretty far to scout here. He could try to snipe Chidori, but Castaway would be a much simpler bet. God's Strength is ready. Castaway, does he sense something? No, he doesn't. Nightmare. And yeah, I don't know why. Why would you go there? Could have gone to Chidori instead. That's kind of nuts. And I mean, I guess he didn't see him. I guess Chidori was right outside vision, so that makes sense. Castaway, gonna be fine. Smoke out from Manta. They want to jump someone. Question is who? JG would be a prime target here. Ag's only a part away. This kill can slow that down. Stormhammer out. Dragon Tail to stall for time. Can JG run? Doesn't look like it, and JG will fall. Sacrificial lamb.
Radiant's top tower is
So they couldn't find Castaway, but they find JG.
Dire's middle tower is under
Manta,
attack.
yeah, you've got to be somewhat happy about that. They'll go for the Tormentor now as well. Good timing for them to take this fight. See what sort of free shard they get. We'll go to Gohan's, which honestly is not that bad. It's a lot of armor for his team to
Radiant's
play
top
with.
tower is under attack.
That is some good damage mitigation now up against what they're doing here on Neon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gohan's grip is out from Castaway, and Gohan's, he has BKB after, but there is no after here. Kimizu's stuck with a shortened range with Enfeeble. Did not expect that to be so short in the chain. Dream Coil out as well. Do they have the damage? They've got the Eclipse, the Blink Break, and Kimizu's gone. Neon cleaning up quite nicely. They are starting to collapse onto the mid. They saw the roll commitment out from Key. Will find a nice arcane rune for himself. So Key's going to be quite slippery here. Should be able to back off. Mid tower still fall down. So again, finding everything you want on Neon. Crystal is coming out next for Chidori. They get the shot off. They find Jotun. Nice bushwhack there. And Jotun's gone. Siege onto the tier 2 bot. With the damage you have with your Luna and DK. Not going to take long at all. That's the full axe for JG on the next dragon form as well. Not quite the big black dragon just yet. We are inching closer to that level 18 at the very least.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And straight off into Roshan they go. Neon gonna start cleaning up. Not gonna take too long to find Roshan. Ags up on JG. They will kill off Bombi, so the annoying squirrel again sticking its neck out for a good cause. Ooh. The scan does figure Roche is out, and Neon back off. I mean, they don't have Ken. We'll come in now. Can they take this Roche fight? Smoke out. Neon. Looking for the angle back in. They've got the Dragon Form ready on JG. They pop the God Strength. Roshan could go. It's not that much HP left. JG, you need to jump in. You cannot allow this. You cannot allow this. No, they allow it. Gohans. What is this? JG's gonna fall. Gohans has the secondary life. Chidori does clean the backline of Eris. Eclipse is out. BKB as well from Chidori and the shard, and it's so much damage. They take care of that first life. But Chidori stuck in the middle of the output on that Timber Saw. It is enough, but Ken can clean up. Gohan's TP away. No TP cancels here so far. Jotun will still fall. That could have gone a lot worse for Neon, but they didn't need to give the Aegis away. Just caution. A little bit too much caution in the wind rather than throwing caution to the wind. Does cost them.
Behold!
And Neon, a little bit more of a topsy-turvy game, are still staying in. They are going to get that Conda on Ken, so even more damage coming out here from our Puck. That's just a little bit shaky. BKB coming out from JG should help the cause, though. And without the secondary life on Gohan's, you can play confidently, but you also don't have a secondary life on Chidori or, you know, on Ken or JG for that matter, so maybe it's still awkward to try high ground, but tier 2 is definitely a possibility. JG does manage to get the stun onto Eris. Great jump combination. Gohan's though trying to clean up. There's no damage. There's actually no damage for JG. That is incredible. Get the grip off as well. Nice onto Gohan's, and he is gone. JG still set to fall. So the sacrifice is there. We can find more. Kimizu now. Stuck in the middle. Eris gets cleaned up by movement from Ken, and Kimizu is fine. Don't back off. 2 for 2 in the end. Bigger core kills to find for Neon, but a bigger gold swing coming out from Manta, all things considered, considering that they are behind. So you'll take whatever you can get here. Daedalus for Chidori, not too far off. Only lacking the Demon Edge. Bombi does get blown up. Oh, a great Dream Coil from Ken. We'll find Key, and Key is just melting. Does manage to take care of the Daedalus courier, though. That is pretty massive. Eclipse was popped as well. Chidori still being chased. Kimzu with a blink. Going ham. But Eris dies another time to this puck. And again, this is the question we've had. How do you stop the puck in this game? What is your stun? What is your control? It's not there. It's homing missile. It's the Phantom's Embrace. It's the Inkswell, which is not reliable. None of them is fast enough to pin down Ken.
Temporary invulnerability, dire
Ken's just dancing around. Up top, JG wanting to play poke with Kimzu. Not gonna find him. On to the tier 2s they'll go. Could have no problem going on to these objectives now. Do have the wave, clear castaways. Really brave scouting forward. Does find Kimizu. Gohan still hanging in the side though. Not gonna be able to keep that chase, but here comes Ki. Get the stun off onto Jotun. Dream Coil is ready if they can find the angle here for Ken. Oh, the jump forward is deep, but the grip is out from Castaway. And he's not stunned. They can't stun him. What is that spot? We'll eventually find him. Dream Coil still ready here on Ken. Break is out. Ken does manage to get the Dream Coil off, but Stormhammer does come in. Ken still managing to jump away. The damage output onto Jotun. The damage of Bombi. But that Gleipnir is just a little bit crazy. Find Key as well. They do manage to get the bind onto 2, and now this is gonna find Ken. They do manage to get the punish. Can they find JG set to TP away? No. JG does get away, and Chidori doesn't even show his face. So 1 for 3. Pretty nice win coming out there for Neon.
Tower is under attack.
Well, for Manta, actually. Massive gold swing with a little bit of a questionable fight for Neon once more. Nonetheless, Neon still maintained that lead at 6k. The side of Manta, well, somewhat struggling. We'll see. Chidori, Daedalus is going to be up when the courier is up, so don't have too much to be scared of here. It's going to be shoving in. Farming up. You've got Octarine being formed up here by Ken. Force Staff for Castaway to reposition. Bombi going for its own Force Staff as well. Just try to get these heroes out of dodge. And BKB is still for JG, yet to come out. Quite a fair bit to look for.
Regeneration!
Take a look, bot. Not much going on. What timings are we looking for from Manta? Daedalus for Gohans is going to be nice. You've got Octarine coming out from Key, and the Basher is going to cause some issues. That could randomly lead to some Ken deaths. Got a Sight of Ice for Kimizu, which is that hard hold we're looking for here. You already have the blink up on Eris. So you do have a lot of tools here. See when Neon, or what Neon opts to do now. Shove it in bot, but there's no outer tower left. Tier 2 mid still stands, tier 2 top still stands. A little bit strange. That they're opting to just shove the one lane that, well, maybe if they want high ground, sure. There's that Daedalus on Chidori, going for the mass Satanic next with the disassembly. Just needs about 100 gold, I think, yeah. Roshan still a minute away until we see that timer here. And there goes the Octarine up for a puck. The slippery Ken gonna be even slipperier here.
Hold! Silence!
See what they find.
Radiant's middle
Ken
tower
shoving
is
it.
under attack.
JG. Gonna be fine. Everyone just kind of farming up. Smoke out from Manta.
Radiant's middle
They
tower
see
is
Ken
looking
under
so bright.
vision. Ken! Not quick enough on the uptake. Nothing defensive, does die. Massive kill now for Manta. Neon, for their part, just going for the push with the DK illusions onto that mid. Is going to be stalled off and will walk away. But Ken is playing so far away from his team and doesn't respect forward vision there. From Manta. Punishment is severe. They even find Bombi straddling behind there. And now Roshan, 20 seconds away. Why is the timing always awful for Neon, but always so good for Manta? Rosh gonna be up soon. There's no puck to worry about. Chidori's just not walking into these fights either. They need to scout this. Illusions are just standing around together. No, don't pull the illusion out. No, it's Rosh's up. Neon can't afford to lose this Rosh. That will actually lose in the game. I think that secondary life siege onto tier 2's threat onto high ground. This is massive for Manta. Manta will find it. Neon, just give it away. Can't fight with that death on Ken. We've got the window here. Roshan Roar is out, but not gonna be enough for them to come in. And 2 lives now up. Once more on Gohan's. And feeling great on that Sven. Going for his own Satanic next. Neon, for their part, finally going for the Lincolns on Key. So something to defend from that instantaneous lockdown here. Butterfly for Chidori next. Up top. Ken again stuck in the middle. Ken cannot afford to get caught. Does get the Dream Coil off at the very least before running away. They will find Key. Nice pickup by Bombi and Co. Here comes the jump. Castaway again. He can't afford to die. Is just going to die. Gohan's has the secondary life but does not have God Strength for it and will to fall. Can they find Chidori though? Does have the Satanic, is perfectly fine playing here. And might be able to find Kimizu. They will kill off Jotun. Ken still chasing. Looking for Eris. Does not manage to get the control, but they will find control onto Ken. Ken hexed up as well. Can they get the last roll from Ki? Not quite. Does manage to blink away, and Kimizu in the middle of nowhere with a flamethrower could burn out and does. Meanwhile, in the back, Ki trying to clean up, but Ken just so slippery, so durable with all of these stats. With the spam ability to spells for the Octarine and finding a regen as well. You find everything you could ask for. Manta, almost the same story as last. They get Aegis. They don't manage to do anything with Aegis. Neon gives it away for free. And then Neon takes the follow-up fight. Like 2 lives up in Sven. Whoop-de-doo. Doesn't matter when he's a well, what's that? State-switching hero with God Strength. That doesn't really amount to much. BKB for JG, not too far off now. There it is. Ken going again for that Lincoln's is going to be massive.
Behold!
And Jotun going for a Lotus. The Lotus could help, actually, in a massive way.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Still Butterfly out for Chidori.
Radiant's top tower.
His damage output is somewhat peaking now.
Radiant's lost their middle
Outer
tower.
tower is all completely gone for Manta. And Neon can start looking at this high ground. Which they will. They managed to pick up Eris as well. Jump forward. Trying to pin down JG, but it's not going to kill off this DK. Fortify forced out. Buyback forced out from Eris. Chidori, though, not being held back at all. Has the BKB smoked out from the side of Manta. Do manage to get the Sight of Vice off. Four staffs are there to save. Kimizu's stuck in the middle of nowhere. That burn damage from Ken. So damn high. Meanwhile, in the back, Gohan does manage to kill off Bombi. They do manage to get the grip off. And now Gohan's is the one gone. That's a no buyback. With that, Neon should have this game 2-0 it looks like, unless T can work some magic. Chidori's not going to be dying anytime soon here. Maybe Castaway. No, not even. Not even. Castaway's still fine. Blink forward, Dragon Tail out from JG. Onto Eris, they find the dieback. And the GG is called. Neon does manage to stay in the upper bracket for another qualifier. They will be facing up against Geek Fam. We heard what Bob had to say about that. He is excited for that match. He expects Neon to be a strong team. We'll see if they live up to his expectations when they play. But a spectacular day one here for Wallachia. Wallachia! Spectacular time for day one here in Southeast Asia for Wallachia. Really great showing so far. And for the side of Neon, great news for this young team. Again, they've been holding a lot of promise. They get to move on into the next phase in the upper bracket. Great performance coming out from Ken throughout both games. I think he has been the standout player in this case, especially. For Manta, it does feel like maybe a little bit in the draft. Again, picking the Pango into the Bane is somewhat meh. So, can be a little bit rough, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Great showing again for day one. Upper bracket tomorrow is going to be Talon versus Bleed. And Geek Fam versus Neon. We've got Yangon Galacticos versus Salvation and Blacklist versus Manta as well. Another 4 best of 3s tomorrow. But that is going to be it for me today. Thank you for dropping by, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I believe Trine is still running, so let me just double check. Doesn't look like he's in cast. I believe... Okay, there's some EU Dota here. We'll raid them later on. And I'm going to have to watch and wait for that. But again, thank you for your support. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for watching today. It's been a great pleasure. We'll see you again tomorrow. I'll catch you next time. Goodbye. Oh, forgot to set the score. Alright, thank you again. And that is set. Catch you again next time. Not quite.
In the morning, you felt so safe back then. Be honest, you live in your own circle. Oh, 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 oh.